Yeah. Oh, okay, we're live, baby.
She walked in grinning.
Wait, let me start the
Sprinkle
fishing.
in her eye. Pockets
Fish.
full of cookies. Trouble
Oh.
by and by. Tiny little capons. Big old sneaky plan. Then she shares her crayons with the whole chat fam. She says, "Come here, baby. Take a little seat." Hands out the good stuff. Kindness on repeat. Wait, what'd you say?
Bad?
Fish.
Nah,
Yep.
not today.
Under that spooky
can do it,
frosting,
fish.
there's a heart that stays.
Tick.
Evil muffin,
Okay.
evil muffin,
Fish working.
sweetest muffin, sweetest muffin,
Very much fish.
evil muffin, evil muffin.
Hello, hello, lovelies. Where's second? Where my fish? Fish?
Evil muffin,
Hey.
evil muffin,
Hey,
pass the
fish.
love around,
There's the
around.
dungeon. That's awesome. Where the fish?
Evil muffin, evil
Fish.
muffin, best in Streamer Town, Streamer Town.
I'm reading today. Oh, good, Silky. What are you reading? Oh, I am gonna join this dungeon. I am not sure. Hello, Viking. Are you still battlefielding? Yes.
Warm hellos like she gives out toast. Got a prankster grin, yeah, but the kind that stays makes a storm feel softer in 100 ways. Wait,
I'm just on a jump scare. Not being here for long, going to bed now. You are welcome to lurk and love, and yeah, it is late. I know. Let me send Mills a little stretchy. Nyapkin, hello. Okay, let me grab my food, then figure out why the fish no rookies, and then we'll be there.
Evil muffin cares for everybody. Everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around, around. Evil muffin, best in Streamer Town, Streamer Town. Round and round she rolls in with a damn smile. Scary on the outside, soft inside the pile. If the broom gets heavy, she lifts it with a joke, then hands you the last bite and the one last hope. Evil muffin, sweetest muffin, sweetest muffin. Evil muffin cares for everybody. Everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around, around. Evil muffin, best in Streamer Town, Streamer Town. She walked in grinning, sprinkle in her eye. Pockets full of cookies.
Oh, yeah, my
Trouble
eten.
by and by.
Ja, dat is mijn
Crayons,
pasta.
big
Het
old
is not.
sneaky
Is
plan.
your pasta?
Then she shares
It's
her
my
crayons
pasta.
with the whole chat
Okay.
fam. She
What?
says, "Come here, baby, take a little
Not
seat."
being battlefielding since
Hands out
one?
the good
Oh,
stuff,
okay.
kindness on repeat. Wait, what'd you say?
Why did my light
Bad?
turn off again?
Nah,
Or
not
here?
today.
Okay.
Under that spook.
Oh, this is a gorgeous angle. Why am I so zoomed in? Did I do that last time? I think so. Default. Yeah. No. Oh, I still giant. Why can't I fit anymore? I don't know. That's what she said, but no. Do I have to cut more of the stuff?
Such a good girl.
Thank you. Look, so yeah, I actually put on makeup this time. Yeah. Like I know it's not much of a difference on camera probably, but oh, and I bought hair bands. What do you call it? Like a hairband yesterday because I'm not really wearing that much headphones, right? Because I tried, but then I got another infection. So yeah, thank you, Veggie. Thank you. And I did my hair cutesy, cutesy. It's still growing out, and this is a mess. But yeah. Oh, and look at this top. This is the best top ever. My favorite top still, but it's very booby. So we're having a booby stream. I am hot, so I want to do this. But okay, thing is, I bought the Pikachu ears on TwitchCon, right? So I bought these, and you can put them on headphones. So that's why I have now Pikachu headphones. But you can just adjust them. You can put them on anything basically. So then I made these in Pikachu headphones. But again, if my ear gets too closed off, it causes ear infections because I get infections instantly because I have no immune system. But I figured it out because I bought another set, and I can still put it on headband instead of headphones. So, ta-da! These are my, how do you call these? RGB neon, I don't know, rainbow devil ears. Then I can just still keep. Ooh, I want to keep my floofies, okay, because otherwise I'm bald. But I can't keep my hair out of my ears and still be a little devil without the filter. I'm so horny, I know. But look, isn't it adorable? Okay, I'm happy with this. Aw, very cute though. Thank you, thank you. But it works. The camera keeps dropping down. Hey, it's good enough, I think. Whoa, I'm also not on my right chair, but okay. And then my posta. Look, posta. I do want to check because now my camera is still too small. Yeah. Whoop. Did I just remove the cropping? Default. Just gonna make a tiny muffin and then put it back there. Now you see the whole muffin. That's better, maybe. Probably. I don't know. Thing is, like I fucked up my vertical ones because my camera's messing up, so I have to do some maintenance. But you got some pasta? I look, this is my pasta. Pasta. What kind of pasta did you have, Veggie? Doop-a-doop. Okay, let me test. Fish. That's what I mean. Where are my fish? Fired up my fish. Nope. Okay, let me turn it on so it's visible the whole time. Thin Man! Hi! Popping in real quick before dinner. Hope you had a great stream. I'm finally back from vacation, so I'll be around again. Did you have a great vacation? And if you have to run and get dinner, like, look, I made pasta. If you have to run, then yeah, all good. Let me do. Let me give you. What should we do? We should give you a big ass shouty. Anyone who is here, Veggie. If you don't know Tin Man is fucking awesome. You are allowed to just be yourself there. You can chat whatever you want. Yeah, Tickle the Pickle is back. You know him. You still know him. Good job. He went on vacation after the raid last time. I am so happy that you're here again. Thank you. But my yeah, that's the thing. So I'm messing up my stuff, but my fishing is not fishing like it should fish. Does that make sense? So let me test one more time. Fish. Look, why am I fishing no worky? The hell? Did I just restart my fishing? Let me just close it and restart it again. Yeah, it is. So I did start it up finally this time. But let me just start it up again. Maybe it was because I started it up when I was not live yet. I don't know. Okay, let me mute my the other streams that I had open. There you go. Okay, but now I restarted the fishing. I also wanna see, like, I would like if I could just put like a whole Spotify queue in my summer. I might have to re-enter the command in the settings, maybe. Yeah, now I'm restarting it. Let me check if my music is working. Yeah, that is working. Mm. Oh, and oh, that's true. Okay, that's the thing. I promised to let some people know that I was going live because I have someone that is not allowed in the server yet. Wait, do I have enough napkin here already? Yes, hello. How you doing?
Hello, I'm doing great, and you?
Struggling with my fishing, and I have to let people know that I'm live because, yeah, I have someone that is like not allowed in the server. I think it's so funny, but he's too young. He's a baby. So I discussed it with Gray and I discussed it with some other mods. And yeah, no, he's not allowed until he's 18. So, yep. Ah, Willy is a Willy. Okay, wait. I did restart the fishing. It is showing up. Fish. Thing
We
is,
interrupt
it
our
is also
program to bring you this
tiny.
important
Ooh, hi,
message.
Willy. Love
I
you,
love
Willy.
you. Now back to our show.
Thank you. Okay, wait. Will my camera stay if I do this? No? Yeah, okay, good enough. I've never had that it doesn't want to fish. But the settings are tiny. Wait, can I check the settings here? I'm blind. Okay, this is unreadable. Catch trigger. Chat command, turn on, turn off, turn on. You may need to re-enter the command. Fish. It's always been fish. Save and close. Fish. Gonna close it again. What the hell? Like since I started with the fishing, I've never had this. I'm good, dear. Wait, what? Hey, Gray. Wait, are you not still with your family, Gray? Or was that Willie? I'm good, dear. Just nipping in to say hi. Hope everyone is amazing. Have a great stream, lovely. Thank you. And PS sent you a photo. Ooh, okay. It is still tiny. Let me make this high quality and bigger because I cannot see anything. Okay. Are you okay with me being annoying with the fishing and trying to fish it first, McNapkin?
Oh, it's alright, sorry.
And I'm gonna plop in health promo stuff again. Like that's the thing. Normally the fishing is literally always just yeah, you go live and that's like it works. That's it. Eh, I never did any self promo stuff again. I'm not good at it, but trying to post a little bit more again, especially when I go live so late. Because it's already almost 2 a.m. for me. La la la. Is it linking to your channel? You look amazing tonight. Thank you, Willie. That's why I was like, fuck it all. I wanna put on some makeup, so I put on makeup again. I guess it's still like I don't know if you guys see the difference, but and my eyes are even more. And that's about it. Thank you. And look, oh yeah. So this is the hairband. I attached the devil ears that I bought on TwitchCon, and now I can wear them as well when I'm not wearing headphones. I bought the hairband just to put the devil ears on. And it's a butt birdies. I was gonna talk shit about your sleep schedule, but I woke up just now, so I'm letting it slide for today. Thank you. Now your sleep schedule is shit as well. Then we are finally aligned. That is good. Sleep schedule, the fuck is that? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I got lied to. She was like, I fixed it. No, butt birdies. I fixed it for 4 whole days, okay? It was 4 whole days, and then I was just like, fuck it all. It was 4 days. Going into the shadow of lurking to sleep, my dear, and you don't need makeup, you're naturally pretty. But sometimes I want to wear makeup. That's the thing. I wear makeup for myself. But thank you. Okay, but I only see you once every 5 days, so it was one for me. It was 4 days. That still counts, no? Mm-hmm. I'm gonna catch a poke here. Maybe we're just gonna. You guys can request songs in the meantime. Try to figure out the settings. It sounds like it's a you problem, then, bud. Hope all is well here. Yeah. My fishing is not working, but other than that, it's great. Um, okay. We restarted the fishing, but it's not starting. Where's my fish? Start the fishing. So tiny. It's always tiny. Oh, it's giant. Okay, never mind. It's always tiny. Now it's fucking giant. Now I can actually see what I'm doing. Temporary chatbot outage. Due to some complications with Twitch new API, a feature to send chat messages from a secondary chatbot has been temporarily disabled. But that was always the case, no? Please log in to Twitch. Connect to Twitch. See, that's the thing that I couldn't even see that. So let me check fish. Wait, I gotta close the settings now. It just disconnected itself. You need to save first? Yay! But that's the thing, like I try to I don't know why it disconnected, but nah. Now my fishing is taking up my entire other screen, so it is giant and I can finally read the settings, which is good. Okay. I'm gonna run 1 second and grab my phone. It's okay, I do that with mine as well. Normally it's so tiny, now it's... But yeah. Okay, but now we can fish again. Nice. Okay, grabbing phone and then we can play.
Alright.
Boop.
Help! Brain not braining, eyes not eyeing, words not wording.
You quit.
The scary doll?
Yeah, left it up.
I don't want to pick it up.
Why? It's worth a couple of
Ah.
coins.
Fucking no! I thought it was only gonna make noise. God damn it! It just murdered me. Yeah. Oh, now you gotta do it. Look, god damn it! Since when is that in there? Oh Jesus! Moves? No, you said I had to move. You weren't cheering me on. And your mom. What the fuck? Why did it just respond with your mom? Oh my god, okay, I gotta clip that and send this to the to the dev. Since when? Did you use the upgrades?
I used one of them.
Ah, my god. Why? Why? Okay, that was turbo.
I'm trying to
There we go. Oh, I keep forgetting that I first have to get rid of my beaver. Come on. Oop. There's Kermit breathing. Mr. Dark Often? First time chatter, welcome in. Don't mind me.
Hey, that's my friend.
It's your
I sent the link to your stream.
what? Hello, friend Maniaki. But yeah, thank you. Is he also a streamer?
Yes and no. I don't remember if he's been streaming a lot on Twitch.
What's up? What's up? Doing good? Nope. Okay. Just what's up? Okay. Right. This picture is distracting. It is so big. Oh, who's Amy? Who are you? Okay. Be careful, McNeckpin has a lot of skill issues that he likes to portray on other people. That does not sound like my Mr. McNeckpin. Like, I have the skill issues here, okay? Like, I don't know where you got that info, but no. Just no. I don't know if you saw our last game, but I am gonna try to apply your advice. Do you want to do
Alright.
support or do you want to do something else?
I can do support. I just bought a new support, so I will try the big guy I used to play last time, Tam Kench. But there's also Milio.
Frog guy?
I want to try.
Are you gonna be frog guy?
Hmm?
Are you gonna be frog, like the frog guy? I forgot his name.
Yeah, the big frog.
The
Yeah,
big frog
Tam,
that
Tam
does
Kench.
Yeah, same for me. I'm mainly the one who's just bumping in walls and asking the same question 5 times. Yes. Okay, okay. Eh, Like I don't wanna just have the top on because then I'm a little too naked for Twitch, but I'm also warm. It's like, Okay, I put my OB here, put my thing there, OBS there. Whoop! There you go. Hey gang, comment ça va? It's a switch pro. Okay, I'm butchering the French. Do you want to read this? Are you in the chat, McNapkin, or no?
Oh,
Yeah, French. So, hi everyone. How are you doing? And then something understanding. My
yeah,
French.
you're trying to understand Twitch.
My French is not that bad. Oh, you tried to learn how Twitch works. Ah,
Yeah.
nice. Wait, is this also a friend of yours?
No, no, no.
You were following last time. So hi, welcome, welcome. Are you coming in from the stream hub? Otherwise, I have another how do you say that? Like another income of French people that I don't know about. Like my my only source of French people is through you, I think. Okay, let me turn on this one. Oh, now the moment of truth. Can I do this camera?
It's like
And
the guy
then
in on Power World I'm playing with. So we were both on
okay.
the server at the same time, and we were doing towers together. And at some point, invited me in his clan. And after 2 weeks of playing together, we just realized we were both speaking French. He is also French
Nice.
Canadian. After 2 weeks of like typing in English all the time, we just realized we could just speak French.
Wait, this looks silly, but I'm trying to like this is the mean thing. If I do this, then I still need to get a green screen. So if I do this, I have one horn, so that does work. But then the moment I do this, no, they're gone. And then the moment I do this, yeah, they're back. And then no, they're gone. I want it like this. I went, mm, mm, mm. Then I have to do this. That doesn't, yeah. I should put something behind. But then we're just gonna keep it with the other camera. Because I'm on my devil ears. I put my devil ears on for a reason. God damn it. French people are so romantic. And then that's a thing. Okay, I can speak French, but not really. Like, my French is so shitty. Like, I have to
Well,
practice.
it's so
Do you want me to
yeah,
translate this or no?
just did you shit in your pants? That's just like the end.
I just get it.
Yeah.
Did you shit your pants? Nice. Yes, that's a good one. Yes.
That's so romantic.
Okay, I gotta practice with my French. That's why I was last time. Like, okay, like when I was listening to your stream, like you're allowed to talk French. I'm just struggling.
Ooh, right.
Hmm? Yeah, I also.
Alright.
Talk. What? I already had an image. An image? Save that. Oh, I did. What? I am so. uh, whoop. Gonna post there. Okay, okay. I do write fluent in English, but my accent is not that good, so don't worry, I get the feeling. Well, I can read
Uh,
French just a little bit. I used to go on holiday to France basically every year, and it's been a while. So yeah, French is
and also, our French is probably not the same you are used to understand.
that is
Because
also
French
true.
French and Quebec French is not the same.
That is also true.
The thing in the bottom right corner of your stream, is that your fishing thing? Like a corner of your fishing thing?
Jesus, look at how big it is. Like, we get fish, people. Okay. I changed the resolution. And yep. Like, I have to do some memes, and now it's giant. But I'm gonna turn auto hide on. There you go. Because I put the song thingy on the map, so that's also good. Fish, yeah. Oh, you got a traffic cone. So good. If we don't have a DJ, I'm gonna switch to songs. If someone wants to DJ, feel free.
Okay, so you're going jungle, primary, and top
Oh no,
secondary?
no. Thank you.
I was like, yeah, that's interesting.
No, just no. That was very prepared.
You really don't want to win the games. That's
No, I do. I want to try. Oh, that's seven. Yeah, with those rules, I won't. No, and we're not gonna stand a chance. But we're still gonna. Oh my gosh. Pokecatch. And what should we do? Raised by wolves. The music. I need a music. Yeah, I'm a bottom. Don't. Okay, be warming, Nugget. I'm in a mood today. I'm trying to filter myself, but. A dancing mood, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna keep your guide thingy with me. This is not the song I wanted, but the song I like. Okay. So I'm gonna try Misfortune. Try to get her better. Do better. Yeah.
Move into an eel nearby.
So je zat maybe that like the clue to it is to um switch targets the whole time, no?
Yeah, so you need to switch between the targets so you can always deal your bonus damage.
Yeah, because then you have the lock tap effect thingy. Huh. Like I did read through your stuff and I was like, yeah, interesting. I haven't tried it out yet.
But I don't know like how it's happening like in real game because I went with like the
You have a
what is
DJ.
written, like what is the
I do need
description?
an overlay for both like desktop view, sort of like in this sort of
I'm gonna
scenario, where
open the
like,
things that
monitor,
you said.
second monitor, or I guess it's something like this. But yeah, if you
Oh,
wanted my
request
Discord, I
here.
can give you that.
Wait, let me
You
pause
can
this.
add me sometime tomorrow or tonight, I can message you.
If you don't know Ripshot is my mod, and he's trying to stream a little more regular again. He's also from Canada, by the way. There's so many people from Canada. I want to go to Canada. Never visit Canada.
West of Canada is alright. It's a really nice place. Okay.
Whole thing like about okay, so it does when she attacks a new target. And you said basically
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Mega Ring is a slowing stuff. This is nice.
Minions have
Fast auto
spawned.
attack is nice. Okay, I have no guide on what to buy, but we're gonna do it. 1, 2,
The
3, Nico,
collector is a
Nico,
good thing.
me. That's what I'm my head saying, Nico. Mika, Mika, me. And no worries, no worries. If you know nothing of LOL, you're very welcome here. Like I played a lot, not a lot, but I played some when I was younger. I haven't really played that much ever since. Like I haven't played for like 10 to 12 years, and then just started like again a couple weeks ago. Oh no, already maybe 1 or 2 months ago. Okay, literally have to switch. Oh, and then you get Leo Hard. It's a Star Wars. Okay. Then you get a little hard at them. Okay, that's a thing. So I don't know if I ever noticed that.
So yeah, the little heart is the love tap thing. You every time you put the heart on someone, you deal bonus damage.
That's nice. Thank you for the follow, Mr. Dark Elfin. So if I do this, oh, see, now I'm already doing. Okay. How is the Star Wars doing? It's a muffin time, yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, there's another one.
Oh shit!
There's
no, it's
another
just,
one. So good. Is he trying to sneak up on us? Where did he go? That's a fake one again. You're hiding in the bushes? Where's the panther? Like Mr. Dark Offer, that is like, yeah, if you don't know anything of League again, you're very welcome to chill here, enjoy the show. I'm still learning. And I call all the heroes just by my own name. So my napkin is now the giant frog. Oh, there they are. But they're not attacking. Yeah, they are. They're not really. Okay, we're far enough.
don't rush.
Okay. Just switch every minion, every. Okay, wait, so if I do the Q, the double up, it should preferably be like at a minion and then like if they are behind or no.
And yeah, if they are behind a minion.
Okay. Fake one. I'm annoyed by the fake one. Oh yeah, that does do more damage. I like that. Still pushing.
I know what I'm doing.
I know
Okay,
that.
so the love attack is like every time you attack a new one, you do a little more damage. Yeah. Yeah.
I will be
Like no
back
mana.
to.
Gosh. Just cycle between.
I also need more mana.
Okay. Well, I'm just regenerating mana, and they're also not going back, so I'm not going back. What? What song is this? I'm not a gamer. Saturday high as fuck. Nice. I tried to find real 18 plus content to spend the night in a motel room, traveling with stepmom. But the thing is, like, you're still on Twitch, and Twitch doesn't allow real 18 plus content, so. And you are on the wrong platform, I'm sure. I'm sorry. That's why we are like,
Being
yeah,
back
we have
to
the 18 plus tag on. We do make dirty jokes here. We do like to flirt and tease, but more than that, Twitch will have an issue with. So, but you are very welcome to just hang out and chat. Yeah. Have you ever listened to "Let Me Go" from Twisted? If not, I think you might like the song. If you want to, like, I have the open song requests on, like the audio player. No, he's trying to get my butt, but I saw him first. Okay, I
I'm
will
coming
just
back.
go back real quick as well to buy some stuff and get mana. Mana. Um. No, what the hell?
You've got
I'm
dangerous
here. I was
eyes.
checking what to
I
buy.
like that.
It was like, okay, you're inactive. Bye bye. But Mister, if you want to put it in, you can do exclamation mark SR and then just put the title in. It should search for the song. I put the song request on again because I do like it when playing League. Yeah,
Sure you can
you have like a little
handle
playlist going. Okay, they're gone. No, they're not. Yes, they are. That's a fake one.
The
That gets
jungler,
me
I
every
think,
time.
trying to. Yeah, jungler is trying to get them.
Oh, nice. What is this?
Go get the tower. I don't know.
Little bow. Hey, you did it. Oh, nice. So fishy. Didn't get them. Ah. Okay.
Shit.
No prey, no
He's
pay.
staying just close enough to the turret that I cannot hit her. Oh, well, thanks, guys. Oh, he was asking for assistance to help us with them. Oops. Oops.
Guns blazing.
Is he mad now?
Well, I don't know.
An ally has been slain.
Ah, I cannot hit them.
I don't know if he's mad, but he will probably not come back to help us on the bot lane.
Okay. That is, yeah. Oh, you mean like that? Yeah. But,
Feeling about this.
right.
Oh,
Oh, he's very low.
Oh,
The fun begins.
You like it. I shall overtake the Pal world and grab every ugly little ones to make them my photo workers. Oh, you gotta make a Pal army.
I know.
Okay, ooh, I am very low, but I go back. Yeah. Let's see if they're gonna come here or not. Oh! That was my whole sneaky tactic. Like if they were gonna. Ah, I'm sorry. I should have just gone back all the way. I was like, okay, if they're gonna push, then I can still attack, and I had my ult, so I was like, yeah. I wanted to smack them, but they smacked me.
Step 2.
I am fighting.
Don't get cocky.
Ooh, we're gonna listen to Hatsune Miku after this. Oh my gosh, this is why I love the song request. The combination. It's yeah. I don't want to talk about it. What's happening in the chat?
I always shoot.
Does that clone actually do damage or no?
I think only if you deal damage to them, I guess, or something like that. At one point they were attacking me, but I don't know what.
Enemy rampage.
Not coming close enough.
You've got dangerous eyes. I like
Oh.
that. Nothing but powder monkey.
You're low enough, I can ult, but... Oh, that was a waste. Oh, ah. Okay, I tried something that did not work, but learned from it. God damn.
Ah, shit.
Did she trap you at the moment you went under?
Yep, she countered my ability.
Oh no. Nah, 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 nah.
Ah, shit. I was a little bit late to save you, sorry.
Oh. It was quick. Oh, now we have Hatsune Miku. This combination of songs is awesome. But thank you, I did like the song. And have fun playing Power. Big catch.
I get rooted every time I try to do my
Oh, we are still getting help from the jungler. He's not. Oh,
but I'm not sure actually if
An
we are getting
enemy is
help.
unstoppable.
they are
Okay,
they
we're
are
going
going
for
to do
the-
dragon.
Not a problem. I've got a good
Oh, did I lost her? No, I didn't. I did. Did we get him out of the dragon now? Or no? Yes.
They
no.
got it.
Fuck. My gosh. We were poking them, but yeah.
Be careful.
set sail.
No.
no, 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 no. Oh! Thank you! Oh my god! I was like, what happened? Where did I go? Why am I in the frog again? Oh, that was awesome. That was a good save. Oh no! Nah, okay, but you, yeah, yep. Okay, you still killed him. I think I'm getting lucky, but okay. When I do it with my buddy on 4 now, I'll be playing this song on top of a car while my buddy drives around the map. Really? Mr. Dark often get 5 goblins with dragon card. All you need? Are there spells in Pen World? I still haven't played it yet. It is on the wish list, but yeah. I have so many games to play. It's a kill! How are you today, kill? Yep, I'm an little devil here.
Executed.
Ah, shit. Oh, you got killed by the tower?
You've got dangerous eyes. Has been destroyed.
Oh, they're pushing top. We got a tower, we can just push him. Should be able to. I don't know. Close, but no. Be sure to.
Be careful. Or close.
It's so oh.
That was a lot of damage.
Oh.
We're squishy at the start, I forgot. Squishy, squishy. Hey, we got a Dungy. Thank you. How are you doing today, Kale? Holy crap, look at the size of those friendlies. Okay.
Get the tower. Yeah. Oh.
Okay, I got the tower, but I died for it, but I got the tower, but yep. Now,
Ah, shit.
now we do have some movement. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, hi, Odie.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Okay, I need to
Why
remember
no?
to use my ability to shield you.
Go for a super swift boots. And then for this one, by this one. I need like 2 seconds, so I buy like the refillable heal. There we go.
Fail.
Mm.
An enemy is godlike.
A butterfly is lurking. Thank you, man of letters. Have a good night. Hope you're doing good. Why?
She's annoying.
I'd have to make one a little over half to the other half and wrap myself. But pour the little over half to the other half. And you do need more popcorn for sure. Ooh, I might make popcorn maybe. Hill, you doing meh? Are you sad about your affiliates? You think it's mage? Yes, it did. I was like, wait, where did the popcorn go? Oh.
I know
Oh.
what I'm doing.
No, bye. Holy shit. Why does he what did that mean? He just basically beat me. I don't like that. Oh, this is gonna be way too big. Wait. Is that the title? Oh, that's not the song that I wanted again. I have a brain fart.
You've got dangerous eyes. I like that.
Fish, fish, fish. Someone's trying to put people to sleep or something.
An enemy has
Yeah,
been
lo-fi
slain.
is not the vibe. While trying to stay active and awake. While fighting. I want to try to improve
Enemy is
the
legendary.
attacking, but
Enemy has been slain.
I'm not doing good.
I mean, you are dying less. Like, you are not dying as fast as or,
But okay, that's what I meant. The last time was just horrible. It was horrible.
yeah.
Like
Yeah.
normally I am at least like a tiny bit better.
But they are also very strong in the other team. I think like they are annoying with
yeah,
the stun.
that is true.
Nothing.
I feel like at the beginning I'm a little squishy, but I do more damage. The more I get my build together. Oh, he's okay. No, that's good. He's like literally for us behind. Oh no. Okay, yep. Oh, sorry.
Alright.
I went back and I went. Oh, okay, nice. We made it out.
So you can handle me, summoner.
Change this. Sorry, that's a random ass. Yeah. That's a really random ass. What do you call it? Word. Press the wrong button.
The jungle,
Apparently, I always have to use
our
like on the
junglers
second
do.
one.
Bang. Killing spree.
I am
jungle
very
was,
low.
like,
Should I risk
waiting.
it or not? No. Yeah, no, maybe.
Your team has
We
Mm.
can
turret.
not going for a big push, but maybe just.
Push a little.
Do you have enough mana? Are you good in?
Oh, yeah, I do have enough mana. Okay, if
be
I just play careful.
You can go back. I think you do some damage there.
Him heals it too.
Feeling about this.
Oh yeah.
Oh! Okay.
No, be careful.
Nope, 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 nope.
Ah,
Oh
you died
shit. I'm sorry, I'm nope, nope, noping.
It's good. I think I bought you some time.
That is very true. Thank you for that. I make it if I go back here. Yeah, they're still pushing the thingies. Okay. I made it out! That is a success. That is part of it, but I had a bad dream. Aw. Had a nightmare kill? What was it about? Do you want to talk about it or do you just want to forget it? Because both are okay. Did the song work from you, Ripshot? Yes. No. Yes.
By the way, when you run away, I hope you are thinking about using your strat ability to move faster.
Yeah. Yep. The W, no? Yep. Yep. Yep.
I think.
I know what I'm doing.
The song just phasing out.
Turret has been destroyed.
Being distracted by chat, that's not helping.
Dangerous.
Trying to keep up, but yeah, that is the thing. Like with League, it is a little harder. And now just sort of baiting them. Oh, that was a fake one.
Yeah.
Oh fuck. Okay. Run! Run! I was dying less, I'm dying a little more, but Need to figure out like who is that guy. Like something. Lock. How to best counter Lock. The other one is okay. That's not. Yeah, she's just annoying. But Lock does damage.
Yeah, the ADC.
Yep.
Unstoppable.
Well, he is doing his job.
I've got a feeling about this.
They are really working well together. Like one is stunning us, and the other one is just doing the burst damage.
Okay, let's take advantage of the fact that we're team. We can do this. Can you stun them or something if you catch them with that?
I can't really.
Well, you
I'm
can
going for
catch them
the-
with that attack. That you dive under or something. No.
It kind of stun, but not really. Just like make them jump.
Oh, okay.
Like this. Oh, we're going for the yeah. Go for it. Okay, I died instant. Okay,
yeah, I did do some damage, but that's the thing. Like Lock, I might have fed Lock a little bit now, or oh, he's gonna fall asleep. Ooh, that was a good one. Zoe is good. Okay. A bad dream, not a nightmare. Just dreamed of something that upset me. Okay, that is true. A bad dream and a nightmare can be two different things. Like you can have just a normal dream. Yeah. I don't know, makes you think of stuff that you don't want to. But do you want to talk about it, Gil, or do you just want to dungeon yourself to distraction?
Step 2. The fun begins.
Ah, I got stunned again.
I got you. Oh, I'm dead.
What happened?
Jesus.
What?
Oh, look
You
at his
just decided
health.
like
Oh. Oh. He has 1 HP. They keep shielding. Oh, they still broke one of them.
An ally has been slain. I know what I'm doing.
Where would it hit more on me?
I own
Also, one of the things that I need to practice with, I was thinking of just literally going into like the practice tool or something, and just trying like to do waves of enemies, like just the minions. If that's
Yeah.
like if I can optimize like the attacking pattern, like how to. Oh, oh thank you, sir. Oh, thank you. I'm left. Oh no.
I'm not, but you are.
Girl, amazing support.
If I was amazing, I would not. I would say. But I did.
You're gonna die here. What? Wanna die? Okay, I'm just gonna go back. Yeah, but on a happier note, I can add sounds to the SE store again. Nice! Hey, do you have that laptop, Gil, or is your phone working better?
This.
It was just a dream from someone in the past. Yeah, okay, yeah. Like, I get that. Sometimes I dream of my dad, and then I just wake up for the shit. It is what it is. Dreams are mean like that sometimes. Oh, no. You don't get to wreck. No. The hell?
I
They're
killed
just.
someone, I guess.
I'm attacked. Yeah, but they're with 4. Nah. Oh, help. Oh, some of our teammate just. Oh no, he's back. I was like, our teammate just quit, but no, he's back. Okay, just got a little disconnect. That's fine. Oh, I'm so dead. But I did. Okay, so we got the kill, but that's fair. But so we put him to sleep, and then I did my ult. That actually combined pretty well. I got my phone working for me once. Nice kill. If you want to add sounds, or if you want to add more stuff to redeem, let me know. Mr. Dark Awesome, the bells are so cute. Last time I played with July 22nd of 2024. Holy shit, yeah, the game has been like in beta and in development and stuff for long. But it is finally like fully released, no? Yeah. This person did not make me sad, but irritated. Oh,
Step 2.
that kind of dream. Well, luckily, it is a person from the past. That means they're not in your present. So, fuck them. Oh, is that if I just fuck them? They were annoying my kill. No, 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 no.
Resistance here.
We gonna attack them or no?
I don't know. I'll try. If they are asking for assistance, I will try to help.
Enemy double kill.
I don't think so.
Oh God.
I don't think so.
Ah. I was just trying to. Well, this.
Slowing them.
I'm gonna die.
I was
gonna-
trying to go around.
I'm not surviving that.
A summoner has reconnected.
Try to at least hold here. They're just hunting our butts.
Set sail. You've got dangerous eyes.
Focus is back now. But oh, thank you. Bye bye.
Team has destroyed a turret.
They're getting all the dragons and stuff. So like, yeah, the team is a little stronger than our team. A little bit, like double as strong, but okay. Mm. Oh, I like this song. You're gonna go far, kid. Yeah.
Oh.
Thank you, Odie. Did you get some new popcorn already?
Enemy killing spree.
Oh my God.
An enemy is unstoppable.
So yeah, I don't have any movement ability. So if I'm
Don't get caught.
like, I cannot run away.
Oh, but they're like that's the thing. Like they're hitting with 4 people, so try to do something. But like I gotta move back every time they come close.
Sure you can handle me, summoner.
Like, as long as we keep the tower up, they cannot
Two.
push through, but it's just going back.
Are going top.
That was
Are
good.
going for the.
Know what I'm doing.
Like they were destroyed. Oh, they're now just pushing top because we're defending. Yeah. They can't help at top or
I will probably need help since I'm just a support, but
Not a
I'm getting help from.
oh Jesus. Never mind. Jesus. Hi Dad, how are you doing? Second batch mate, nice, nice. Do you just have normal popcorn with salt, or do you have something else in your popcorn? Or sweet? Could also be sweet. Nom. And how is Dad doing tonight? Still, if you want to, you can play some like shout out clippies from people. We also need to play clippies from Kill. Kill, and then after Kill, we're gonna do one from Dad. Topping and fluffer. What topping? What is fluffical? Hope all your games are W's? No.
good
Just-
feeling about this.
He said it also like it
Yeah,
must
they
be
are.
pro. Like I'm trying to get to know her at least a little better. I feel like I'm doing. Yeah, we're gonna see at the end. I feel like I might be doing a little more damage, but
Stop being a
we are
poser.
getting rolled.
Put on your SCB.
Oh no, is this getting stuck again? I think it's just because I'm doing too many things in OBS at once. But yeah, we can stare at Dad's face for a little bit. It's all fine. I hope you're having an amazing night.
Dangerous eyes.
And thank you. But it is what it is, Fluffical.
There's other people. There's back up.
See them, I see them, I see them, I see them. Running, I'm running, I'm. Oh, thank you. I'm not running, I'm being swallowed. Yes, okay. Oh no. Run!
No.
Run! 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 No! No, Mr. McNapkin saved me for a reason, okay.
Don't get
I give you swallow me and then I just die. Okay, this is why gangs don't work for bottom. They don't assist, they just run. I'm trying. Okay, now that's the thing. So at the beginning, I played basically too
two.
aggressive the whole time. Well, I got tips from people to play more, yeah, careful, which is good, yeah. But now I'm too careful.
Like-
Now people are getting mad because I keep running away.
Not a problem.
Okay, what is kiting again?
This kind of game, I'm not sure. I know on MMOs what it is, but I don't know here.
Oh, like kiting in League.
But the thing is, like you are so squishy, like you will die instantly if someone push. Like, so you need to run away. So I don't know like what they expect you to do.
I've got it.
Yeah, the thing is they're
That's-
just too strong for me now at the moment. So yeah, like I want to help. Oh, I help. I died, but I help. Okay, but Shaco is nice. Like he's trying, but he was just getting frustrated because I was silent. Because I'm trying to do everything at once, okay? And no touchies, no touchies. But Fluffical is salt flavored butter or butter flavored salt. Ultra fine salt with butter flavor. That is good. And what kind of topping then? Like in the Netherlands, if we make popcorn, you just have popcorn sweet, popcorn salt. And just now the recent years, We've got more popcorn. I used to love like sweet salt combo. And then you mix them all together. And then you have salt and caramel and everything. You got the damn heel off? What?
Oh, maybe he got healed by killing me, so he was not like our teammate was not able to kill him because he got the heal by.
Yeah, okay.
Something like that.
Yeah, just recently there's been like so much more popcorn. You can get like any flavor popcorn, which is nice. But it's still like I have microwave popcorn. Big thing about.
No more saying cuss words.
Oh no. Okay, I cannot curse at the game, even though we're losing very bad. I cannot curse anymore. McNapkin, help me. I will just keep talking about popcorn and it's safe. Little perfect timing. Popcorn, 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 okay? I'm just never gonna talk about anything else now anymore. Because then I forget and then I'm like, I still have to like, that's the thing, I keep making jokes every time, like, okay, if I lose, you can punish me, but I still have to add like an actual like punishment. No! We're getting, no! Bye-bye. No! 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 Just no! I'll repeat. Oh my god, Cross, thank you! A 50 stream streak? Holy... Popcorn. Shady playstyles. Yep. You're gonna lurk to watch Spider-Man? Oh, have fun! Oh, if you... Oh wait, it's the second now, but no, it's the first for you still. So I saw like a TikTok thingy cross that if you go see Spider-Man in the cinemas on the 1st of August, you get a free Spider-Man pin. So remember to show like your ticket and then you should get like in the stage, you should get a Spider-Man pin. I think it is only on the stage, but... And thank you so much, you amazing man, for the restub. Awesome.
Sure you can handle me?
Oh no, why am I... No, bye-bye. I just don't even want to come here, but okay. Gotcha! Beast. This was further make it... Yeah, okay. So like, okay, we should be able to defeat them here, but...
I always first.
How long is this? Can someone do... Wait. Yeah, can someone in chat do maybe like exclamation mark Q? Let's check which songs we have.
No prey, no pay.
Okay, but I still... Oh, the timers... Oh, the timers are behind me. I messed up everything lately. There you go. But now it's in front of my face. Okay, there you go. Nope. League is also one of the hardest games with streaming, I figured. Like, I don't know. It is kind of important to stay focused in the game. But then I also want to check chat, and then every time I want to check chat, I die. But it's worth
The
it.
guy is also giving good advice on the side also, so like you have 3
Draco, oh ship.
There's enemies on the
Ship.
middle.
Ships. I can say ships. Why be mean, PCG? Oh no, is TCG mean again?
Nothing but powder monkey.
Oh, it's twist. Okay, I still got... Oh my gosh, I got so long. Thank you, Dad. That is such a long redeem. I gotta... Okay. We're gonna lose.
I can't do anything, man. I'm getting destroyed there.
Oh, I don't like replacing my words with fake... Like, I call them fake words. They're not fake words, but they feel like fake words. Yeah, I'm just... Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Shadow was like a lot of... I got a good advice, but I was not able to read it. Okay, so keep distance, stay far, wide, fun, fight while staying in range. We're gonna keep the advice for next time. Oh, I only got one honor. I'm still gonna honor you then. I want to honor Sheko for all the advice, but can I read it back? No, no, no! I missed all the great advice.
Well, you can type. I don't know if he quit the game or if you can just type right here now.
Wait, is it still no? But it's not. You cannot scroll back.
You did damage. You did damage.
Did I do damage? I did
Yeah.
better. Oh my god! Oh my gosh! Is that allowed? Yes. There's 2 catches in a row. Aw. Cookie! A cookie! Oh, that was the twist. Okay, so the thing is, I have mixed it up there on the right, like with the big chat, but that only shows chat. So that's why I keep missing like redeems. And then I have my other thing there, but I should add like a sound effect to the karma cookie because I keep missing it. But she can do twist. Okay. We gonna, yeah, okay, we're gonna queue up for another one. I'm gonna get the karma butt.
We'll try and use it.
Here, I stop the camera thing again. Oh my. See, this is why I need my different cameras. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. Getting the karma bean, putting my plate away, and then we can do another one. So I'm running because I cannot do like BRB during the timer because that's not fair. But I'm gonna run to get Karmi. Yeah. Yeah, you can stare at this one. You can stare at the avocado. See the- There you go. Okay. I got a nice little chicken stick. A chicken stick. You got a bean. Okay, Karmi. You're gonna make Odie proud. You have a cookie, and you can do flip over there and twist that side. All right, twist the other side. Then twist that side because otherwise you're gonna get dizzy. And there you go, baby. Thanks, Odie. Karma's a happy bean now. So, yeah, this is what I mean. Like, if you want to see what's queued up, you can put in multiple songs as well. There you see. Yep. Oh, I love the karma. Hi, Jimmy. Hello. Welcome in. Okay. Let me update one thing here. I think I will put it here. I don't want to fill the whole queue, so I'm doing one at a time in case someone else wants to request. That is very fair, but you can do like 2 or 3 or something, and then people can see as well where their thingy is for the queue. Myself, really great. But okay, I have to do a classic one. Meatloaf. With Tenacious D. Awesome. Thank you for checking in, Jimmy. How you doing? Wait, for Jimmy. I gotta show one extra karma bean. What? Look, there's the karma bean, Jimmy. She just got her cookie. But she's now again, like every time she gets a cookie, she just shows you us her butt. Whoa, whoa, there you go. Karma butt. Yeah. She's enjoying her chick. But yeah, Jimmy is from the same country as Karma. I still want to visit one day, like with Karma, but then I have to take Karma with the plane, and I don't want to do that to Karma. Like she has been in a plane when I got her, but she flew for how long is it to fly there? Wait. Fly one to Amsterdam. 14 and a half hours. So she had a flight of 14 and a half hours when I first got her. The little bean. So I kind of didn't want her. Yay! I can say fuck again. Okay. My remote no relationship puppy. Exactly. It's your little puppy bonus puppy. Well, I don't think I know other people from Taiwan, so that's really awesome. Because I did like a lot of studies and stuff when I first got her. There was like movies from Karma Bean. I don't know if I actually ever showed you guys. Wait. One small interruption while I show Karma Bean. I did show it, I think. Mary Doggies. Mary's Doggies. Mary Choi. This is where she's from. And then you can actually search for Karma's original name. Because Karma was not called Karma. But I still think it's a horrible name, but that's why we renamed her. So Karma was called Jarina. That's so ugh. I don't know. It's ugh. Not like what? But okay. Gonna make a smoke. Look at Karma Bean, and then we're gonna do more. Is that okay for you, napkin?
Yep. That's all right.
Okay. Okay, wait. Hi, Detsek. Hi. I thought you were gonna be busy tonight. It's good to see you. Thank you. Hi, good boy. See, that's just his name now. There you go. Okay, wait, let me pause the music 1 second. Now we're gonna watch Karma Bean, baby Karma Bean. This is also still why I think Karma thinks she's a cat, because she was trained with cats. And she liked the cats more than the dogs. This is like tiny Karma Bean while she was still living in Taiwan. They rescued her from the streets. And then they trained her like in the shelter foundation thingy that they found her in. I thought so, but plans changed. No complaints from me? Okay. By the way. She's like, mm. So cute. Like she's not even that much bigger than a cat. Well, here. This was before I got her. The thing is, when I got her, she was, what is it, like 11 kilos or something? She first started losing weight when I got her because she was too scared of everything in life to eat. So she didn't really want to eat her dinner. And then she lost like another kilo, so she was skinny as fuck. Like you saw her ribs poking through and everything. And then after she started eating like crazy. And then she started growing like crazy as well. And yeah, now she's what is it, over 30 kilos? So that's quite a difference. But look at you good. Like okay, wait. Yeah, that's my silly Floppert. That's her little sister. Well, they thought it was her sister, but it's not. And then the third one. They come in brown and in black. This is the thing, like they were training here, and Karma tricked me so hard because she got the puppy training, right? And she got here training that she had to sit like on a platform and she had to walk in circles and she could go on the leash very well. Like she was walking on a loose leash. And then I got her and yeah, she forgot everything. Like they actually did so much training with her already. And the only thing she remembered was to sit. Or I just don't know the Chinese commands. Like that, yeah. That is also a very big possibility. But you do recognize Karma Bean right away. Because she still has her curled up tail up always. Look at her climb. But the thing is, that's why I mean, like, she didn't forget she played you. Probably. So the thing is, like, she only remembered how to sit. And that was it. And she also remembered that she was already potty trained. So I had to retrain everything when I got her the first half year. So she couldn't do anything but sit. And she could sit like a champion. But other than that, no. And then I took her to puppy training actually when she was 1 year old. So she was the oldest already of puppy training. You want to see, baby? Come. It's you. It's you there. Look, look. That is you. Mm. But when you were still tiny bean, now you're a big bean. Maybe she only learned commands in Mandarin. But yeah, that is the thing. So I maybe, because like everything from her fat paperwork, everything from like the training was all in Mandarin. Yeah. That's what I meant with the Chinese. Yep, Mandarin. Thank you. And so there was some stuff that was just like in there. So she did have like the food aggression stuff. That's really good. Like the tiny bean. But like she did have like some stuff with hand command. So I could do like this to sit, and that worked as well. And she could already go in a car and everything. But yeah, I still had to retrain her with potty training. Yeah, she is so smart. I want to train her with the buttons at some point so she's able to talk. That would be amazing. And you hear all the dogs in the background. Oh wait, I don't know if you guys can actually hear this or no. There you go. I was muting the music and you were just looking at this quietly. Sorry. I keep forgetting that I have to check this sound as well. But the thing is, so yeah, she did get like the training to walk and like to get on the platforms when we started puppy training. And then she just refused to go on any platform. She did not know how to lay down anymore. She was so triggered by all the other doggos that she just wanted to play continuously. And then she got like told off by the trainers every time because she was not allowed to play during training. She was like, and at the end, like she did get her certificate, even though she failed like all lessons. But most of the stuff that we had to train, I did still continue to train afterwards. And yeah, she did learn a lot more after. But still, it took her, I think, so much longer to do like some of the basic stuff. But she is super smart with other stuff. I'm trying to train her for agility things now. But yeah, this is why Karma thinks she's a cat. Oh wait, I started with this one, but now you can hear it as well. Because yeah. As I said, like yeah, if you hear the sound from the other one, all the dogs were so loud. There were so many dogs around there. And she was about the size of a cat, so she still thinks, I think. What is the mark? Ducky. But she still thinks like she's also a cat, I think. Because she still curls up like a cat. Lays in the window like a cat. Veggie! Wah! Okay, Pokecatch is being mean. Oh no, Kill didn't Pokecatch this time. Okay. Karma, I just gave you your cookie. Is it because you hear yourself that you're just staring at me? Maybe. What other ones do we have? Oh, they're getting treaties here. You know, like the naming. So they found the 3 dogs in one go. And then they called the dogs Arena, Darshina, and Darfina. Stream element sounds are quiet. Okay, wait, test it again. Works, no? Yeah. I put it loud now. Yeah. Okay, which one is Karma? Got one or got one?
I'm a Mog. Half man, half dog.
This one.
I'm
Curly
my own
butt.
best
Curly
friend.
butt is karma. This did not change. Oh, he's so cute. Okay. Like this is my replacement for that I didn't get to spend like baby karma years with baby karma. I do have a lot of videos of her. But I got her when they thought she was about half-year old. I'm still thinking she was probably younger because she grew so much in the later years. And I'm not used to that. Like normally dogs grow until they're like 1, maybe 2 years old or something. That's about it. But yeah, Karma started growing. Probably the runt of the litter. Yeah, that's the thing. So Karma started growing after she turned like 2. So the first year she was like tiny. And yeah, she was around like 10, 12 kilos or something. Then the second year she became like a little bigger. She became like 15 to 20. The third year she became still a little bigger. She became like 20 to 25. The fourth year, like she still grew. And the vet was like, is this the same dog? And I was like, yeah, I promise it is. She just gets bigger every fucking year. And I don't know why. I just learned you're from the Netherlands now. Well, yes, I am. Ooh. What time is it for you now, Jim? Mm, did you actually do you have pets? Yes, no, yes. Don't remember. Do you have pets?
If I have pets,
Yes.
I have one cat.
Yeah, okay. I was like, I think you have, but I forgot. We have a lot of pets in the pet. But that's a thing still. Like I call Karma sometimes like a dog with cat software because she curls up like a cat. She gives like how do you call that? Like head scratches. Like he prefers to give like little head scratches and everything yeah instead of licking your face. And she curls around like your feet to get pets. Yep. Okay, let me talk songs again. Oop, oop. Oh my god, this is fun. Okay, okay, wait. We have 9:10 a.m. and it's 9:10 p.m. for Odie and blasted PST here. Japan. No, Fenji is in Australia. Oh, it's 6 p.m. for you, Ripshot. I still want to test this one. Like, Kill, maybe you can add some of the new time zone thingies because we had them at the start and I disabled some because there were some people mentioned in there that were not longer in the channel. Um, yeah, and I'm near Amsterdam. US is pushing for dropping the PST thing. Oh, is that daylight savings time? Yeah. I wish I was in Japan. Yeah, same. Yeah, would be good. Yeah, I think already like some states have daylight savings and others don't, which I heard like the other day, and that yeah, I finally knew sort of the time zones of a lot of people, and then daylight savings hit. But for some of it hit, for others it didn't, and then I just got really confused. And it's also different dates and different times of the year that the daylight saving starts for everyone, apparently. I never knew that. So that was also interesting. Good, where I live, daylight saving only hits once a year. It's so confusing. In a federal sense, it's been discussed recently. The SA sounds are not being heard, they are so quiet. Yeah. I put the sound up all the way now, Kill. Wait, okay, pause music. Redeem and bake.
Muffin button.
Muffin button. It's just because I keep talking through them. Okay, what was it? The other one? Troll? You could troll any way you want to. Okay, but they're a little louder now, I think. Daylight savings time with the mess things up for sure. I'm glad my area doesn't do that. That's what I mean. Like some countries just skip it. Some do have it. Australians' daylight saving is weird. Why? Why is that weird? Do they have daylight savings at yours, McNapkin?
Yeah.
Do you have daylight saving time?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, still has it. I could care less if it's either way. But that's the thing. So when it sort of hits, like I have to get used to it a little bit. But then I'm just on that time zone. Like it hits more for winter. Then it's like, ugh. But in the summer, it's kind of good because otherwise it would be bright the whole time. Then it would be like, yeah, it would be already like very bright in the morning. Yeah. It is based on how high your elevation is and location based on the equator. Really? This one?
Yeah, I always forget about the daylight saving time, and then I stop playing at 2 in the morning, and
Yes.
sometimes just I'm playing, and then it's like it's 1:50,
Yeah.
and then 10 minutes after it's 3, and I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah, but I also had that
Oh, I
reverse where you're
forgot.
like, you've been playing for like a while, and then at some point you're like, why am I so tired? It's still pretty early. And I'm like, oh, there was an extra hour. No. Like the reverse. It's based from the solstice. In Canada, we have daylight saving time, so it's brighter earlier in the morning. Oh no, the audio. No audio? What? No audio? Oh, this was really soft. Yes. There you go. During the winter, I got my pen and forgot to finish me sentence. QLD and NSW have the same time zone, but what is that? What if QLD and NSW? That's like I say, oh, Queensland and something else. Doesn't for half of the year, so half of the year you share the same time and half are the other half are hour ahead. Really? New South Wales. I'm gonna pretend I know where that is. Okay, in the meantime, I am finally done with my smoke. Oh, 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 oh. Are you ready for another match?
Yep, I am.
You have been ready for a while, probably. Oh, wait, I got
Yep.
messages. Wait, Veggie, do you want to play? Are you letting noobs play with you? Well, I am a noob. Do you mind if someone else joins McNapkin?
No, it's all right.
Veggie, nice. Wait, Veggie, do you also want to be in the voice or no? Oh, you have to select your primary and secondary. Time Queensland? Yeah, so that's what I mean, Kill. If you want to, like, you can add, like, some new time zone stuffs. Because we have for more people, and it is fun, so I don't know, like, what time for, yeah, where, what time, yes. Then I know what time people are. That makes sense.
Buongiorno.
Yeah. Is everyone ready? You're gonna do whatever?
Yep, and I'll fail at whatever I do,
Okay, okay.
but I'll do it with confidence, maybe.
But yes, no, I did have like open with friends and everything. Like if you play League, or even if you don't play except even if you
If
don't
I
play
get jungle,
League.
we're fucked. Ah, here we go. Cool.
What? The bot is having trouble thinking right now? Why? Why is the bot having trouble thinking out of nowhere? Oh no, I have to choose us first. Okay, wait. I am just gonna try to at least like get better every time I'm bottom.
What
Gonna
do I
try
want
to
to
get better
ban?
with Misfortune.
What do you want me to
The
ban? What do you want me to
Queensland.
ban? I don't know, ban.
Thank you for the music request. That was a good one. I do love some Tenacious D always. It's fun. I still have to watch like the new movie. Where is she at? Okay, okay. Yes. This one is the love tab, that bonus physical damage, so you have to switch. Damage and target behind. Both strike can also apply love tab. Oh yeah. Okay, so that's 2 in 1 then.
I didn't
That's
mean
what
to
you mean.
pick Dr. Mundane. Oh, okay.
And
Crap.
The command should be doing something. Did you just add it in stream elements?
I didn't mean to pick Dr. Mundane. Uh-oh. Ah, okay, cool. I don't know. Good junglers.
We do have Brisbane weather. Hello, hi cutie. Pokey. Anyway, Odie, I don't know if you know, but there is still the Pokemon event going on. So if you see a Pokemon with like the DNA sign thingy, that's a special event Pokemon. Then we have to catch them all. And how you doing, Milo? Okay, I am trying to find. Wait. Phil, did you just add the T Brisbane or no? How that's work? Thank you. It is the top combined. I'm alright, noise.
Yeah, Queensland doesn't always work because there's a
Acquainted.
Queensland and South Africa, I think. South America, yeah, South Africa.
Hmm?
I think there's a Queensland in another country as well. So it doesn't always work.
So good. I have a single shiny and that good. Gotta turn your audio on a little higher.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Not a problem. Minions have spawned.
It is currently unknown time zone. What? Doesn't it know? Queenslands. You added it now with Queenslands. That's the thing. Wait, is it a
There are some
coach your
nerds in
customer?
here.
A coach your customer?
You've got
Indeed.
I like that.
What's going on?
Hi. Hi, how are you?
Hello.
Hi, great. You're already back from family?
It appears the muffin is muted.
No? Wait.
Yep.
Oh, I pressed
She
the
doesn't
one
like Golden
button
Mouse
again.
versus Plan.
This.
Hello. Hi, Gray.
Hello.
I was muted. already know, McNapkin. Who's that?
It's Emilio. I'm never. I'm trying.
Try to make them nervous and it worked. Peach. Yeah, it's working. Betty, you got a custom time zone command now.
Yay.
Oh, like to
I'm
do typos,
important.
yes. I do know that always with the words on stream as well. If you play it on your phone, it likes to just make other words of it. Someone needs assistance? There. Oh gosh. Is that yours? Is that good? Yeah.
Yeah. You stay inside that, you will heal.
The fun begins.
Fucking right it does. There's a thing, like if I'm doing the words on my phone while walking at the same time as well, it makes the weirdest stuff sometimes. The kill you are a badass being modding on your phone. Do we get there? No.
Oh.
Don't get cocky.
Oh.
Oh,
Ow.
so close. I am doing more damage. Ray, did you also want to play, or are you back and you want to do the Pixelmon later?
I'm doing Pixelmon later. Pixelmon later.
We just started this like 3 minutes ago, but you can, join in the next one for sure.
That's okay.
Oh! So close!
No,
Okay.
don't do that.
Hurt you like that?
Like, if
You're
you
like, no,
decided to just turn
you're gonna
around,
die,
you would
no.
just you would be dead by now if they would just turn back
Beauty
and
of
die.
Annihilation, Elena Siegman, it autocorrected since I'm on my phone, so yeah, that is a common issue. She was busy talking to herself, yeah, always. The thing is, I have a button here on the side. Oh, I have a button on the mouse, and if I press that button, I'm muted. If I press that one, I'm like deafened in the Discord, and it is nice. But when I'm focused like crazy, I keep muting myself and I don't notice.
Like that.
Just silent.
Not a problem.
Sims? Hey, read. Whoop whoop. What is whoop whoop? What is a super muffin shout out?
What?
Gil has all these awesome. Jesus, I had a little stroke while talking. Don't mind me. I was like, Gil adds a lot of awesome items to Stream Element
Oh,
Store.
damn.
Do you require assistance, Veggie?
Well, I'm jungler. I'm meant to be assisting everybody else.
Okay. Okay, but this team is not so good. We stand a chance now
Not
this
as
time.
good as the last.
No. Last time it was like, oof. We still held our ground, which was I was already proud of that. Nope.
I hate this so much. I hate this so much.
Careful.
Oh!
Good feeling about this.
Oh, thank you. Does that heal or what does that do?
Yeah, that does heal. Nope, nope. Don't go back down. Go back down. Stay far. When you are low HP, just stay far from enemies. You can even recall. You don't have a lot of mana. You can. I will
Okay.
stay here for a bit
But okay.
because
wait,
they
let
will
me do
try to
this,
rush you
and then go. Then I distract them. They think I'm still here. Oh, stay far. Muffin proceeds to advance the enemy. Yep. We need to have you in a stream deck for God's sake. Yeah. Yeah.
Don't get cocky.
I do have someone that wants to give it to me as a Christmas present, which is really nice, but then we still have to wait until Christmas. But I do not have buttons. I just, yeah. I did get a tip, like you can also use it already like as an app or on the phone, but I get to set it up. It didn't work, I don't know.
Summoner.
A was my name. Scratch those mouse keys, told you, software runs from phone. Yeah, you told me. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, I've tried to set it up, but then it was giving like errors that it couldn't link. And I was like looking into it when you gave me that tip. Maybe I will just set it up in the stream now because yes, I do need to. You were the one that told me. Like someone told me a really good tip. Yeah, Odie told me the really good tip. Don't go, don't go. Phone and PC should be on the same network. I think they should. Does it have to be both on Wi-Fi? No, right? No. Like the one is on cable and the other is on Wi-Fi. That shouldn't matter. That's still the same network.
Not a problem.
I know why I kept giving errors then. And then I kind of gave up on it again. Because I had to do a lot of stuff. I got distracted, I'm not gonna lie, but I should still add it. Oh, close it. Oh. What is she doing? What's that? That's her ult. Why did she just ult on me? What the hell? I did no damage. Oh no!
Careful.
Thank you! I'm like, oh no! Whenever someone pops their head out of the jungle, I get scared. I'm like, what are you doing here? Go back. Pretty nut noise. I have to make them louder. I am too loud. Oh, 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 oh. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was good. Thank you for that save. Without you, I would have been so dead.
So when I use an ability on you, you deal more damage and you set the enemies on fire.
On fire? Okay, I like that.
Yeah, just so you know.
Let's try it now.
Yeah.
I'm being annoying here for no reason. I will just go back.
Why does this hate me?
Out for revenge. Okay, we're good. What was that?
I'm trying to schedule my road test. It's
Biscuits
saying
got a
pick
little toasty.
it's saying pick a location, but there's no place to select a location. It's just automatically putting in one that's over an hour drive away.
Oh, that's not good.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it would be better if I couldn't. But then, okay, if you, Odie, if you have a stream deck on your phone, do you just have like your phone like right next to you then while streaming and do everything on that one?
I don't know where Warwick's gone, so just be careful, bud.
Not a problem.
And now he's back on Dragon.
Oh, oh. You also have more range when you are inside the circle that heals you.
Oh. Oh, I'm now finally doing damage. Did you see that?
Fucking hell.
Yeah. Careful, careful.
Oh.
Be careful.
Oh. Yeah, we're sure dead. Oh, before I could even attack, Jesus. I was like, I'm at least gonna take one with me. But then before I could even start with one, it was like, damn. Yeah.
I used my ult to give to keep us alive, but it didn't
You
work.
need to install Elgato software on your phone as well. Just use Kickstand or something to pop your phone up. I do have like I can plop my phone to everything. Like I have this thingy. I can just plop. I can just plop it to my screen even.
Step 2.
And I need to add a blurb sound. Like I was thinking maybe I will just do like in real life streams when I'm holiday. And I might take my laptop or another laptop just to do maintenance stuff.
I always
Pretty fucking good gamer laptop. But I could take with me and I could play every game I want and run OBS and that will still work. But the camera on the laptop is dead. So that is a shame. I have to prep the laptop to take with me. I'm going on holiday for 2 weeks, so I don't want to try. No. Ah! Oh.
no prey, no pay.
Oh. You have to circle. No. They have to. Yeah, they're getting too close. They're staying too close. The tower. Headphones just don't pair on their own? Hmm? Happens? Really? Oh gosh, thank you. Oh, I almost hit the one in the back, but yeah. He's very low though. Ooh! I'm gonna get her, I'm gonna get her! I put ignite on her, should she not die now? No,
Nah.
she's still not dying. Why not? Aww. Oh, I didn't do ignite. What? I misclicked? What? I thought ignite. Oh, that was just your burn. That's why I saw a burn. I thought I ignited that. No. Now we can mega push.
We're not gonna win
There's a
this.
special push.
Fucking mid lane just keeps reading.
Careful, be careful.
We're still okay in bot. If you need like if we need to do like one big push with everyone in mid at some point, could be a thing maybe. Oh, are we going for the dragon?
Nah, referred.
Don't get cut.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I was like, wait, what? Yeah, no, that's what I meant. You want us to come or are you okay?
Warwick's up here.
Oh,
Careful.
they're trying to gas. Yep. I'm dead. Run, save yourself. I was like, I don't know where to go, and I just kept moving back and forth like an idiot.
Ah, no.
No! Okay, we got, how do you call it? We got ganked. Yep, we got ganked. Feedback got to reboot the system. Meeting module I have triggered. The system hasn't been rebooted in a few weeks. All good. A good reboot. So you're in a little bit, Odie. Oh, I didn't get your special Pokemon. Cannot ult like this. You need this.
I've got a good feeling about this.
Yeah, I like that the new support I'm using right now.
I like yeah, the fact that you give me even more range as well. That is odd.
Yeah, I give you more range, I give you more damage, I heal you, I shield you, I make you go faster. I
I like. I
pretty
like
full
a lot.
support. I don't think that.
Spam, 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 spam. That played loud enough, Gil. Probably maybe the music is too loud as well, what makes it harder to hear. Wait, let me just
Oh,
do
I
a
would
word
be good.
there.
Oh, they
Yes.
are getting that.
Fucking
Nope.
hell.
Nope. Okay. Ah, okay. I went on one, but that was not. I should have no. Like I was like, I can do this, but no, they're both here now. Okay. Oh, and they're also there. Look out! Look out, person! Oh no, teammate. Oh, okay, teammate is back.
Ah, shit.
What is this, DJ Chicken? Oh my god, this is a pipe.
What?
We're listening to DJ Chicken. What the hell is this? This is awesome.
Sycamore is annoying.
Nope. Oh. Okay, that's funny as fuck. Nope. Okay, never mind.
Just
His rage
hold
is too
on.
high. Mine should be higher. Veggie, look. Oh, good job, Veggie. Nice, get that one. Yes. Yeah. Oh no. Get it, get it. Yes. Okay. The other one is still there. They're fleeing. Okay. That's the... You're going to feed yourself. Oh, oh, I have a full song of that. Oh my gosh.
Ooh, Muffin.
I always shoot first.
We doing the Pixelmon later?
Yeah, I asked like, do you want to join League or do you want to test the Pixelmon or do you want to do the Pixelmon tomorrow or? Ooh.
Well, if you're gonna be doing legal nights, then we could do Pixelmon tomorrow. But
You've got dangerous
it depends on how much league you're doing.
Well, this is like basically just my second game.
Yeah.
I do want to play a little more.
No, take your time. If not, we can play tomorrow.
That's true. Like that's the thing.
Although
like when you
I'm-
said
although I might get-
that, when you said tonight, I thought like tonight, and then I was like, oh, because then I was like, okay, still gonna stream. But I could do after stream, but that might be like a little bit late. Or we
Right,
could
I
try
will
to
go
set
play
it.
with Dark Afton in like 20 minutes.
What did you say? Sorry.
I will go play with Dark Afton in 20 minutes. So
Okay, okay.
Yeah, you do whatever you want. I might just get impatient and start playing without you. You just go on. I have a whole castle
to bring
built
you
and a
this
full team.
important message. I love you. Now
A
back
second,
to our
a
show.
second. Love you, Courtney.
interrupted
Hello, how
our
you
program.
doing?
Sure you can handle
Okay, but great. Did you wanna join for one game after this or no? And did you just wanna do the Pixelmon?
I'm doing my own thing right now.
Okay. That's all good. McNapkin, you go in 20. Let have to see if we can do one ARAM or a quick one after
Do
this. Or just share.
whatever you want.
can go to
Hmm?
the top lane is going back to his.
Wavelink wanted to upgrade. What up, Peter? Yeah, is this your last one then, McNapkin?
Well, depend how long that game will continue.
That's true. Maybe we can do an
So
ARAM.
soon I can do another one.
We were doing okay, but now the enemy team is just Got a lot
Okay,
more.
they are all in the middle lane. We can go.
They're all in, yeah.
Enemy double kill.
Yeah.
No, we will not be able to do anything. Be careful. Be careful. Stay back. Stay in the tower.
I love that I said like I want a full song of this. And then Ripshot was like, I gotcha. Fuck yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm dead.
Yep. I'm awesome.
Own this song of Fortnite. Thanks. My little one is sick, so I haven't slept much. Aw, I'm sorry. I hope they get better soon, Courtney. Get an auto. I wanna have a kitty.
Yeah, they're going dragon.
Fucking fight. Oh my god, if people are like leaving because of the song, I will switch after the game at some point, but this is a fight, people. Wait, I'm just gonna go bot. They're hitting everywhere. Oh, it was finished. Okay, but that was a great song. We can just try a new game. Like this is... We can try to fight back, but they have been fed a lot
Nah,
more.
it's pretty much over.
Now.
You got this.
Mid got fed
It's
too
only
much.
an 8. It's only an 8 to 30.
Yeah. Thank you for that praise.
I know. I'm a great guy.
God damn.
It's only bad.
Oh shit.
Ah, Ran! Oh, there are more!
Yep.
Run!
Yeah. Right.
Ran! I tried to distract them! Run!
Oh yeah, no,
Run
it's not.
for your
It's...
life! Oh no, there's
Oh
even
god,
more!
there's
Oh no, there's even more!
There is
Oh no! Yeah, okay, that was a no. That was just a very hard
The
no.
Vi literally just led me to them.
That was, yeah, that was just, it became worse and worse and worse.
You know what? I don't think I will do Phil. I'll let a jungler do a better job than I am. I'll
Which
give
one
it
is
to
Grey
you
Muffin?
two.
Grey Muffin is also in the voice now.
What?
Grey Muffin wasn't playing. But yeah, Milo asks which one is Grey Muffin. You want to say hello?
Hello.
Hello, child.
Yeah.
Hi, Bean. Wacht, kom eens. Eens. Eens op. Oh, ja, poepie. Bye, baby. You guys want to do an ARAM, maybe?
Hey, Muffin, you did damage. You...
I did the most damage!
Muffin carries, you know.
Holy shit!
Muffin top rank player over here.
Fuck yeah, I'm doing like look at the most damage. Like this was a longest game and I did 11k and that was the most damage of the entire team, so it's not that good.
When our mid lane does less damage than our support.
Yes, our mid lane was just not having it, and they were chilling like in the jungle and in bot as well a lot. I don't know what they were doing. What's new, Scooby Doo?
Eating.
Yeah.
What's Scooby Doo coming?
We were the best lane.
But okay, these I am doing something, so that it is helping. The tips are working, McNapkin.
Muffin is the goat, guys.
Muffin loves a good tip.
Better believe it.
Fuck yeah. Oh, we missed Veggie.
What?
You left.
Who left?
Oh, did I?
You're back.
Wow, dude, why'd you leave? That's not very cool.
But I think maybe because you are on a time limit now, McNapkin. ARAM? Can you do an ARAM?
Oh no, it's good. I'm not like I can do a full game. It's all right.
Or do you want to do one more, or do you want to do ARAM? Now I'm gonna let you choose.
We can do one more. We were doing great last game.
More. Okay. Now I'm hyped. Wait, where's my image? Oh, in Discord.
High court.
Ahoy, court. Yeah, say hi to each other. Oh, we got a Canonic recap. A cycle of
This is probably like,
affection.
who the fuck is this?
Hmm?
I know Court's come into my stream before, so Court would know who I am. Depending if Court recognizes the voice.
I don't know. That Courtney does know you. But I should just say hello.
Why did I get dead? Pick my champion.
I am
Where's
gonna try
my
to just
champion?
lock in here. Get her. I'm doing more damage every time, so it is working.
And a champion. And it's just because he's annoying. Where is he?
Who are they banning? Okay, we're good.
I don't have Ari. Fuck. Lux. 6.
Multitask.
I thought I had Ari.
Task complete.
Fuck.
But Conundrum, you
Aw.
better. A moment of silence for the chaos. I'll take that as a as
Oh,
a
you
nod to the
forgot.
mystery.
Did you forget to
Whatever,
lock in?
King.
Karen?
Did I? Fucking Jesus! I was
Yeah.
already locked in, and I keep forgetting to click it again. Then
Muffin. Muffin, muffin, muffin.
Muffin.
sorry.
It's okay.
This is the second time it happened. Like,
She did this
same
live
as
on
well. The
stream.
thing is, I click already, and I think like I have my character already looked in, and I'm trying to like read up in chat. I'm trying to do like I was said I was multitasking, and I was doing okay, but I was not. I was so not. And I thought I was locked in because I choose Miss Virgin already, but I still had to click the login button, and now I fucked this over. Yeah,
I'll
now we
key
need to
lock,
wait 5 whole minutes. Does anyone of you need a snack or a drink?
Well, I'm going to crank one out real quick. Be right back.
Okay. God damn it. Like this happened last time as well. Like, yep. 1 time is okay, 2 times is just. Okay, Milo, go grab a snack, go get a drink. Everyone, yep. Where you're not putting yourself inside the fight. What do you mean? I'm reading up and now I'm thinking my word. One keyboard wanted to wonk. Wonk. You just woke up. Okay. Grab a drink. It's 7 a.m. Oh, that's early. Wait, Milo, where are you at? It's 7 a.m. You're 4 hours ahead? You don't want to get out of your bed? Now I get that if it's 7 a.m. Are you also in Australia? before? Listen. Ah, for a minute. Okay, I just gotta log in on League while we're loading up the game, and then while we're loading, I can multitask. I have to make sure I'm. Yeah. Me no math. Math hard for dumb people. But you know dumb people, Odie. An actual brown boy? I am.
What?
Is that something? Yeah, Milo says an actual brown boy. Is that okay to say?
That's a statement.
That's a statement, yes.
That's
That is
I don't know
something.
about that.
I don't know.
I'm at a loss here.
I have Stream Deck app on my phone. Do I have Stream Deck still here? Oh, thank you. Oh, this is so bright.
Mhm.
Getting blinded by my screen. You're did overexposed, I know, but that's what that was. Yeah. Like I had a website open. There's not much light here, and then the whole thing was just. It was that bright. I was not. I was blinded. We're good now. In the meantime, I'm gonna check some other stuff. We're doing double maintenance. So okay, maybe it was because I had an old phone. So I did switch my phone like 3 times since I started streaming because I had like an older phone, then I switched to like a backup phone, but that couldn't really download a lot of apps. And I'd only just got this phone 3 months ago. But okay, wait. And now it works in one go. This is okay. Okay. Now I gotta set this up one time. But okay, now it does work. Are there like shortcuts or whatever that you can use for this? I do have to do like the muting and stuff. Do you have to add the program first, maybe? There are sections that are locked out. It's a 2x3 grid you can use. Yes. Yes. So all these like are locked out, but I can replace these. This is then a mobile one. But then I have to look up how to add stuff here again. Regular to timers. Patience. Multiple pages, by the way, makes it easier. Oh, okay. So you can use 12 shortcuts, but then, like, yeah, I have to check how to actually like add the stuff from the apps that we can use. Yay! I can search again. Is everyone back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody
I'm locking in. I'm only looking at this now. Bottom again, so we're still gonna train up with my scourging because I am doing more damage. So that was the goal, and I am completing my goal. So we're making progress.
Who has the idea?
Thank you guys for your patience. Like I should have multitasked so much.
That was the one, I think.
There are more pages you can make? Oh, you can do more than 2? Oh, I like lights. Wait, this is not lights. Nice. Wait, since you got a moment, can you say hello to my Discord bot and see if it calls you Ripshot? Okay, when I'm locked in, I have to keep watching this until
Just
I
make
am
sure you're
locked
locked in.
in, and then I will check. Where do I say hello to the bot? Is it in your server? I didn't add it yet to mine. Can I already add it?
I think I'm
Like
screwed.
Ripshot is creating his own Discord bot that basically rates pictures, images, stuff, things that you upload on Discord, on their NSFW rating, like if it's okay or not. Check for servers and stuff. It is kind of a cool idea. Oh, it does a lot more now. Oh. I still need to add that one again. Wait, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay,
Don't know
I
about the
am
other one.
logged in now. So add app to my server. Okay. Won't buy me nice seafood dinner, but it will create commands and add a bot to my. Oh, I can live with that. I put it in the entire chat. AI. Okay, okay. Just jam it. Okay, okay. Oh wait, you can just okay. So instead of adding it to my server, I can just talk to it directly. You mean? Emma?
Minions have spawned.
Hello.
Hey.
You've got
Oh, it's
dangerous
thinking.
eyes. I like that.
Oh, they're right here.
Right there already. Yeah. Memes.
I was trying to place a ward on their side.
Yeah.
Bang.
They were thinking the same idea.
I cannot heal you yet, so be careful.
Put more sounds in my asset manager. Ooh. What sounds do we have now? This is a 5 change.
Oh, she's annoying.
Like it, but oh, 5 changed from the songs we just had.
Oh.
Don't get cocky.
Wait, what?
Okay, I'm gonna go back. Oh, maybe not. I forgot that you could also still heal. That's awesome.
Yeah, I just leveled up. When I cast on you, I just got it.
Oh.
Yes!
Nice. Okay, I'm happy I didn't go back. Okay, I'm kind of want to
Careful.
chase him, but I'm still also very low.
I have 5 more seconds before I can heal you, so don't chase too much.
Oh, I chased too much.
You did!
You were healing me, but I chased too much. Okay, you literally when you said it, I was like full on chasing. I was like,
You should have healed it more, man. What are you doing? You should have done the
Yeah.
impossible. How dare you?
As long as,
As
it does
a
not call you
Yumi player,
Ripshot,
I
it's
know
good.
the
Oh wait, it's
pain.
done thinking.
Early
It says,
lacing.
"Hey, evil muffin," but emotes. It's. My memory has you saved as Misty.
Not a problem.
Apparently, I'm called Misty. But your current bird profile says Evil Muffin, but it just reads the first 2 emotes of my name, so it's saying my name in emotes. I'll roll
What
with
the
Evil
fuck would you go in?
That's it, live contact shows. Just give me a nudge if either one is still, and I'll fix all my notes. It is good, it's good. Oh,
Oh, careful.
Don't know what the heck just happened. No. No, please, please,
are
please.
you okay, Gray?
In my game, I almost just got one shot, and now I'm fighting for my life in a corner, trying to keep him from hitting me once. They got me down to like 2 HP, and now I'm in danger.
Careful, I don't have any mana. So.
You've got dangerous
Yeah.
eyes. I like that.
I might recall just to go into shop.
God damn it.
I will give you a little. Oh, you're good.
Oh, good. I will
Give
try
me a
to
little
push
buff, just
them. Like I will keep them back at least. I'm okay. I can do that. I will just stay with the tower. Yep.
Yeah, no, I really enjoy playing that support. A lot of fun.
Carry on back. So we'll recall now per mana. Okay, we're good, we're good. Nice, so it thinks you're my other tester. Yeah, but then it does save me now with like Evil Mother. Wait, let me just send you. Nope. Does my DJ want to add a new song? Anyone?
Don't get cocky.
I'm gonna switch this again. What? What?
I know what I'm
Okay.
doing.
I'm sitting comfy. That one is good like for my hips and stuff, but I can only sit on it for, you know, like 1 hour at a time, then my butt hurt. It's good for I don't know if having joint issues and stuff. Oh. Oh no.
Nope.
Proud. I'm playing it safer, I'm proud.
Yeah.
Who's a good boy? Who's a good
Holy
boy?
crap.
Is it you? Is it you?
That's I guess being a very good boy. I'm sorry you guys had to hear that.
What?
Nothing redeems. I should mute myself while I do that.
Sure you can handle me?
Issue is it shouldn't be trying to see any notes since it was your first message. So it calling you Misty means it pulled up her comfo in the memory. Yeah, so it thinks I am the other tester. Oh, Gil, thank you for this. Love this. We laugh.
Fun begins.
I love the Lava short movie so much. If anyone has no idea what I'm talking about, go search on for that on Google, or I will show
Yeah,
it
this
in the
looks
next
great.
break. Do you know it?
Yeah.
It's so good. Ooh.
Night as every night. God damn it.
I need to take a smoky. He's so aggressive. Oh no, not
Yeah,
going.
you got the range.
Shoot first.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ooh, he's mad. Could go back.
You can recall. You can recall. You
Yeah.
don't have any mana, and you are.
Don't get cocky.
Send me someone to laugh at. I like that. Oh, I want to watch that again.
I know what I'm doing.
Oh, no. He stuns
No,
me in
I
my
don't have the
ult.
mana to cast my ultimate. Oh shit! That I
did it.
Ah.
Oh, fuck.
died. Back.
Yeah, I did my ult, but he stunned me in my ult, so it didn't work. And he was
Careful,
chasing you.
jungle
Yeah.
was hanging around that area.
Okay, I'm going.
Yeah, I shield you, and by shielding you, I used the mana I needed for the ultimate.
Yeah, he is down there. He's down there. He tried to get me, but
Yeah.
like the moment he was supposed to hit me, I teleported away. Oh my god, that was awesome.
Not a
Oh, that was
problem.
good. Wait, I want to test this. Twitch, clip that. I will also do like the clip thing, but it should work. What? Milo, that's not how it works. It should be the other way around.
Summoner.
I should set it up so I can. I'm the only one that can do the spanking. I don't like it when people are spanking me. And I'm like, wait, what, chat? Yeah, now I did manually. It should be okay. Good. No, but the thing is, like, it should work. But I've seen it before with Man of Ladders. He was testing it out. It's really cool. Like, that's just a new feature that they added in Twitch. You can say Twitch clip that, and it should work.
Powder monkeys.
Oh, I'm not gonna make it.
Careful. Yeah.
I want to make it.
Yeah, but you will not.
I made it.
Oh, you did.
I
Right.
was so stubborn. I walked all around the tower and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna shoot him in the butt. And it worked. Okay,
I've got a good.
I'm on my way back.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, but I will check like after this game because the thing is like Man of Ladders tested it and it does work, but it doesn't show like any prompt or nothing like in the chat. So it's not working. Like it doesn't show you that it actually made the clip, and that confuses me a lot because then you don't know if it worked, but it does show up like in your clip manager if things are correct. Are you gonna go for the dragon?
I was just going to see if there was people.
Reggie, you are jungling again, no? Or
Huh?
Where's
No, I'm not jungle. I'm
Oh.
mid lane.
I'm sorry. I don't know where our jungler is then.
He's Lee Sin. He's down bot lane with you guys, though.
But you can, yeah, we can go to the dragon.
It's going there.
Yeah, they're going dragon. Fritz is...
I know what I'm doing.
Oh, they are going.
Get out. Yeah, bot lane. Fritz is...
Careful,
I don't
guys.
have... Yeah.
Okay, they're trying to ambush us.
Careful.
Ah,
Yep.
they're ambushing us. Oh, fuck. fuck.
Got stunned. Yeah.
Oh shit, he was chasing you.
fucking
Okay.
hell. Yeah, that was a bad idea. Oh well.
Like I saw the one guy and then the other, but I didn't see that they already had like 4 of them there. Yeah, we could have expected that, but yeah.
It's okay.
It is what it is. We lost. We may have lost like the battle, but we're not losing the fight. We're doing a little better.
Huh?
They are getting ahead, but
No. We lost the battle and the fight.
no. Yeah, I know we lost the dragon, but no. We're not losing the fight yet. I do actual damage this time. I'm proud.
But the thing is, the guy doesn't have his support. The support's not there on the other.
Yeah.
Shit.
Oh. Still counted as attacking him. I didn't realize it. Okay. He is holding on for his bear left, but yeah. Not gonna work.
Ah, for fuck's sake. Just so much damage. Holy crap.
Oh, I'm low. Oh, thank you.
Oh, it's a bit too close. Yep.
Why would you feed him, Lee Sin?
What?
Jungle just fed my mid laner.
Yeah, boo.
So weird of him.
Ooh, he does a lot of damage with that attack now. What the hell? Oh, I'm running. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go back. Or not.
Oh yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Unless he's almost dead, but I don't think so.
I don't know, like he was almost
Was
dead as
still
well,
alive.
but I don't know where he went. I don't want to surrender. Where is he?
Nothing but powder moons.
Here, push the tower if
In
he's gone.
here. Yep.
Okay, we're pushing a tower. Okay, he's
Yep,
back
we
now.
got it. Nice. And then he's there.
Okay, now I'm going back, yeah? Which song is this?
Never mind.
You? How was your nap? It was good. Like, I slept a lot during the day. I already slept like for 6-7 hours, but then, I don't know, I had like very long karma walk and the weather is still pretty warm. So I got super tired after. I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna take a nap.
I know what I'm doing.
I slept for like 2-3 hours more. Was a good nap. Karma cuddled up with me. I like that a lot. I still have like resting league phase, as we call it. I look so focused / busy when playing League.
Resting leg phase? You know, it's
Yeah.
it's not resting best right?
No, resting league phase. Yeah. It's just like I get, yeah, no. Yep. Just, yeah.
Oh, wait.
What is that?
Ooh.
What is that?
It's something.
It's a monster.
Big guy.
Jeez. Where did he come from? Yeah, I saw it and it looks like you'd end me. It end you? What?
Because
Oh, where'd he go? Ah!
careful.
Trying just to chase him away, but he's scary. He has a
Yeah.
lot of health. What way would I end you, Milo? What does that mean? Is it good now?
Sure you can handle me, summoner?
An enemy is legendary. Shut down.
Well, I'm glad I got the shut then.
Yeah. Good save. The fuck? The giant tank is at our place, but oh yes, he's moving away. He's moving away. We're good. We're good.
I think was just there to help his teammate while he was dead.
But you
And
bitch.
push us back.
What? I don't. Wait. Odious observe manual labor. Yeah. Milo Brown insists
careful,
on.
be careful,
Oh, why am I
careful,
going here?
careful.
Goodbye.
Oh, I'm somewhere. I'm someone. I'm about to be.
Yes,
nobody.
you are. Holy shit, you made it out. Good job. You're someone. You're somewhere. Yes.
I don't know. I was somewhere
Milo
in the
Enforce
mist.
insists on a formal title. Ripshot offers musical tribute. Even Loving remains a source of enigma. Defending their territory and pets? What am I defending? The chat continues its dance of commands and queries. I don't. Why are you lying? You want to fight me? Catch me outside. I'm gonna throw hands at you, buddy. Milo is fighting the bot. You bitch. Then sorry, I'm having trouble thinking right now. You broke it. You won. Good job, Milo. You beat his butt. Virtually. Like, who do you want to throw hands? Wow.
Blazing.
Where is his support? Did she just switch lanes?
An ally has been slain.
I haven't seen their support in a long time.
Nice. Oh,
Nice.
careful. Don't stay near me.
Ally
Ye-
has been slain.
I was still standing because I still had my ult, but yeah. Yeah, that was good. It was a good teamwork.
Been slain.
I really like your shoot.
I've got a good feeling.
Yeah, no, I really like the style of my support,
Oh.
like, supporting with the guys.
Your turret has been
Was
destroyed.
close. Yeah, but yeah, it is really nice.
Careful.
Yep.
No prey, no
There they are.
Yeah, get back.
Ooh,
I know what I'm doing.
to get back.
Yeah.
We are pushing hard at but see, we're not giving up. We're doing good. We're coming back. I'm finally doing a little damage. I'm proud.
Your turret has been destroyed.
You see, like when you don't push too much, you stay alive longer, so you have like longer time to deal damage. Because the best way to deal damage is to be alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Two.
Oh, careful.
Oh,
You didn't even lose HP there.
An ally has been slain.
Sure you can handle me, summoner?
What? He fucking interrupted me again.
No.
Watch out.
I use my ult for
Line's
that.
pushed in, so be careful.
Okay. I was like, wait, what? But still, okay, we're good. Thank you. I got mad.
I didn't know the amount of HP the enemy had. I just knew the amount of HP you had, and it was not
Oh
a
no,
lot.
yeah, but he was very low, so I was like, okay, I need to hit him like
Yeah.
with one thing, and then it will kill him. Yep, and that's why he's feeding me, and then I will get stronger, and then I can actually fucking carry the team maybe
Are
one
y'all
time.
in the mid lane, or you want us to help?
Man, they're pushing us in.
Okay, we will.
I can hold it for a little while, but
Okay, we will help. Wait, I will just go back. It's faster. I think no. Pushing them back a little bit again.
they probably have vision because they're backing off.
Oh.
I've got a good feeling about this.
What the hell? How did he still get me?
Magic.
Shut down.
Does he have like heals or he was very low. I was chasing him with like I don't know, at least 3/4 of health or something. I was like, okay, I can shoot him like 1 time, 2 times, and I will have him. But then he just bloop and I was gone. That was mean. He baited me and I fell for it hard.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Let's go, Mr. Set. Oh. Let's go, Mr. Set. I need to drink more. Oh, that push bot. Bot. Gonna defend. Are you okay mid or no? Oh, they're all going mid now.
Oh god.
Run.
What are you
A
staying for,
legendary
Layson?
pink rubber ducky. Nice. Look out. Oh.
Slain.
Oh, fucking Jesus. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
I at least I pulled him in the tower. I killed him too, the stupid frog. Little baby frog. How was he called again? Fizz? But he killed me too, and
Yeah,
they're
okay.
pushing mid hard. So all mid.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Like the fucking their tanks are just too tanky. Yeah, high damage one is dead now. Ooh, nice teamwork. Okay, I'm back in 5.
I got.
Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
You're dead.
Nice.
See, we have a fighting chance. Now just push back mid a lot. I push back bot a little bit. We should be good there. Our jungler's just going back in jungle right away. Oh, he wants to do the dragon? Maybe that's it. Oh no, he wants to be cautious.
Yeah.
Oh no. No, not Fizz. Not Fizz. He's fucking strong. Oh, goodbye, Fetty.
Yeah,
I'm good
that's
knowing you.
bad.
Oh, goodbye, other teammate jungler. No, jungler. Yes! Ah. We got him. What did I eat before stream? Oh, 1 second. Our vent is. Oh, okay.
Do we keep focusing on the mid lane, or we go back to our bot lane?
We can also push bot. Like we push back mid at least till the half now. Smolder is back, so we can go back bot. Push there, put some pressure. Yeah, because Narnia coming bot, so watch out. I see someone there.
Mm.
There was someone here.
Yeah.
I hear this song and not hear mashups anymore. Okay, you can do a mashup after this one, okay? And we have a nice
they got ready.
combo. But I actually ate some pasta at the beginning of stream. It was really good pasta, really nice. I like it. But I love pasta always. Yeah.
I like that.
The other one is right above us, so he decides to go. Yep.
Yeah, it's coming.
Okay, this is not hitting. Nope. Nice, good comeback.
I gotta get me back to middle. Pushing mid.
Okay, yep. Yeah. Yeah, okay, we should look back.
Oh yeah, that's
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Oh no! Oh no!
Not a problem.
okay. We'll try to keep everyone alive here.
Okay, that was good.
Oh god, I was not able to.
Okay, nice. Fizz is dead. Just getting them like, yeah. Yeah, close to the tower, and then we have a fighting chance.
My screen's not big enough.
Okay, still hit him.
This.
He's going to top.
An ally has been slain.
And that. Okay, I did do damage at least. But he's coming to top here. No, not surrender. We're fighting! Hey, clip that! Wait, it did work. It does give it and activity feed. So I can just say Twitch. Okay, nice. Like the bot also has it built in, but the bot just responds to clip. So then every time I said clip, it would clip, and that was just, yeah, it created a clip loop, and it was insane. So every time we went on the BYB, it showed the clip that was playing clip, like saying clip, and then it just, yeah, instantly went to clip that moment as well, and I just have more and more clips of my BYB clip.
Oh,
It was sort of a clip loop, clipception. What the fuck? Why am I locked in this weird? No.
oh
That's
yeah,
his
the
ultimate.
bot
You
lane.
gotta fight him.
Die!
You gotta fight him.
Die! Oh my god, he had life steal or something. I got aggressive there, but like, he was so close, and then he just got more health back.
Yeah, he gets more health back. The damage he did during that encounter.
Die!
see it
Okay, that
finishes.
was yeah, we're good. Okay. So, but
Yeah,
explaining
we
all
are-
that, you
we
might
are
have made
done
another
there.
30 clips. No. So the thing is, the bot now that Bot Conundrum had that option. Like if you have to say it with Twitch, you have to say first dip. Yeah. I'm not gonna. If I do it now, then we also gonna get like a sort of loop maybe. I don't know.
That little fucker.
Oh fuck! They're just ending at turbo as well. I was doing pretty good. It wasn't. It wasn't interesting game, but that other team, like the two tanks, got so fucking overpowered.
Yeah, Fizz was
And who,
annoying.
yeah, I mean, who plays Fizz? I mean, come on.
I got another mastery
just
for.
You're just toxic if you
Fortune.
play Fizz.
You did damage.
This is okay. I haven't heard this one. This is a good measure. I had A plus.
Nice.
I did damage. Oh my god, I am doing better. Like I am very proud, but like I'm
I
doing better.
did
No,
You
nothing
yeah.
almost,
good.
Huh?
I was
you
healing.
almost get me. GG.
GG's. Ah, Vida la vida.
They don't say the amount of healing people do. That's
Yeah, it is stupid that they don't show your amount of healing. I'm curious what that would be.
Yeah.
Because that's the whole thing with support. Like, you saved my butt so many times. It's awesome.
all right. So I will go play something else.
Yeah.
I
Thank
will
you for
finish up
playing.
this stream.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye
Bye.
bye.
Miss you.
Yeah. We will always think of my napkin. Wait, let me give you a shouty. Boop. Boop. There you go. Ah, we're okay. We're losing, but we're doing okay. Like at the same time, but we're yeah. I want to try one more time.
Okay. Do you want me to do support? Did you want me to
Oh,
switch over to support?
if you
What are you
want
doing?
to.
Bottom. Okay,
I'm
I'll just
trying to
go.
train being bot. Yeah. Ooh.
Your primary must be. Okay. Mid.
Okay, checks not working. This is another special one. Make sure to catch the special poke. Oh wait, do you want to play bot? Reggie?
Huh?
Do you want to play bot?
Yeah, I thought I was going to try and play bot.
And I will switch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go. Yeah.
Yay, everyone catching that special poke. But the bot is having trouble thinking right now, and I'm right when he's working. What? Why is he replying to me that he's having trouble? I am support, and I'm gonna do. I hate Blitz. I've always been Blitz. I don't like Blitz, but I think I'm
Fair
gonna
enough.
support Morgana. Oh wait, I can do Morgana or Seraphine. What do you gonna play?
Whatever you feel like. Probably play Caitlyn. Oh, our team's not
And
bad.
both can work. And maybe I don't know. I miss Morgana. I will do Morgana. Like I used to do Morgana bot, but apparently Morgana is just support, and I was like, oh, oops. I always played her, but I tried to play League yesterday, but the first time I queued for non-bots, my name got banned. What did you do? What did you do, Ripshot? What? was like, oh my god, am I locked in? Yeah, okay, I was locked in. I was scared for a second.
It's like, am I locked in? Or I got view abilities, yeah, because I'm locked in. Ignite, interesting. Ah, GN, okay.
Burping, apparently. Wait, because you were too good? Riot got mad that my kills were so good. Keep my team alive. Wait, so you just played one game? And then you got reported?
Yeah,
Ah,
people
does it
must like
happen?
if you're fighting a team that's actually all on comms. If they group report you, they can get you banned.
What the
So if you
hell?
piss them off, they'll just
Mid
group report
match.
you.
Yeah, so mid match he got banned on his first game.
Yeah, he was probably fighting a group, and they just probably got pissed off at you, and they just all group reported you. And because Riot has a really shitty report system, it's just like, yeah,
You cannot play.
you say,
No.
we're like, up, banned.
By the way, Milo, did you get a drink and a snack for you? Up on my chair. Mm-hmm. I also want to have a. I can make popcorn. I am inspired by Odie. Maybe I'll make popcorn. I can't wait for the load and then I can have candy. Yeah. I'll get it appeal, but also it banned me on Valorant, so I find it as a good thing. Wait, you got banned on both things at the same time, or what do you mean? Wait, can we skip this song? I cannot, my brain cannot. I'm sorry, can we do another song? This is too much. Oop, oop.
With each step I
Oh,
forge
on all
my way
Riot
through the
games?
fires of pain.
Really? Damn. Look, I got little dinosaur. Little dinosaur candy.
I walk so I
Yum,
can
yum,
feel
yum,
each
yum,
fracture
yum.
of the earth.
Beautiful, beautiful. Hello, how you doing? Oh,
I am your truth. Vision does not require light. Justice is a lie of the powerful. I have truths of the
thank you. And Ripshot, you're welcome to do other mashup, but that was mashup. The mashup was too mashy for my brain. Is that word? It was too mashy.
battles bring out so many.
Ah. No! Okay. Come back real quick.
Mortal comforts may
Okay, we got another dino.
terrible.
Yes. They're all different dinos. Rawr. Rawr. A dino. Nom 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 nom. Kind of tired, sadly. Aw.
Do
How you
not
doing? I'm
confuse
doing good.
darkness with evil.
Had a good nap. I slept a lot. And we're still losing at least, but I am finally doing damage. I played 3 games as Misfortune. It was good.
Embrace your mistakes.
has been slain.
Good trap.
Hmm?
An ally has been
Was a good trap. That was a good. Okay, now I can shoot you. Oh, oh they're back at the work. You get enough sleep, love, for Falafel. Oh god. Okay, we're okay. Wow, speak of the devil, Riot replied to your ticket. Ooh, what did they say? Did you get unbanned? Or not yet?
Back off. I'm gonna teleport back.
Yeah, okay.
I'm going back. So
Yep,
just be
yep.
careful.
Shadow is not as dark as one might think.
Rhino. Me. Rawr.
An ally has been slain.
Tower.
Oh, this isn't gonna go well. Oh, you made him spicy.
Yeah.
Dragon has spawned.
Ooh. Dino? The blue dino? I'm
No.
gonna show every dino because they're so cute. But I'm curious, what did Riot reply? Lawful, if you're not too tired to join, you're always welcome to join. We can switch to some Abrams as well after this one, or no?
Yeah, we can do that.
I do want to win one game.
You're asking a lot.
Little red dino. Rawr. Oh, they dodged me. Nice.
The world is a beautiful place. Do not let it be hidden.
Okay. Ow.
Onward through this unchanging land.
I'm so close to level 6.
Maybe you should go back or no? Or do you have health boat?
No health potions.
Oh, nice. Nice. Oh.
Is he gonna get dragon?
Yes.
My wings remember the wind.
Yes or no?
No longer.
Nah.
Huh?
Oh, you got double perk.
My wings are bound, but my
I saved
soul
you.
flies.
I think,
Okay, go back.
yeah.
Mortal comforts make
Okay, we got another dino. Are being accused of matchmaking, manipulation, and purchasing your account, despite me just not playing for 10 years. What the hell? Purchasing your account?
I move with more
What the hell does that even mean?
with her lofty
Well,
Yes.
this was one. That was spicy. So, yeah. Okay, we got this. Alright. Yeah.
Whether by chains
Yum.
or by wings, we are all
Yum. Aw. Can take him by himself, no? Well, I don't know. All the way down here.
Well, with bot lane, we don't pay attention to them.
That's way too far.
Yeah.
Nicht.
as expected.
A ball and blitz. Oh, ow. Ow. Ah. Wanneer kom op? Oh. Oh. Okay.
My wings are heavy, but not as heavy
Forgot
as
to
my
buy.
heart. What's your torment? Not so close.
Nice. Oh, I missed. Let's get him. I'm making. No, he's getting. Nah, he's getting too far.
Yeah.
Kind of out of mana. Just need. Just need. What does he use? What's the purple bar?
That's his
Special
bullets.
Pokemon.
He has to reload
Hopefully
every now
I'll
and
do
then.
unbanned after I prove it
Back,
to
back,
me.
back, back.
What the Mama Baba. What? Prepped him for you. Okay, I'm gonna stand here and just go back to see if this works. I don't know if they will let me. He is low, so I can come out if you need help. What? Okay, I'll come back. No. Oh, wait. Okay.
Nothing makes you feel alive like knowing you might die.
I don't want to go back yet, but
Oh, okay.
Those who judge condemn themselves.
ow,
Oh, I got deleted. I was like, nope. Yeah, no. What's that item of?
I have endured worse.
oh, that's great. But we're both dead.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at one of the cards in my game. Do you want something hilarious?
Yes.
A lot of the times in my game,
Double kill.
the owners like make ban lists for the cards and stuff. And this one is limited to one card out of a maximum of 3, right?
Now I have
So you can only have one.
Yeah.
Mm,
Its ability is when it's used, you can get another copy from your deck, but it's limited to 1. So its ability is literally useless.
Pay no attention to the trap. Feel my pain.
They do that a lot, where like
Well,
any of their abilities need another copy of it, but that they're just limited to not being allowed to have a copy of it.
Expected.
oh, there's an enemy.
Marcia learned all the wrong lessons.
Oh, nice. Ooh, I was going there to place a ward, and then they all popped up.
yeah.
We require assistance. You know if anyone is coming? I want our jungler to help us, because we're getting fucked. Maybe not. Maybe yes. Fish. Kill fish. Oh, ow. Just ow. Nice, okay, someone's coming. Ow.
Careful. Just play safe for now.
Ally has
Yeah.
been slain.
Yee. Oh, what is this? No. Run for your
She's ultimate.
life. Ow. You survived. Ow. Jesus. I thought backup was coming.
I would cut off my
Where's your
head.
backup?
It was, but then it got delayed because they took a fight in the middle instead.
Yeah, okay. Nope. I see. Oh, we're fucked. Oh, I missed. We're fucked. Oh, Jesus. Oh, we're good out.
Just get Amber.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Okay, go back, go back, go back.
Like, I'm on my
Okay,
way.
now
Oh,
backup
no.
is coming. And now backup is getting wrecked a little bit. Yeah, that smoke is done. I'm gonna join your dungeon. Join everyone. Thank you for the dungeon kill. I can get this one. I'm still buying this one. And then we're buying this one. And then we run
The air above was sweet.
An enemy
there.
has been slain.
You going around?
No, just warding up.
The tower still standing?
Shattered soul.
Nice. Okay, I went way too far, but that kill together, yep, that was worth it. Nice! Okay, now you can push. But stay behind the minions. I will be right back. And I got a roar.
Enemy killing spree.
Damn it.
An enemy has been slain.
Fuck. He pushes so
Yeah,
hard.
he was there.
Well, I needed to
Oh,
play
well.
more words. Okay, I will sure I will do more fishing. Yum, 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 yum.
This world is all I have. My shadow outruns my soul.
Has destroyed a turret.
Ah,
Killing spree. Double kill. Ally has been slain.
I know what my enemies
Quadra kill.
oh, gee. Fine.
No,
That was tragic.
I was running to try to block. It's like,
I got a little T-Rex though. This looks like an abomination.
Yeah.
I will say, yeah, that ult is just, yeah. Thank you for DJing both Ripshot and Kill.
back into the fray.
An ally has been slain.
ah, for fuck's sake.
There you go.
Righteousness. A splintered shield that I will shatter.
They're already gone. There's fishing everywhere.
Demacia forgot
I
the
see we're getting ambushed this time.
I remember. I shall show them what it is to fall.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Okay. Backup is on the way. Oh, Jesus, my help! No! No, go up! Okay. I made it. Oh no. Okay. Oh no.
He said he's coming, and then he didn't fucking come. Like, Jesus
Yeah.
Christ. Make up
Yeah,
your
he
mind.
said he
Are
was
you
on the
coming or
way and
not?
then he was just chilling or I don't know what the fuck he was doing. Well, worried if fast with support, they already responded again. Hmm. After Ripcrest plays entire album, you can skip. Oh, good. Oh, good. You can do the skip with the exclamation mark skip. I think because you're a mod, you can also skip. Still work.
Unstoppable.
Ah, I missed. Ah, he missed too.
Down. An enemy has been slain.
We are shaped by our foes.
Okay, we're getting back up. Oh.
To love is to be bound.
Oh. Okay. That was stay back. Yeah, I'm balancing right names and exact next stage. I got the right kill skin was enough to prove it was me. Good. Fuck. That enemy just spawned and died. Like that looked really weird.
Nah.
Okay, I think
Yeah, I'm gonna.
just go back really quick. Ah. I'm going to
Your team
really
has
quickly help
destroyed
top
a
1
turret.
second because I don't know where our top laner is.
For an honest sinner over a righteous
They're
life.
preaching, and then I will go back pod. Yeah, I'm just making a small trip.
Gotta make sure, yeah, make sure we get Dragon.
An ally has been slain.
Avoid pain, suffer more.
Dragon? Oh, they're on their way there.
An ally has been slain.
I don't hide my
Double kill.
I wield it.
They're all the way there.
Unstoppable.
Okay, now we can do the dragon. Holy shit, that was okay. Our jungler. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Our jungler's good.
Yeah. That was yeah. Yeah. Okay, he's pushing bot, but Orpheus gonna get the
That's alright.
yeah.
Dragons.
Down here we can take him with effort one maybe. Only flat, I think. Don't see him.
They probably hid in the trees or something and then teleported back.
Hey, Corporal.
Break your heart.
Hi. How do you like the new horns?
Have to watch out for jungle. We don't have any vision on it.
Neil, do you want to play a clip from Carney and from Corporal?
I found beauty in the shadows.
Don't push.
Oh, I just wanted to lock him in. Oh, where are you going? Where are you? There. Ah. Oh no, not again. I hate this. Fuck. Yes, I'm going back. No, they're pushing behind us. Oh gosh. Ah, no, he's rooted. Get him. No, run. Get him and run. Oh.
Unfortunately, he was chasing us, and I was like, nope, we're screwed.
Rawr. Yeah.
Your team has destroyed
Yeah,
a
one
tower.
job. Yeah. You didn't know this. Oh, okay. I know why.
That's alright, we're pushing mid, so.
Yeah, we still got this. I believe in us. Our team is doing better in kills
Holy
and
shit,
stuff.
it's just soloing Baron. Okay.
Damn, nice.
Yeah.
Like I said the other day when I was jungling, like, okay, I think soloing Baron is like impossible, but I'll catch the sus Pokemon. Do it. It's the event, people. I'm dying because I ran automatically. I'm dying. Oh, it was worth the Pokemon. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Veggie. Pokemon distractions, and I was also running, and it was bad. That was just bad. Okay, I'm gonna buy basic boots. Ah,
An ally has been slain. Double kill.
I'm you. Well, whoa.
GG.
Not the. Okay. GG.
Yeah, that chocolate is kind of.
You're fighting for your life still. Not GG. Got another little T-Rex. They look so weird. Plop. I didn't, yeah. I assisted, but yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Carney, give Arya a huggy for me. Is lawful for lawful online? No. Hmm. What's this? I think lawful for lawful was too tired. What do you want to do? Do you want to do another draft or do you want
Hiram.
to do? Yeah? Okay.
Yeah, Hiram's a lot less stressful.
Mayhem is okay?
Yep, that's fine.
A giving nice. Thank you, thank you. Uppies received. Aw. Jealous, I also want uppies from Arya.
Yay, abuse.
Uppies.
I want uppies too, but I'm too heavy.
You
I'd
don't
probably
know
kill
that.
whoever tries to give me uppies.
Arya is super strong. Oh, Denji joined. Oh, wait, let me. The huggy.
I'll be right back.
Ooh, I don't know these.
One of my favorite characters.
I have no idea. Um. Oh no. Okay. I wanted to take Ari, but someone was like, "Yee." Okay, I'm gonna test Briar. I think I played her like once before, but I have no idea. Leap. Oh, but the blood frenzy is hard. I keep chasing him to death. But if I do this after that one, I should be good. Okay. I have no idea if I can play Briar. But we're gonna try. Gonna try. But I do like the orange. Do you like the orange, Becky? Oh, they're all special for her. Okay, wait. We have Ravenous Biting, Immobilizing. Heal. Damage. Ooh. This one. Hope it's okay. We're gonna see. It's still nice, mate. Oop. Can we get another song from someone?
Kill my enemies and make a baby laugh.
I need to
I'm
emote.
not just a living weapon. I can do this and this and this too. Oh, you were trying
Hey. Oh. Ooh. Oh, I'm rooted.
Lucky girl.
No, no. Okay. That's what I mean. Her blood frenzy is terrible because I keep chasing into everything. Then ooh. Oh. Oh boy, no. I'm okay. Reggie, get here. Oh.
Oh, I'm fine.
I do not have control over a blood frenzy mode. I'm stuck at that. That is a good song.
or not enough.
Yeah.
An enemy
But this is the rush. This is
shut down.
blood frenzy.
Double kill.
Recast and then you snack attack. You snack an enemy. No. That worked. No, stop snacking. Okay. Stop snacking. Okay. Don't root me. No.
Well, there goes my dream.
Ow, 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 ow.
Ouch.
Snack. Oh, I'm dying. No. Stop. Holy Jesus. Oh. Staying alive for the team. Ah! No! Nah! No! I did it! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Veggie! Holy shit! Okay, wait, test again. Twitch, clip that. Does it work? Please work, Twitch, that would be awesome. Yes, it
Yeah, they're
worked!
murdering people.
Ooh. This. Burn. Burn. I'm actually doing pretty okay.
Not choosing a choice.
Yeah. No, go.
Ah,
Still made a kill. I still made 2 kills.
Thank you for turning.
Worth it. Oh my god, this
No.
is awesome. Yay.
oh,
What's going on?
Great,
What's
great. I'm doing
going
good. I'm so
Yeah.
happy. I'm doing decent as Briar.
My stomach's louder than my mouth.
In your world.
Your turn.
No. I took someone with me, so then it's okay. That's the rule, right? As long as you kill someone too, then it's okay.
yeah.
Yeah. We got a, how do you call this one? A pterodactyl? It's a cool round. Oh, looks like a bat. Nom.
Shut down.
Damn.
And I'm back again.
Hi y'all.
It's like
What's
magic.
Do you believe in magic?
Yeah. Oh.
I mean, of course, because they have magic shows and all.
Ooh, free gift.
Ally has been slain.
I might be a weapon.
Don't push too far. Just yeah. Oh Jesus! What am I doing? That's what
That
I,
is a very good question.
So stupid. Yeah. Yes.
Has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Spell blade effect. I don't know which one to pick.
Enemy
I can do a lot more 10% less damage, but I have a lot more health. Maybe yes. And I can chase them more and just build my damage more. That might work. Yes, back. Maybe it works. Oh, where was I aiming? I chased him back. No, don't go in by yourself. Okay.
What do I want? I
No, go
want
back, go
that
back,
one.
go back, go back, go back, go back. Oh shit. Yes, we're okay. Okay, our teammate's not okay, but we're okay. Yes, we're making it a good night. Oh, damn. That was not nice.
No. It was not nice at all, no.
I kind of want to jump them, but then... Yes, no. That's what I mean. Tower's an issue. Yes, thank you. Oh, no! Okay, we still got her. But, oh, no! Ooh, his ult got interrupted. Nice. Or he stopped it, but it looked like it got interrupted. Now we're
I think I
good.
got interrupted.
I've been confused half the time why Muff is just Bongo Cat. And then I look left. I'm also Bongo here, but I'm also here. Normally I have the background hidden, but then my duffel ears got cut off and I like the duffel ears too much, so we're just having a background right
No.
now. I have to get a green screen. But hi. And by the way, hello Corporal. How are you doing tonight?
I'm like, do they have fucking Teemo? And I'm like, they do have Teemo. Okay. Little mushroom prick.
Oh. No, stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop. This is what I mean. The blood frenzy can go really good, or like really, really bad. It's like, I don't know, 50-50 now.
An ally has been slain.
Look.
Killing spree. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Rampage.
What happened because I had too much
Double kill.
Fist bump. Giving someone a fist bump. I don't know. It's a good thing, but yeah. Fist bump.
I mean, I'll take one.
Here. Compress you and then you
Unless you
fist
just want-
bump.
And yeah, you can fist me if you want.
No,
What?
that's not what it is. No, 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 there's no fist command, Corporal. Don't make it work.
Exclamation mark, fist me. And chat, guys.
Wait, I'm gonna... Oh god, where am I? No, why am I doing this? Jump! No. Woo! Yeah, I want the shark jump. Then if I die, I jump everyone's butt. I like that. God damn it. Their marksman starting to function. That's gonna be a problem soon. Yeah, it is. It is becoming a problem. Yeah.
Has destroyed a turret.
I want another dungeon. For everyone, you can join dungeons. Yep.
Inhibitor.
Oh. There you go. You just rushed and ended
Oh.
it. Never mind. I was like, it's gonna be a problem soon. No, never mind. We won.
No, they gave up.
GG's. I was dead, but GG's. I was doing a little good at the beginning, and then I started dying a lot, but was still a good game.
Yeah, GG.
Like I was doing, like, and then no. But no. Oh, the Penelope was doing really, really, really good. They kind of carried her butts hard. GG's. GG's. Gee, that's okay. What would that command do?
I don't know. Give your father a fist bump. I'm not sure.
We can find like a fitting blurb or something
Okay.
like that. I can consider to add something like it.
Sarah.
I have no idea about either of those. Who's this? Who are you? I don't know.
Oh wow, they changed Evelyn a lot.
Who are you? Um, I don't know who I want to be.
No, I got Snowball.
Whoa! Oh,
Aww.
apparently I don't want to be anyone. Okay.
The decision was made for you.
Well, I couldn't choose anyway, so it was kind of good.
Oh, good God.
Messing up my camera. We're good like this, okay. Oh, Twitch or choke out? No. Who's that? Who are you? Linda? You look pretty.
You know what? I'll stay as Dr. Mundane. I'll be our tank.
Remains can be manipulated. Picked up and throws a dark sphere.
I wish I had my auto count.
Added the weak enemies and dark sphere back.
That's so many skins for
I'm
these
gonna down a
guys.
little. Oh shit!
Oh, now you get to find out on the go.
Every time.
Oh God. Schema. Can increase ability to damage shielding shelter. No.
Going to basket. One. More. Bloop, bloop, bloop. This is the button. Wait. I was swiping so hard to this, but is this the Bud Conundrum song? Yeah, it is! Look, the Bud got his own theme song. Bud Conundrum. Yeah. Hello, Aria. How are you doing? Wait. Bud Conundrum. Bud. Dream. Jesus, I exploded. A little bit. I have never played this character, so I don't know what I'm doing, but we're fine.
She's strong.
He looks cool. I'm dead. Oh gosh. Good enough? Booba. Just booba. But Arya is okay. Arya can say that. But. I am gonna die. I have no idea what I'm doing with her stuff. This song is something. Okay, I can place the spears. I can do poof. No. What?
An ally has been slain.
Is this kills? Is this kills request? Are you kidding me? We're getting rickrolled by Mickey Mouse.
Oh god.
Yeah, this is something. What the? Are you kidding me? Gale, is this you? What the fuck? What the fuck? What is this? Is this Kingdom Hearts? It is. It is Kingdom Hearts Rickroll. Like what the hell? Akil is a very, very big Kingdom Hearts fan because he's like yeah, his whole character is a Heartless hybrid. Oh gosh. I still have no idea what I'm doing, but I think I'm helping.
Are you doing damage?
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's the question.
Fair enough. Oh, polymorph.
Okay, so with this drag stuff with me, and then okay, what? What does this do? I'm dead. That was a good test. God damn it. This person does actual songs, but occasionally does songs like that. I feel like I've seen Carney play this and all I just hear is Toxic. Yeah. Yeah, it can be like that. But it can also be really fun. Like so far I played with a lot of friends and yeah, we do lose a lot, but we also laugh a lot, so that's all that matters now.
Ally has been slain.
Okay, but now I need a palate cleanser because otherwise I'm just gonna get still rickrolled in my head basically. That makes sense. Missed. You know what is my execute? Oh wait, where are you? Oh shit! Now he's not below that little health. He did get the turret though. I don't know what I'm doing. Damn. We should be back. I think I can something to carry someone around and I want to test. Can I carry you? Oh, I'm dead. God damn it! This is going not that good yet. Oh, thank you. Ah, I like this. Can I use my ult? Well, I kind of feel like using.
Ally has been slain.
Maybe fuck it. I don't know. Ah, but ult can be good. These are all for ultimate. Fuck it. We're gonna yeah. But I don't understand this character anyway. So I'm going ultless.
God, she's difficult to learn.
Like she is awesome, but a bit scary. Stop! No! No! He's called the Muffin Man! I just now noticed that fucking enemy that keeps killing my butt. It's called the Muffin Man! Veggie. Get him.
How do you feel about that then?
Now I want to murder him even more. I'm
Oh.
even more mad. I cannot be murdered by the Muffin Man. Yeah, Muffin getting killed by the Muffin Man. That's not no. Who? This character, like she has potential. I feel it, but how the fuck can you play her in the right way? Like if I do this, I carry my spheres, and then I do this, and then I throw them, and then I die. What? No, I don't. Okay. What is this? This is a little kitty. Will this kitty heal me? I don't know. Oh, the Muffin Man is attacking again. Go away. Oh, I made it. Well, I helped. I helped make a kill. Good enough. Good enough. No, it's the Muffin Man. No, he killed me again. He's my nemesis now. Oh, first, then push them to deal double thing. Basically, a shotgun mage. This song was by the same as the. Seriously, this is the same artist as the Rickroll. Oh, that's good.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Rick Astley.
But okay, so first you place the balls with Q, and then you push them to shoot them with the balls. Okay. Oh, I grabbed my ball. Oh, we're doing good. I don't know. I might be helping. I'm not sure. Oh, fuck! I'm too late. Yep, that was my bad. Five. Just hacha. Oh wait, why am I upgrading my ult? I have no ult. Hacha. Okay, makes a little more sense. I'm dead. Fuck. Okay.
An ally has been slain.
Get this. I would want this one. I did get my quest item thingy.
Nice.
Like I got the Wookless the Wookless. Oh Jesus, why am I? Oh Jesus. Oh.
You are
Sorry. Run for your life. Oh Jesus.
Inhibitor has been destroyed.
Hi night. Are you going to sleep, Void? Have a good night. Thank you for lurking. I was seeing you. Joker flipped all the way around. Good night.
Enemy killing spree.
Finally did make one kill. I died for it, but I wanted to make that kill really bad.
fair enough.
An ally has been slain.
Fuck! Okay, but I do kill the Muffin Man, or no, yeah, what's it called? Yeah, I did kill the Muffin Man twice now. So I'm taking my revenge at least.
Slowly getting there.
Well, it did make sense Not that guy again. Well, he's gone off to bed now, Corporal. Look, I got another dang. Rawr. Rawr. Nom.
What?
What? Are you a kitty cat?
This is getting weirder.
No, no,
No.
no.
Oh, get out of here.
Still alive.
Get.
No. Bad
Go on
fetchy.
now, get. Eh.
Why does they keep polymorphing us? That's super annoying. The Muffin Man! Kill the Muffin Man, yes. Okay. Yeah. I don't know what I think I'm having a really weird build order, or like really weird build in general. Rawr, Ayo. Arya, I know. Balkonandum test, loud and clear. Balkonandum was having beef with someone earlier, Corporal. Yes, sire. Hi. Hello. How are you doing? He always has beef, yeah. No, but he was saying that Milo demanded something, and that was not true at all. And Milo was like, "Fuck you, bitch," and then he was like, "Oh, I don't know how to respond to that." Basically, so like Milo did beat the bot in Assassin's contest, but it was interesting. Okay, we're getting wrecked a little bit, but we're slowly getting stronger. Woo! See, now I sort of get her. I sort of understand.
God damn it.
Oh! Again, polymorph. Okay, get this. Oh, wrong thing. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Now I'm just saying, oh, Jesus, we'll time it. Okay. But, yeah.
Trying to get some more anti-magic.
No. Bye. They trapped me. They work together way too well. He always has beef. Why do you always have beef to people? Doing good. Good to hear that. Oh, Orgasm Anthem. What? Is that a...
What?
That's a song? Is that an... Okay, can I play that on Twitch? Is that just a funky name? Or...
What?
Like, I'm not 100% sure if this is gonna be
I don't think
an
so.
appropriate...
I'm gonna say no. Just no.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Double
We don't have anything else, but it is weirdly it's fine, yeah.
triple kill.
Like,
Ace.
maybe it is because we cannot really understand what they're saying. It's a good thing.
Maybe any song or
You can do any other song if you want to, like, but I feel like it might be just the title. It's weirdly good vibe. It's nice.
does copyright matter or
No, because I have the things turned off in the pod. So you can play anything you want to. Anything. No, polymorphed again. Okay, sorry, Cheshire. I am really focused, but I'm happy you're doing good. How did things get going? Okay, we're good. Oh. Oh, gonna be my end. Yes. Hold it. Okay. They can have weirder titles. Songs in other languages are weird. They always have odd titles. That is very true. I'm gonna give Cheshire a little huggy. Thank you for being here.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Yay, we won. We were both dead, but we participated.
I'll
I'm
take it.
helping.
We helped. We did something. Because they were good night. Okay. Oh, yeah, you get huggies. Okay. Oh, I had such a low score, but I only got her at the end. I did do some damage. Got a lot of good. I had a weird build. What did you have? I do love that the bongo cat is sort of filtering the video, but now it makes it look like even more. Like it looks a lot weirder now with the bongo in front of it because I think it's kind of a normal anime picture, but now it's censoring it weirdly.
Yeah,
Do you know
something.
what I mean? Like it makes it
Yeah,
look more sus now.
yeah, yeah. It's a
It does
Classic
make it look more
Keiko
sus, but
cat.
I've seen worse.
Hmm?
It says it does make it look more sus, but I've seen worse.
I mean, we
Yeah,
all.
but somehow Bongo is censoring the wrong way. Because now, because he is censoring it, it is weird. But I also don't want to move Bongo because he is so good aligned now. But yeah, it's interesting.
Muffin moments.
Hmm?
Muffin moments.
Yeah.
They're always interesting.
What?
What? What?
Oh my god, the boobot is exploding still.
What?
I don't think that the grown-up goodies have ever been so busy until like the last few days.
Hmm.
Oh, eat her again. My god, I can't talk anymore. I have brain fart.
But no work. Yeah. Oh,
What's with the
come off it.
brain?
Oh, except a brain,
Brain
yeah, brain fart.
function
Poof.
body.
Like that. Yeah. Ooh, do we have better ones? I have no idea. I think I might have played him one time. Like, not. Or that sticks. Detonate. Does damage. Teleport. Shoot our nearby fire the home.
He's
Is
he's an
that?
interesting gun. You can build
I
him
have no
multiple
idea if
ways.
I would like that, but I don't know any of the others as well. We're just gonna, yeah, we're gonna try.
They
Yep. Yeah.
lack brain cells.
What?
Yes.
Brain. What?
Yes.
What?
Hmm.
Yes. Yes.
What is
Sticks
that?
hotline, big man.
Wait.
I'm playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And right now my brain ain't functioning enough to care.
Mm,
Can I get an
mm,
itemized receipt? My
mm,
accountant is way
mm.
too good at his job.
Okay, okay. I have no idea what I'm gonna do, but
There's glory. And where's
what can go wrong? I like. Wait. This. I like to move it, move it. I like to
I
move
like
it,
to
move it.
you belong in a museum?
Okay, I'm
that's a good
doing a
one.
little dance.
Are you not intrigued?
Look, there's matches. Oh, I'm taking. I'm sorry, we have to fight. I'm trying to dance for kill here.
Whoa.
No, like with the song, like my character. Don't
Too
make
late.
it.
Too late.
You made it weird now.
Yes, because I'm a jerk.
I can do this, and then I can do that, and then I do poop, and I do poop, and then I poop.
Yeah, crud.
That works. Ah! Okay. I was not scared. I was scared. Ah. Okay. Good. We're good. Ooh. Did you see that? That was awesome. Oh, wait, okay. We'll add it like for later, but then I have some be creepy. So again, Twitch, clip that. Does it work? Does it work? It is fun to test. I get it. I see like it popping up in the activity feed if it works. If it works. Ooh! But still, that bot could also do it, but I haven't toggled it on. No, it's not working. Ah. Wait. I will edit later. But we do have a Watkin under who can clip. Phew. Ah, I'm dead. Yes, okay, but I kind of wanted to go shop anyways. Boop, boop. Ooh, congratulations on the Pokemon kill, and Carney. Have you ever played Ezreal, Carney? Who is Veggie did you? What is that one called again? 6? No? Are you 6? Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Okay. I did help and I got the kill, so I'm 2. That's such a good score. Ouch. Yep.
Ouch.
Oh yeah, fish. Wait. Oh my, or damage? Now that hurt? What? What do you mean, Carney? Fish. You still need to add like the custom thingies. You bet we're a hammer guy, yeah. Ooh, yes. But like if I didn't get him now, then I would be mad. No, that's not gonna hit. Okay, we're doing okay.
I'm in my element, fighting evil.
How are you doing, Veggie?
Hey. Next question.
You're good. Oh, bye. I'm just, oh, bye. That was, yeah. Ooh, 50k. Maybe not. Yeah, me. Wait a minute. I'm just gonna go for shit. Okay.
Double kill.
Maybe?
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Ooh,
An enemy
what's that?
has been
Was that
slain.
someone's ult? What the fuck?
Yeah.
That was
Mine.
nice. I just spawned in and I just got burned. That is not nice. No. Yum, 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 yum.
An enemy has been
Yum.
slain.
Rawr.
Rar.
Rawr. I'm dino candy.
What?
Yawn. Oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh. Why does he just keep chasing? Yay! Oh no.
And Ezra
Oh my health. Oh my health. Okay. Good. Oh fuck, I missed it. Oh. Oh, just let it. Yeah, yeah, I got it. Still gonna die in there. Have a fighting chance. Oh gosh. Nope. Nope. Oh god. Okay, okay. I was doing better, but you're scary. One reason because I can tank the damage, yeah. Eagle Eyes, thank you for the lurk. Wait, Kill, do you wanna, or Ripshot, do you wanna play Clippy from Eagle Eyes? To say thank you. Haven't seen you in a while, hope you're doing good.
Just one steam. Oh god, it's another hex! Because Blood Favor's
Did I do
still
a
up.
thing?
Oh jeez, it is another hex.
Thank you, Green.
Once we got another bongo cat failure again.
Oh my god!
Good. Thank you, Green.
I got
Right to the
laughing
back,
too
shut
hard
them
and I
free.
couldn't continue doing
There
it.
you go.
Oh my god.
I think I know that song. You like the song?
Has destroyed a turret. Has destroyed a turret.
Yes. Oh. Oh. Oh no 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 no! Right. Damn it! What? But Conundrum Boobas. He did
What?
start. Yeah, no, Corporal just said but Conundrum Boobas. A messy what? Juicy? Why does he
know
call
that.
it juicy? Conundrum what? What? Oh, where did he go? He used to see Katanka a lot indeed. Yes.
Rampage.
But can't really heal. Can we get them? Okay.
An enemy has been slain.
Okay. I will wait for the rest of the team here, yeah? Dano? Yeah, why Juicy?
Ah,
Ah,
run.
Malaf.
Thought you were waiting for the rest of
Malaf.
the team.
Ah, Malaf.
Just getting weirder and weirder.
Jesus. I don't want to kill him. Just as payback. Because he was mean.
Do it.
Yes! I did it!
That'll teach him.
Thank you. Oh, it was good. I'm happy. He thought he could take me. But I have my team backing me. No. You gotta fuck yes. What Doki bird cover? Or is that just a clip? No, it's the cover. Wow, no. Oh, very squishy. Oh. Run, Veggie, run! Yes, you did it. Okay, good. Like a good thing. Now, questionable taste in music. Good. I like it. I'm still questioning. No, I was questioning the bot. Like, why Juicy still? What's Juicy?
We don't talk about it.
Okay.
If you won't say it, I will. Those juicy melons.
Ah. True. True. Okay, get in more. Yep, okay. What? Oh, he's so low. Oh. Oh yes. Okay, yep. Nah. This is gonna be a win. Okay, we're doing okay.
Damn it.
Oh god, I'm dead. Oh god, ooh, yes. Instant die. God damn. I just going for the boomerang. I always like the boomerang. You don't have to do anything and you just get a boomerang.
Bloody tourists. No, I want my 500.
I'm gonna buy a hat.
Hey man, gotta look fashionable.
Gonna get even stronger. Yeah. What do I do for? Wait, I still need to do this. I forgot. I still need to hit more people with this.
An enemy has been slain.
I can do more damage. Oh, that was good. Still need to hit 10 more. Oh damn! I kind of forgot about the quest thing that I had. I needed to hit 35 enemies. But
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Yeah. I'm at 23 now. I think we're trying to end it quick. Fuck. Bye bye. I can sell this one. I need one more item, I think. Gotta buy.
Killing spree.
Ooh. 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 Affection. Ooh, special Pokemon. This song is straight up how Arya just picked me up and married me. Really nice. He was like, you know what? I will be a better girlfriend. You're mine now. Well, you claimed your man. I'm trying to hit everyone with you. Much as I can, I died again. It was not my no.
Oops. I just want this 2,000. Give me 2,000.
I think they're mad that we were pushing so hard, and now they're just pushing hard back hard. But we still got this. Ah. Okay. I dropped my dino.
The enemy's inhibitor has respawned.
I miss it.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
God. Okay, I am kind of feeding them. That was not. Yeah, no. They're getting stronger now too.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. I see that town is a good one. You see you, Milo, in that set.
Funny enough, none of them are wearing hats yet.
An enemy has been slain.
I have a pirate hat. Oh, that's so cool.
Oh, nice. See, now everything is gonna be better.
Yeah, I have 2 pirate hats. That makes it even better.
Why is he so unkillable? Yes. Finally. We were attacking him continuously.
Damn.
No. But still. Gotta purchase my last item and buy more health. I'm gonna buy all the health and then I'm gonna be unkillable. Hey, welcome back, Milo. I ate all my dino pants. Yum 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 yum. That was a cute face. Thank you.
Truly hope nobody saw that.
My face is very expressive, and 9 out of 10 times I do not know what face it is. That's why, like, I warn people I have resting league face. Oh my! Why is he so big? Jeez! No. Have you seen him?
Yeah.
Jesus. Ow.
What? That's a big boy.
Yeah.
They're all really big. Scary.
Oh. Oh. Ah. No. Stop it. He's mad
Yeah,
because I
gonna-
killed him. No, I'm dead. Look, he's so fucking giant.
It's a big pig thing.
Enormous. I wonder if people
What's
still
his build-
remember
build looking
songs.
like? What's their build? Because I see a lot of HP.
Yeah. I don't know if I remember this song. From what is this song? Is it from an anime? Excuse me, I just know, sir. No, oh. I just landed. Are you kidding me? It was from long, long ago. Is it anime? I don't know. Guys, we were winning and they are just mad that we're winning and now they're just wrecking us. This was not how it was supposed to go. Now we're 60 versus 60. What the hell is this game? They're so fucking giant now.
That gigantic. How much health do they have?
Okay. Okay, please.
Die, please? Okay. I'll go down.
Yes, there's one.
Actually, yeah, their health is too high. It's like 20,000 or something.
That's two. Okay, okay. We're yeah.
I think, yeah.
Huh? What?
Did you kill the big thing?
Yeah, it's both
Yeah,
big
we killed
things.
them.
It only took your whole team to smack the thing for
Yeah.
a minute.
And it takes a long time. Like, I died 3 times, I think, in the meantime, but we did it. But now, by the time that we're back, yeah, they're already gonna be back. So we cannot push all the way. But they're still just going. I don't know. Okay, okay, maybe we can. Oh, no, this is what I mean. Now we're just gonna rush in and die, and I don't wanna just rush in and die. We have to be a little careful so we can keep poking them. And then just go with the whole team.
Ooh, it's muffin time. Who wants a muffin?
I want a muffin.
I was thinking about getting some, but I'm like, hmm. I said
Getting
like some
muffins?
earlier, but
What? I die.
what? You died that fast?
Yeah.
On my end, you're still alive. Oh, yeah, you just go.
That's what I mean. You just get flip gone. Okay, but I'm gonna buy all the hats and then they cannot hit me. Like every hat possible, and then we have a stack that reaches up until like the sky. Yum 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 yum. I'll buy one more hat, yeah. Okay, I'm back with my tower of hats. I completed my first level of the quest at least. Oh god, no. Oh, I'm good. Oh god, no, not good. That was such a roller coaster. I thought I had a chance, but he just led me to believe I had a chance. Oh, I never saw that Jimmy did a dance party in chat.
Jesus.
Oh my god, that's what I meant. Yeah, and we were winning, and then they just wrecked us.
Yeah, those tanks just became unstoppable.
Yeah.
Rough.
Bark.
Yeah, they didn't even have the damage. It's just they were just unkillable.
Moofin, why do you have penalties?
What?
What'd you do?
No, Jimmy redeemed like 34 minutes ago. He redeemed the
No, I'm
dance
talking
party in chat. But I was like locked
talking
in
about-
this game and I did not see. But it was
talking
even
about
before
your-
this game. I was just locked in. I did not. That's the thing. I keep looking at the mix it up thing. I need to make sure that literally every redeem has like a pop up or like a sound because I keep missing them and then I feel bad. Can we give that back or no? I want to figure it
I can
out.
go in there and do it if you want.
Can you give it back?
Yeah.
Oh yes,
Let me
please.
just go. Give
Yeah,
me a
mods can
minute to
give them
find
back.
it. Working on it. It was the dance party
Yeah.
and refunded.
Yay. Okay, nice. I do want to do one or two more AOMs maybe, but I am gonna take like a quick bathroom break.
Who's a good boy?
Yeah, Cardi is a good boy.
Is he
No, that's
you?
unacceptable.
That's unacceptable.
How
Well,
dare you.
fuck you, I gotta pee.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Love you, okay. Be right back. Moves. No, you said I had to move. You weren't cheering me on. And your mom. What the fuck? Why did it just respond with your mom? Oh my god, okay, I gotta clip that and send this to the to the devs. Thanks, well. Money here already. I think we're just getting all the stuff and then we're getting out of here. Are we still searching for more stuff?
Oh my
Fucking
god.
no! That got me worse a lot.
Why does your mic scream at me?
I don't know. Wait. Let me clean this with my ear.
You quit.
The scary doll?
Yeah, left it up.
I don't want to pick it up.
Why? It's worth a couple of
Ah.
coins.
Fucking no! I thought it was only gonna make noise. God damn it! It just murdered me. Yeah. Oh, now you gotta do it. God damn it! Since when is that in there? It to be updated. Yeah. Yeah, but I think all the mods were. Ah, no!
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did.
What happened?
She may or may not have got jump scares.
I'm trying to find everyone and the card without continuously running into the clown. Hello? Anyone here? Hello? God damn it! Oh, Jesus. But we're still surviving. Fuck yeah. Ways to die. Ways to die. So many dumb ways.
Help! Brain not braining, eyes not eyeing, words not wording.
Yes! Okay, someone clip that. Can someone do the exclamation mark clip? I'm so proud. Morgoth! Hi! Oh my god, I'm extremely proud of myself.
Muffin is the rare breed of bird who are so beautiful when flashing them feathers.
No, I know. I'm like, wait, what? Hey, no, I'm not here. I'm not here. Why are you staring at me? Go away. What are you doing? Okay, bye. I want to go. No. No. Go away. Like move around a little bit, like doing jungle or dragons or stuff like that. And you can move around if you want to. Oh no. Don't come here, don't come here. Okay, wait, sorry, I do gotta keep this for later because that was so.
Oh, do you want to make the muffins? Can you make them?
Muffins! That's true, that's true. I prepared everything so I could make the banana muffins. I forgot about the banana muffins. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay, everyone. Banana muffins. Let me check. Did we make? Yes!
Can we make more coffee?
Okay, we're gonna live off banana muffins now, okay?
Okay. You make some.
I make 20.
Ooh, okay, I take. Oh, precision. Hold on a minute. Okay.
Give Yui a little thank you, Silky. You can do a clip. You can do a clip for me. The most beautiful muffin in the world. Thank you. That's so sweet. I am in ultimate comfy mode today, so we're glasses and no makeup, we're onesie, we're PJs. We do have the devil horns because yeah, that's on brand, you know. Then I match my logo. That's why I like this filter thing so much. Okay, okay. Did it work again? Yes. There it goes. Yay! All your boobas are so happy. Thank you so much for the gifted sub, Yui. Thank you! And this is just unfiltered me with glasses. Well, no, filtered me. No makeup and glasses. We're good, we're good. Okay, that's great. And I thought you went out, so I went out again and you went in. So that was...
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
I wanted to spawn a health pack for you, but... I did duels. Oh my god, but that was it. That was too big of a board, indeed. Yep. Okay. People, I love you. This was...
This solo run was fun while it lasted. I know. I was doing.
I'm playing.
You can be.
July.
Yay. That was cuddling Kermit Bean. Now we can play together, yeah? It's very important to do in breaks.
How dare you?
I played a little bit.
Hello.
No.
Hello. Oh, Kermit Bean is coming. I hear a little pause. Oh, please. Wait. I'm coming. Hey, kush. Mwah. Oh, now you want a treat, okay? Because you're too cute. One treat. Yum. These are the healthy treats.
You sucker.
But she does the puppy eyes, and then it's like, Maya just got a gift.
Of course she does. She's a dog.
Yeah. She perfected the puppy eyes.
Ah, okay.
Mm-hmm. Of course she does. Yeah, okay. Fair enough, but good there. Maybe I will try Ice Bear again. I have tried Ice Bear again. One time. Oh, someone else's iceberg.
Oh.
Oh, I don't know if I like this. Tank, no. Oh, wait, where are you? I have no idea. This is gonna go great.
That's fine. That's what we're here for.
Okay, but I fought against Locke, but I'm not sure if I ever fought Locke.
Latino Longfingers. I picked my coins.
What?
Their names. Bokfo. Baymax, my love. Femboy Impregnator. Okay, that's a weird one.
What? Okay, maybe I need to check if I need to filter the names again. Jesus.
Yes, you do.
Jesus.
Just yes. No, maybe. Just yes.
Yeah, this is not a... I do like that Morgana
Jesus,
skill. I was like, what are you reading out loud? Are you okay, Veggie? But then I was like, oh. Oh, my lenses are getting tired. Maybe I need to water my eyes. Oh,
Your
shit,
lenses are getting tired?
Yeah, then
What do you mean
they're
your
like...
eyes are getting tired?
No. Oh, my lenses are getting like dry. So that feels like
Alright.
then your eyes are very tired, but maybe they're okay.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. It's mostly lenses. Yep. Wait, maybe I just spray myself.
Yeah, that's right. You always feel
Like
more refreshed
this.
when you get wet.
Yeah, I'm making my... Okay, no. I was almost gonna reply. Never mind. I have water spray. It literally said water spray. But now I cry because it got in my eye. Really, like I wanted to spray around, but it has also seawater in there, so this is nice. Just a little
Question mark?
salt in your eye, you know? Like nothing hydrates like a little salt in your eye.
Oh.
Ow. This was not.
You know, you did that to yourself.
They're crying. Oh. Well, it does help in that sense. Like,
My eyes are gonna water more, probably.
oh, fuck. That was not smart. But nobody ever said I was smart.
That's true.
I am secretly, but that's a secret. But I'm also like a dumb blonde, kind of. That's what my mom always said. Very nice. I can send nails. I can do this. I don't know what this is, but what is this? What are their nails to? You're just puncturing them? Marking enemies hit. Nail supply slow. Attacking the enemy consumes the soul nails, so you hit them with soul nails. And then you. If I do this. Ow. And I miss. Okay, that's great. Okay. And then we die. That's also great. That was exactly my plan. Thank you for the lurk, Carney. Thank you, thank you.
Killing spree. Your ally has been slain. Your ally shut down an enemy. If everyone did a little soul, ain't worth a coffee. Feed in the fishes.
I don't know what that. Oh. Oh. Teleport. That was not a great idea. Still discovering this one. Music should be doing it.
Your ally has been slain.
Oops. Daisy, I lack brain cells.
Your ally has been slain. Your ally has been slain. Your ally has slain an enemy. Slain an enemy.
Oh, that's nice. You found friends.
I want to. Binding artifact. Okay, if I do this. Like, whoa! Why did I do that? Okay, I killed him. Repeated it. Are you muted? Never mind, I thought you were. Wait, did my thingy not pick it up? Test. Nah. Good, right?
What?
What?
Your
Boy. Boy. What are you doing tonight? Or I think it's... No, it's still morning. Wait, did you get out of bed? Are you okay now? What are you doing this morning? Yeah, I remembered. Ooh, I made a kill! I'm not dying, Fuck. Am I gonna make it? I made it! I made it! Gosh, I made it. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It was intense. Oh, we're so low. Do we have a health thingy? No. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Okay. We stand a fighting chance. We're so low. Cool. Yeah, probably play Plague Tale in a bit. Oh yeah, you wanted to buy that one, right? Have you already played it yesterday or the day before? How have you been liking it so far? I'm dead. Is he gonna die? Is he gonna die? No, he has too much HP. Okay, they're getting the tower. Aww. I like that. Nice. I have played a streamer friend of mine I called Numi. She is playing it currently, I think, on stream. And it looks really cool. Love the story. Nice. Don't spoil too much. I don't know if people want to play it still. I want to play it at some point, but I have watched a little bit already, like from Noom. But that's the same with people playing the Black Flag thing. Like I have already played Black Flag in the past when it was out for the first time, but I still want to have a fresh experience again, if that makes sense. I'm not doing damage. Oh. Is it the story game that you were looking for? Ah, fuck, I missed. We do have one backup here already. Did it die? Okay. He also died. And now you guys can push. Nice. Okay, worth it. Worth it.
Resurrection. I've got something. Every item's been tempered. Your ally has been slain.
One.
Your ally has slain an enemy. Lost his innards. Enemy double kill.
Bird looks pretty. Ah! I was gonna stay alive, but she has a burn, I think. Beginning mounted soul shield after being combat? No. Blink or teleport. think I already have that, no? I already have like one runner thing, so I'm just gonna go for this one. I need more health. Ray, do you want to request this song?
Yeah, I got nothing in mind.
Your ally has slain an enemy.
Got this, Freddy, we got this. Okay. Ooh.
Fucking sugar, man.
I can buy this now, but. Ooh. Oh my god, he's tanky. Oh, we got one with the annoying one. Nice. Nice, that worked. Wait, let me. What do?
My grandfolks used to live up north. Glad I'm not stuck. Your ally has slain an enemy. Your allies ended that fest. Bargains ahoy! Your mates feeding the fishes. Ally triple.
There we go.
Your ally has slain an enemy.
Yeah, but no, it's always nice. Happy to meet everyone. I thought at the beginning that every time he was like, nice to meet you, I'm Pendo, that it meant that there were new people coming in the chat, but I think it's just based on a timer. Whoop.
You mean it doesn't actually care if he's nice to meet me? Oh, that's sad.
No, it's still nice to meet you. Wait, that's not a normal sentence. It still thinks it's nice to meet you, yeah. Yeah. No, get out, get out. Okay. That was intense. Okay. No, 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 thank you. Oh.
Every time they go for me, Jesus Christ. We have no front line.
No.
The Wukong needed to go tanky.
What?
What
the?
Yeah.
What's going on? Look at him. What's going on? Hey, ooh.
What?
I don't know. Maybe I'm sanity.
He's back.
Really?
Back. Okay, I did the damage. I did the damage. Yeah. Nice, nice, nice. The burp is good.
What?
Wait. If we're gonna play Pixelmon, what kind of Minecraft are we gonna use then?
Java.
Java.
Okay, you can't do it.
Do we have the latest releases at just 26.2? Do we need that one or do we need another one?
Do you have CurseForge?
Yes.
It's on CurseForge. It's a CurseForge thing.
Do you have like a package or something, or?
Yeah, it's a mod pack. I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wait for you for after stream.
Ooh. The thing was, I thought that maybe I could just like, I might need a break at least from League for a little bit after this one. But then I kind of want to see if I can I have curse words. If we play locally, we should just be able to set it up right away. But just two of us.
Yeah, I got a
Would
little
you
mini
mind me
server.
streaming it or no?
Up to you.
GG's. Yeah, they were way too
Yeah.
tanky. We were doing
Yeah,
okay-ish at the beginning, but also
personally
like
should
I
have
don't
gone
know
tanking, but
Locke that well. Like not at all.
it's all good. It's all good.
But yeah, I am gonna take a break. And maybe I will get back to League later. I will take a break from
It's
League for a little
okay.
bit. Yeah.
I understand. He's sick of playing with me. I get it.
No,
Exactly. She's a more
I've been playing
female.
League non-stop already
I
for
know,
like
I
5
know,
hours. So yeah. Like the last time I was like
We know
doing
the
the League
truth.
marathon, it was like 20
5
and it was
hours.
15
It's
hours
just
of
name
League.
numbers. Come on.
I did not
Come on,
say
name
that.
numbers.
Thank you for playing, Fergie. I enjoyed a
Oh,
lot.
you're right. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Panda Man.
No
There you go.
worries. Fly straight from them. So
Go
much
check
cheaper.
out Panda Man. There he is.
Damn, he ran away quick.
I know.
He was out of here. He was like, "No, thank
Oh,
you."
like, okay, bye.
What about?
I have to go. I'll see you later. Have a good night, Dad Sack. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Why do I have 2 sets of things? Oh. Okay.
Why do you have that?
I don't know. Checking my stuff. I can open more stuff. Yeah. And what is this? Mystery emote? Easy. Wow. Okay. New icon. Wait. I can show you guys. I don't want to disturb what you're gonna do next. Reggie, you're welcome to just hang out still. Like it was not like okay, I'm done with you. I never said that. I was just done with League for a little bit. So if you just want to chill and chat or just hang out, you're still welcome to hang out in the voice chat as well. We did not want to bully you away. I was happy to play with you. Do I have this one? I can get one more champion. I got Gangplank. Gangplank. Ah, it's all good. Okay. But thank you, Reggie. Thank you. Mm. Wow.
Why?
Wow. I mean, what can you next time start a live when I'm awake? Well, I did send you a message. Like, hey, I'm live now, but again, I said I was gonna go live earlier, but I was super tired, so I took a nap, and things were late. Um, Thanks again for having me. If you're a fan, you would not be asleep. Neon. Well, sleep is important. So if you need to have some sleep, you're yeah. It is good that you get your sleep as well. Because you're in the same kind of time zone as me. No, you're in the same time zone or 1 hour earlier, maybe. Leon, why are you awake right now then? Isn't it super early for you? Yeah. Curse Forge. Update. Oh. But yeah, hi. We are in the same time zone. Yeah, okay. So it is fucking early for you. It's like 7 in the morning. Ray Muffin's head like looks he's like Come into your room. Yeah, he is here. He's just part of the room here. Look.
Yeah. I'm just flying around.
Wee. Yep. Okay. Moinkwe. I'ma go to sleep some more, bye. If you wanna add some more songs before you go, you are welcome. If you just wanna get sleepy EPs, go sleepy EPs. And I promise I am still working on streaming on more normal times. I was doing better and I was starting like every time at like 10. But I've been fucking tired during the days and then streaming at night, so now keeping that cycle intact, but we're getting there, we're getting there. Have a good sleepies, Neon. Whenever I wake up, she's live. Have good sleepies. Yes, have good sleepies. Oh, special Pokemon. Hanging like a keychain. I know what you mean. Yes, here. Because you're hanging on the cable there. I like that. And I come on stream. Wow, Milo. Perfect sleeping schedule. Yeah, you still haven't slept since the end of my stream. Oh, rip shot. Wait, how long ago is that? I'm not a real fan. Oh my gosh, be nice to Neon. Okay, you ain't working anything. If lives are at 2 a.m., let me guess at 3:32 you summon demons? Yes. And at 4:20 we smoke? Yes. Wow. Okay, we need... Thank you. 9 hours ago, stream was 18 hours. Damn, was that still the chatting one? Look. What was that sound? What? Is that you?
What? Yeah.
Do that?
Just a thing I can do.
It sounds like Yoshi, but done weird. But again, do it
Sounds like
again.
what?
It sounds like Yoshi and Stitch had a baby.
That's a weird one. Bye, Dutch girl. Bye, Neon. See you next Everybody's just
time,
run
or see
away
you
right
in a
now.
couple hours. Probably next time. Sounds like you need to run to the bathroom from my end. Oh my god,
Wow.
Veggie. Yeah, you did some DVD. Oh, nice. And that is a secret. No one was meant to know. That is also very true. It is a secret what we do in the middle of the night. That makes it sounds way more sus than it is. We still just play games and chill and vibe. Okay. I am gonna.
One of
Pixelmon
you
is
might
its
know.
own thing. Wait, but it's not called Pixelmon, but okay, hang crap.
Pixelmon's in it. Because there's just Pixelmon, but there's also like some other fun mods in there.
Okay.
If you don't want to do that one, we could just do the regular Pixelmon or Cobblemon, but
I'm up for whatever. Identify exposed. Wait, nobody needed to know that I'm one of the demons. Wait, but is Veggie the other demon then? Is everyone who is awake a demon? But we're not even playing cult now.
are we talking like Ars Goetia demons? Or...
Well, they're voice chat demons.
We got a Cobblemon hater in the chat.
An avid Cobblemon hater? Cobblemon?
Okay, so Pixelmon, but there's basically just one big difference. Cobblemon is like the Pokemon are blocky and Minecraft shaped, whereas in Pixelmon they're like the 3D actual like shapes.
Which one are we gonna do?
We're doing Pixelmon.
But they're 3D shaped.
Yeah, they're
Cobblemon
like
just
made
looks
of-
pretty. Pixelmon plays well.
Yeah.
Me, a demon? No. Okay.
Me over here looking at the books about demons, and it's just like a dog-headed monkey.
I still
Hey,
need
my
to figure
friend.
out how to change my username.
I'm gonna send you a message.
My account on Minecraft is like my Xbox account, and my Xbox account has my name that I made when I was 16. And it's the only time I did another name than Evil Muffin, and I've always regretted it. And I did change it on Minecraft, yeah. It is installation modified. Okay. Play. I understand the risks. Look, it shows username on Minecraft. Go to their website for Java. Okay. Minecraft. The thing is, I think my Minecraft username is changed. Wait, look. Because the thing is, if I have Minecraft here, and here it shows Evil Muffin. But my Xbox account thing here, my Microsoft account, that's called Boefje. That's not pronounceable in English. I don't know how to. Yeah, it's Little Bandit basically in English. Muffin Slayer 69. No. But I think my account here might be wait. Oh wait, change. Yeah, so it says change it on Xbox.com. So then I gotta add in the Xbox site. Let's go. Okay. I don't want Taylor ads, thank you. Can I change it here then? I had been trying to figure that out, but it never worked. I think I can. Evil Muffin? What? I can, yeah. Then I got a gamer tag with a number and stuff behind it. No. And I thank you for the hydrate, by the way. Thank you. And the stretchies. I need to do stretchies. I might switch to the other thing. Bedrock will use that Xbox name, which you need to change to the Xbox. Java can be used on their website. Yeah, so I think my where's my other channel? Here. I think my how do you say that? Minecraft thing is changed, but I do want to change the other one as well. But if I just do Evil Muffin, it's adds a lot of stuff behind it, so I don't think that one is available. Oh no, it will just add stuff. Yeah, okay, we'll just add stuff behind it. Okay. Evil Muffin. Okay. Yeah. Okay, now I check. Now I changed it on the Xbox app as well, finally.
Where?
But it should work already here with just Evil Muffin. Look, it's prepping. It's prepping to open a Pokemon. Uh, did I do this one? Where did my camera go on this one? This is interesting. There's Minecraft. Yeah. Where'd my camera go here? Why? Did I remove it in this one? I think so, maybe. Okay, 1 second. Ooh, giant muffin. Bloop. Okay, okay.
I'm gonna send you the server link. You want to cover that up? And type it in. So you don't
Sounded loud.
people breaking in.
I'm a little deaf now.
I sent you a link to the server.
Why does it sound like Stardew Valley?
Who knows?
It's Stardew. Okay, am I crazy? No. Like it is, but it isn't. Oh, okay. Okay, I'll move you down there. And I think then I was gonna say that, yeah, it does sound like Stardew Valley. Okay, wait, do we want this one or do we want this one so you see the whole screen? I don't know. I'm gonna put it on this one for now.
Yeah, I sent you a link to the server if you want to just cover that up so people don't break in.
I will hide. Do I then do like direct connection with that or no?
You do the you go to servers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I am here.
You can like you can like type whatever name you want, and then the IP which I sent you, just copy and paste that.
So instead of direct connection,
You do add server.
so then I call it
Mm.
create.
And now you get to pick your starter Pokemon.
Can connect to
What are you
server.
gonna-
Wait, can connect. Build to connection. No.
You got to refresh it a couple times.
Hey.
Did it work?
Yes.
All right, what starter are you picking before we copy each other?
Okay.
Hmm.
It looks cute. Okay, wait, for the stream, is this better? But then I block part of the screen, or should we do the tiny one? Where my snap is also gone, god damn it. Boop.
Sure.
Boop.
Although
Whoa.
the song's still there. Mega Muffin.
Mega Muffin. That was not my intention. But then I can do this. Because then you can see the whole game. Because this is kind of a game where it's annoying if I block the whole screen, I think. And then I've moved audio right there. I think this is okay. Then everyone can see everyone. Yes, yes, that's a good enough. Hey, where are the reactives here? Oh, we're tiny. Okay. Tiny, teeny reactives. Okay, just put them there. Yeah, okay. Maybe I should turn music down, or there's too many sounds going on. Okay, but let me just.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm pretty sure I have the game muted on my.
Yeah, it sounds literally like Stardew Valley. So yeah, I'm gonna mute the music in a second. But okay, now please picture. Oh, but okay. Which Pokemon should we pick? Oh,
Nice,
you
that pretty
can use
quick.
all the generation stuff. Wow. What do you? No, I don't want the same. Did you already pick or no?
No, I'm waiting for you to pick one, so I don't pick the same one.
Ah, but it's hard.
I know, right? 27 whole options.
There's so many options.
Yeah.
I do like Wiplup. I like Charmander always. Like Charmander was always my basic pick. Yep. And then from this one it was like Cyndaquil. This one I did like fire ones for the first few, and then I switched to water because those were so cute.
I picked grass for the first 7. And I picked fire for the 8th, and I never played the 9th.
I think 1, 2, 3. I think I switched to Piplup here, and then I did Asha. I haven't played this one.
The weird thing is, every time I picked a grass one, except when it was like
Charmander.
Black 2 and Ultra Sun, I picked the fire type.
A D20. Okay. But a D20 to pick which.
Well,
Okay, how many options do we
27
have?
of them.
1, 2,
There's
3.
27.
Wait. How, we can do a D20, like roll for it.
Yeah, but there's 27 of them, so
There's no D27, huh?
I mean you could do dice roller. Roll a die. 127 sided dice.
You roll it?
I got a 10. No, I just did a different one. The Google one just does regular dice.
27. 27 die. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Roll. Okay, I got 11.
I mean,
It's the same that Gil rolled. So yeah, okay, but then which one is it then?
I don't know. Do you want to go in rows or columns?
Is it 1, 2, 3, 4, or is it 1, 2, 3? I think
I don't
1, 2,
know.
3 per gen, but wait. Okay, I can check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So it's either Chimchar or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
It's either Cyndaquil or Chimchar.
Cyndaquil or Chimquar. Chimchar?
Chimquar.
Chimquar. I don't know. I butchered his name right away.
Quack, quack, quack.
Quack, 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 quack. Monkey or fire
Monkey
baby?
or
Fire baby. Do it 3D30 if you use 3 dice. Impossible to roll the first 2 the way you did it. No, but that was I think. Okay. Cyndaquil. I cannot choose. It's just
flip a coin.
What?
Flip a coin. Heads Cyndaquil, tails Chimchar.
Okay. Coin flip. Wait, head was what and what was what?
Heads was Cyndaquil, tails was Chimchar.
Heads.
So Cyndaquil.
Okay. Oh. Begin. What?
The question is, are you gonna go for
Why
regular?
are you Team Rocket?
The question is, are you gonna go for regular Typhlosion or are you gonna go for the emo Typhlosion?
Emo Typhlosion?
Yeah, in the 8th to 9th generation, they made it have 2 evolutions, and one's like a dark type, and it's like edgy and emo.
Oh my god, I want Emo Cyndaquil. Oh, yes. That sounds amazing.
And I'm gonna do a Pokemon I've never done before. Oh, hello.
Why are you Team Rocket? Am I
Because
also
my
Team
friend-
Rocket?
No, you're a pink-haired girl in a unicorn onesie.
Oh, I'm a unicorn. Okay.
Yeah, press F8 or press F5.
Oh, wait, why can't I see my face?
You can click it one more time to go to the next one.
Hey! Oh. Yeah, this is my very old Minecraft skin. The only skin I ever had for Java. I had it illegally downloaded from some site, and then I was a unicorn onesie, and I was happy. But I need to update it maybe. I now also want to be Team Rocket. You're gonna be James. I want to be Jesse.
Well, I mean, you want to see what Pokemon I chose for my starter?
Yes. How do I Pokemon? Whoa. Poplio!
You press R.
R. Whoa! Oh my gosh, he's a cutie. He's
So
a
you see
cutie.
you see this blue egg in your inventory?
Why is my game? My game is too big for my screen.
I don't know, maybe you messed around with it too much.
Maybe.
Oh look, it's an ultra wormhole. Those are rare.
Wait. Boop. There you go. This is kind of cool. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Wait.
So
How
so
do
those blue eggs.
Blue egg?
Oh. Yeah, there's a blue egg in your inventory. Basically, you can walk to hatch those, and they have random Pokemon in them depending on the month. And it's like on a loop.
I have a book. Click here to start. There's quests. There's regions.
I don't know.
There's all the
I don't know
regions. You have the Kanto region, the Johto, the one. Oh. Champion, Poke Champion.
Yeah, I've never done any of those because my friends didn't let me have any fun.
You can excavate fine mine if you hold down the left control key. While you mine or chop wood to complete this quest, get 1 cobblestone. What?
Quests are questy. Oh yeah. You want something cool that you can do, Moofin?
Task. Oh my god, there's so much. What? Where? What?
Oh, do you want something neat you can do?
Yes, I have no idea. Because I
Okay,
haven't
so
played Minecraft in a bit.
So you can make a camera, right? And you can get film.
You make a
And
camera?
if you take you can take a picture of a Pokemon, and then you can put that picture on your head, so you got like a little Pokemon hat. I don't have the stuff to make a camera right now, but
Look at this shit. I'm just gonna follow his butt when you go live.
yeah, to put it back in its Pokeball, you need to click.
Oh yeah. And R. Whoa! Damn. Look. Okay. What is this?
That's a Capsicid.
Can I attack it?
It's a grass type.
Can I, what? Justin! Yeah, but how can I?
That's a bit weird, Milo.
I wish I was her Pokemon. What?
No, he wishes he was your Pokemon.
I could throw you also like in a ball, yeah. But okay, wait. What do I do?
What do you mean?
Control.
What do you do?
What do I
What are you
do?
doing? What are you doing? Yeah.
I don't know. You're sleeping.
Oh.
Where are you sleeping?
Yeah,
Where's the bed? It's morning. Oh my Jesus. Great, I'm overwhelmed.
Okay, so we'll go slow.
Break. Help.
Personally, Milo, if you were, I would have released you already. Nah, I'm joking.
What? Yeah, but you release all your Pokemon. I keep every single one of them. On my old Pixelmon, we will take pictures of everyone's teams and put them in item frames. Oh, that's so cute. I just got off Minecraft. Oh, sorry. Yes, go.
Okay, so here you can open these and find random loot.
Loot?
Yeah, like.
Okay. We take everything.
Take whatever you like.
Take everything.
And also, you'll just find Pokemon wandering around in all the biomes, including, I believe, once every 20 minutes there's a chance of a legendary spawning.
There's a lot of random loot.
Mhm.
Do we share this, or if I take it, is it gone?
It's individual. It's like if it's gold, it means you've already looted it.
Okay. Hey, thank you,
gold.
Justin. I think I saw Comrade. Yes, hi, Comrade. We're exploring Pixelmon. I haven't played Minecraft in a while, man. This is
Yeah, in the Pokemon.
Yeah.
Yeah, there in towns there are Pokemon centers, like healing centers, and sometimes there's a shop. And in the center there you can like store Pokemon, heal them, trade them.
Okay, but okay, I can throw my Pokemon like this. Yep, and I can retrieve it. Yep. How do I catch
How do you catch what?
new Pokemon?
Oh, you need Pokeballs for that.
Whoa! I'm doing a Poke battle.
Pokemon, yeah.
Poke
just
battle.
saying me. I know it's my destiny.
Oh my gosh!
My
I'm gonna
best
try to
friend,
catch a
even though we
Houndour.
must be friends.
Bam! I'm just gonna tackle his butt all the way. Where is he? I can only see mine. I can see Houndour. You also don't need to go into battle to catch. It's lower what? You can just throw balls?
Yeah, you can just throw balls at it, but the lower its health is, the more likely it is to get in there.
Wait. So if I now do Pokeball, Quick Ball. Oh, it's right over here. That's why I couldn't see it. It's right there.
Yeah.
It's a teeny. Oh, he broke free. He has 10% health.
It's only a chance.
Bam.
Oh yeah, with quick balls, they're more likely to catch the earlier on in the fight. So like if you just throw that out.
Oh, but then I fucked up. I only have three quick balls. So then I now just gotta defeat his butt. Or run. He's gonna murder my Cyndaquil. I'm gonna run.
Well, there's a healing center 2 feet away from you, so.
Aww.
It's okay.
Aww.
I'm gonna run off into the woods now. Never be
How do I
seen again.
open my inventory?
Huh?
Whoa, Pokedex.
E is inventory.
Okay. So if I just have a ball. And oh no, I want this. And then I pick up the ball. Where'd he go?
I'd recommend starting a fight with it and then throwing the ball because its effect only happens when it's in the ball. Or when it's in the fight.
But okay, but now my only Pokemon is almost done. This is great. But I threw a ball once and now I have a kid. Oh my god, Comrade. It's behind the cactus. Yeah, but okay, but then I have to start a fight again and then I'm gonna die, or start a fight, throw a ball, hope for the best.
Gotta do what you gotta do. I'm gonna go level up and become all powerful.
How do I throw a ball? Go that way.
Uh-oh.
Oh. I didn't start a fight. How do I get more
Let's go.
Pokeballs?
You gotta find them or you gotta make them.
Make them?
Yeah, there are trees called apricorn trees.
Narwhals swimming in the ocean, causing a commotion, cause they are so awesome. Narwhals swimming in the ocean, pretty big and pretty wide, and beat a polar bear in a fight. Like an underwater unicorn, they've got a kick-ass facial harm. They're the Jedi of the sea, stop Cthulhu eating ye. Narwhals, they are narwhals.
I think I have an advantage because Pokemon around here are double weak to water.
They are narwhals.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, but now like, okay, my Pokemon doesn't heal up in between, no?
There, I think it slowly heals over time, but there's also a healing center right next to where I'm standing.
He makes sound! Okay, way
Yeah.
too happy about that, but he was like, yeah! Oh, that's so cute. Okay.
I move in by moving.
Wait, is this a Poke Center?
Yep, the healing machine's in the back. behind the guy. And the thing to the side of him is a computer where you can store your Pokemon.
How do I use this? Oh, there we go.
You just right click on him.
Okay. Did he now? Is he healed? He's healed! Okay, everything is gonna be alright. Damn ads! Oh no. Okay, wait. We need. There you go. Welcome back, Justin. Everyone, I have the song request on. If you want to request a song, wait. But now I cannot. Now I just can beat their butts, but I cannot catch them. But I need to catch them all. That's my whole.
I just got one shot by a boss.
Holy shit!
I thought I had a sliver of a chance given the fact that I was 4 times strong against it, and I just got blipped.
Wait, woke up
I think it was a
ball.
fight. What?
No, how do you make a ball?
Yeah, typing in Poke doesn't work because there's a accent on the E. Be like, yeah, you just click on them.
Yeah, but then you need parts. You need a stone button and like a Pokemon lid and an iron base.
Yeah.
Look, you need a shit ton.
It's a trick, but once you get going with it, it goes pretty quick.
There's a kitty. Oh.
There's a kitty. Oh. What happened to the kitty?
So
Did the kitty explode or something?
Whoa! Okay, I'm gonna just kick a Diglett, hopefully. I kick a Diglett, hopefully. Yeah. Just hopefully kick a Diglett.
I'm doing Diglett abuse.
I changed the volume and I regret everything. Okay.
What'd you do?
I muted the game.
Wow.
Where is the Pokemon again? Why can't I see? I want to see the. Oh, there's the battle. You need to see the battle. It's epic. Okay, I might switch it to this one still because then you can see more. But I don't know. Yeah, I got a special Pokemon. Wait, let me check in the meantime how long this song is.
Hey, Muffin. A
Just
legendary
understood this.
spawned.
What?
A legendary spawned nearby.
Now already?
I know, right? That was quick. I'm like, I'm gonna
It's-
tell her about the
Like
cool rare chance
I just
of
got
getting a
bored in this
legendary
world.
show
I'm not ready to fight a legendary. I'm
No,
struggling
neither
to
of us
fight
are.
a Diglett.
This is
I'm
just gonna
dying.
run us over.
I'm dying.
You're dying to a Diglett.
Dying
Yeah,
to
you
a
want something
Diglett.
fun?
Already.
Most of the Pokemon around here are double weak to my water type. So I'm just leveling up.
You
like
murdered my
crazy.
Cyndaquil.
Oh, not the Cyndaquil.
What a meanie. Wait,
Yeah,
where
to
was
be
the
fair, you're not gonna do great around here because fire
Yeah.
types are weak to ground types. So you might want to. Oh, there's the legendary right there. It's just standing right next to you.
Yeah,
Man.
but I need to heal.
Look, I was running away.
I know,
Why are you
I know,
running?
I know.
Why
I
you
did
running?
die. I did die. Okay, yes, convert. We're playing Minecraft Pokemon. It's Pixelmon. Okay. Where did it go? Where did it go?
Where did it go? It's right here.
What is that?
It's Keldeo, the legend. It's a legendary horse.
Did I fight it?
Hey, Muffin. Oh, yeah, it's a level 50 water type. I'm pretty sure. So
I am gonna run. No, I
Also-
can't escape. No. Okay,
yeah,
wait.
you might want to go into the forest where you have a better chance.
I just murdered my Cyndaquil again, but I wanted to see it up close. Sorry, Cyndaquil. I promise I
Poor
will do
Cyndaquil.
better. Ouch.
I mean,
Oh,
you could throw a quick ball
Okay,
and
so
pray.
Ripshot, I found 3 quick balls and that was it. And I have no
Yeah.
way to get Pokeballs still at this moment.
We're gonna have to wander around and look for them.
We're gonna find them and then steal them from people. Yeah.
I'm gonna go into the savannah biome and pray.
Okay. I'm just gonna steal everyone's bread.
Why?
Is the bread for me or for the Pokemon?
The bread's for you. You can feed your Pokemon, I think, but crap.
Just stealing people's stuff. Is there a way to take everything from a chest in one go or no?
I don't remember. Okay, I see what Pokemon I'm getting. Where are you going? Come back here! Come back here! Ooh, there's a Gibble.
A what? A Gibble?
Gibble, yeah, it evolves into Garchomps. That's one of the
You can
strongest
craft them. I want an
non-legendaries in the game.
Epicos. Yeah, but then where do I get Epicos?
Trees.
I don't want
Apricot
this.
trees. I'm in
I
danger.
don't need this. Oh,
You know what? What's the matter?
my inventory is full because I pick up everything.
Oh, you're a hoarder. I see.
Always.
Okay.
Trying to find Pokeballs. Found Pokeballs!
Yeah.
And I found a camera.
I ran out of Pokeballs. And my Pokemon is dead. Crap. Should I try to throw a Pokeball at it and catch it?
Yes.
I need to catch you. Get in the ball. Get in the goddamn
I
ball.
don't want this.
I missed.
I have a
I
camera.
missed Muffin. I'm a disgrace.
How do I
You got
use
a
the
camera.
camera?
You right click while looking at a Pokemon.
Oh my gosh.
It's a Gibble. Right. You click.
The person is in the way. Don't block the Gibble. Okay, yes. Oh. Perfect shot. Get here.
Oh my gosh, I caught it, Muffin. I got my first Pokemon.
I think I took a picture.
All right, now open your inventory.
Oh no, my inventory was full.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you should clean up your inventory, man.
I have a lot of random stuff in here. I can make this again. I just took all the stuff that looked like I could use them, but I have a bed. Are we gonna make a house, or is that just not something you do here?
You can do it. It's basically Minecraft with Pokemon. It's not like it's just Pokemon.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you know how I told you about the blue egg?
Yeah.
There's also a green egg that gives rare Pokemon, but
Necessities are unless not random stuff.
but 90% of the time, a random horrible thing happens instead, such as explosives.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, can I just sleep in his bed? Yes,
Yeah,
I can.
you do that. You do that so I don't have to.
I just
I'm too lazy.
stole his house. It was good, no?
Mm-hmm. Hey, Muffin.
Ah!
Can I borrow a camera?
Okay, how do I give it to you? Just throw it down?
Q.
Do you have film?
Huh? Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Okay. Here, I'll show you my new Pokemon while I'm doing it.
Oh, he's so cute.
Right, and then you just left click, and then Muffin, you say I'm holding the picture, right?
What?
You see how I'm holding the picture?
No,
My arm's
you're
no
standing
longer.
in this. Yeah, okay. Oh, what?
Okay, I'm holding the picture, right?
Yeah.
I can and then you put it on your head.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
I've done it with a Wailord before.
I wanted.
If you know what Wailord is the whale Pokemon. It's huge. Like it filled up my entire base.
Okay, wait. Camera shutters. Then I have a picture. And then you do what with the picture?
You put it on. You just put it on your helmet. In your inventory.
Okay, I'm having way too much fun with this.
That's a good thing, isn't it? We're supposed to have fun.
Holy!
Wee.
Yeah, Justin, look, this is amazing.
being
This is
getting
all you need
mugged
in
by a
life. Just
dude.
have a Pokemon on your head. Why is this guy following me? Does he want to fight?
Probably. I'm joking.
Like, I have no Pokemon yet, so don't fight me yet. Let me get stronger. Oh, wrong one. Wait, F. R. It's R. No, this is not the Pokemon I wanted to fight. Okay, I need to find some Pokemon that I can actually defeat.
Oh, I just went to the Pokestop and I got 2 eggs.
Maybe this one? This is a water one, but it is a level 5 one. We have a shot. We have a shot.
What?
Beat him down! No, but I accidentally attacked the I died. Okay, I'm having a rough start, Gray.
Yeah. As I said, Muffin.
Yeah, it's a hard area here. I need to go
to. Yeah, the Pokemon around here are good against the Pokemon you have.
Yeah.
So you should move to the grassland or something.
Where is that?
Anywhere outside the desert.
Okay. Ooh. Keep throwing my stuff. Go to another biome. Yeah. Okay. Yes. I get it. Okay. Okay, let me switch it to this one again. I can see more game. Maybe it's also because I don't have the game full screen with window. This is grass. I'm in grass.
Grass time.
Grass, but I don't see Pokies. Pokies.
They load in over time.
Okay, hey, what are you? I can fight you. I can't fight you.
Yeah,
It's a
that's
small.
that's a grass type.
Yeah.
That do be killable.
But that's the thing. So the collector in me is like, but I don't have this Pokemon, so now I gotta catch it. Because I just want to catch every Pokemon.
So far, because Pixelmon's a little behind, there's only 1,000 something.
Don't want to catch all 1,000 Pokemon, no?
It's possible. Some of them are rarer than others because like legendaries and stuff, obviously, but
I also need to train. Okay, but then I do. Ooh, he's gonna murder my Cyndaquil again. Are you kidding me? Wait, okay.
it shouldn't be possible. It's a low level grass type.
I know. My Cyndaquil can only tackle.
That's pretty sad, man.
Can only tackle and leer. I got one! I got my first other Pokey! Yes, a small beam. Is this a Poké Center? What is this?
What?
What is this?
That's a Pokestop, like in Pokemon Go. You can get eggs and plushies and stuff from it. Oh, you got an apricorn from it.
Okay. Can I live here?
I mean, you can. I'm pretty sure resets like every 10 minutes or something.
Okay. How do I... Can I heal my own Pokemon, or do I have to now walk back all the way to the desert?
You can get revives, potions, and other stuff from wandering around. Later on, I'm gonna craft healing machines.
Oh gosh!
What?
Okay.
What'd you do?
Nothing.
Oh, you shattered your Pokeball. I alt tab just in time to watch. You're like, nothing. And I'm just like, ew. I see. You try to lie to me in my own game. Okay.
I need that. Okay. Yes. I just shattered one. What is that? Is that a puppy? It's a puppy.
It's Yamper. It's an electric, whatchamacallit.
Puppy!
Uh,
I wanna catch you, get here!
both my Pokemon are already dead.
Puppy!
I'm
Why is this not
terrible to it.
working? Did I get it? No. Puppy!
I-
Puppy?
I need to go back to town.
No! Okay, me too. I spent my
Yeah,
4
both my
Pokeballs.
Pokemon died. I tried to fight a boss again.
Wait, you
and
can
I
fix it in your
failed.
inventory?
Huh?
Wait, I can make 1 Pokeball in my inventory. I have 1 Pokeball. We're good.
You can
The
just
thing is, I
repair it.
also gotta go back because I gotta heal and I don't know where to heal.
Just follow me.
Where are you? Where am I? Wait, I see you on the map, okay.
Or I could cheat and heal you. But nothing like a good old walk, you know?
Oh, I'm still exploring, finding other. Is this a fan feed? Why is it a little balloon? Oh, this is the other weird one. Kufand. A
Yeah, Cufant
Kufand.
from it's Gen 8.
I don't know the Gen 8 ones. They're just weird. What is
Yeah.
it, your face? What is it, Justin? Oh, there's a Pokemon in the chat. There is still a Poke raid going on.
Okay, so there's a problem with my team, and I'm extremely weak to electric type Pokemon.
You have 2 Pokemon now. I'm so
Yeah,
happy.
me too.
Yay!
Although I'm at a Pokeball already. I'm gonna wander off into the woods, never to be seen again.
Oh gosh, no.
What?
Just oh gosh, no. Can I buy Pokeballs? No. Not here.
There's a shop in some villages. It's basically the Poke Center, but blue. So it's like in real Pokemon. Yeah, I'm just wandering off into the woods, trying to find some stuff.
How do I okay, if I now press R, I throw my 1 Pokemon.
Yeah,
How do
you
you
can
change
use
the
the arrow.
order
You
of
can use the
stuff?
arrow keys to switch between them. I assume that's good
I
information.
see. Okay,
Yeah.
okay, we have 1 Pokeball, so we can catch 1 more. But that has to be like a
Yeah.
water type, so we have a good equal team. Yep.
Yeah, me over here with 2 water types, trying to find electric type Pokemon to fight.
But like I have still like 2 level 5 babies. What this is a water
mine are-
type? Okay.
Toodle.
Doodle.
Toodle.
Where are they? They're so small. Okay, there they are. There they are. Oh, he used protect. Aw. Then A, Forest Gump? What? Explain it, Kill. I am brain farting a lot today.
I have no idea what Forrest Gump has to do with Gen Alpha, but isn't it crazy that we're already on Gen Beta?
What?
Do you know about the generations?
Well, not Gen Beta. Like that's the
Like-
thing. Like I played like the Pokemon OGs, and I played a couple
No.
next
We're
gen
talking
other
about
than that, but
humans.
Gen. Oh, like thinking you were talking about Pokemon. Okay, yes, I do know about that.
Yeah. It's crazy to think about.
That is
We're not
true.
not the youngest generation anymore. We're the 3rd youngest. Ugh.
Now I'm gonna level up. just dying of laughing. I was like, Gen Beta and Pokemon, what? And me, I feel old again. Aw.
Poor comrade.
But what am I
So-
again? I think I'm in between 2.
What? You're millennial? How old are you again? 30, was it?
That's the thing. It is still funny because a lot of people don't know. The thing, I'm right in between too, so I'm like sort of millennial, sort of Gen Z. It depends like where you search it because the border is like my birth year. So, and I'm in the middle of the year also. Like my birthday is like in June. So I'm right in the middle. So I'm half
I believe it starts
millennial,
at the
half
beginning
Gen
of the
Z.
year, so you're a Z.
Am I Gen Z then?
Believe it starts at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, that's
So
true. Remember watching Pokemon in the morning before I went to school? Yes. I was
yep.
born, so yeah, you're a millennial then, Justin. And lol, now I'm good. I feel old, but 95% of my time is spent around a near 3-year-old. Yeah, that's true. That's true. What song is this?
I got Pokeballs now.
No
They're no
Square.
longer useless.
The No Square song.
Oh God. Who did that? Who picked that
Skip
song?
it, please. I was
Who
like,
am I
what are we
fighting?
listening to? Okay, yeah, no, okay.
Who picked that song? Who am I fighting? Who's throwing hands?
Well, Justin, you're saying skip it, please, but you're the one. You're the one that requested it.
All right, that's a come here, you. I'm jumping out of the. I'm jumping out of the
No,
screen.
don't
At you.
touch me there. No, yeah, okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
ooh, another legendary spawned near me.
Raikou.
Yeah, that's the Thunder Dog.
Nice. I see a
All right.
Ponyta. I don't have
Hey, Muffin,
Pokeballs.
there's a tiny chance you're about to see in the chat that I blew up.
You blew up? I don't.
There might be a chance that happens.
I see the puppy again. Yeah, no, I don't have. I need to find better Pokemon to kill.
Hey, Muffin. Guess what I just found in this desert temple?
What? Did you find a desert temple?
Yee.
LP seconds? Oh god. It's not what I meant it to be. Okay, just okay, then it's good. I was like, I don't know about this one.
Yeah, I went to the desert temple and I found a reveal glass. Do you know what that does?
No.
Do you know the genie Pokemon from Gen 5?
Not sure.
Thundurus, Tornadus, and Landorus.
I'm not sure.
They got clouds for lower halves, and they transform into like animals.
Wait.
She doesn't know, Chad. She don't know. I also got one of the 19 pieces to summon Arceus.
No. Okay, I think Gen 5 is one of the ones I skipped probably.
You skipped the worst one. Or the best one, I mean. Blech. That's the opposite of what I said.
But that's the thing, that I can still replay them. Or play them. First time.
Yeah. At one point, a lot, like about a decade ago, my mom lost
Plankton name Sloppy
my
Seconds.
copy of Black.
Hmm?
Huh?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
About a decade ago, my mom was cleaning the house and lost my copy of Gen 5 for my Nintendo.
Lost it?
Yeah, and we've never found it, even though we've like deep cleaned the house so many times. It's somewhere. I bet it's in like the basement or something.
Yeah. Like my mom came the other day and she was like, "Yeah, I found this. This is yours, right? This is the Pokemon or something." I was like, "Wait, what did you find?" And she found my old like Game Boy Color case, and I lost that one. I found my Game Boy Color, and I found like an old case where I had the games in, but I only had 2 or something, and I used to have like a lot. But I only had 2 in there, and I have the rest somewhere else. But they were in a separate case, and I didn't know where that was. But apparently, that was somewhere stashed in the attic. And there was Pokemon Yellow, like the OG cartridge as well. Like fuck yeah! And now I got 2 Game Boy Colors in the house.
Yeah, the first game I ever played was Gold on my dad's Game Boy Pocket.
What can I do with seeds here, by the way? Nothing, no?
What's seeds? I mean, you can plant crops, make yourself some bread.
Yeah, but then I want the base, and I don't know where I want to be at the base. I'm now just gonna catch Pokemon.
You just throw away stuff as you go.
Yeah. But the thing is, to find the temple is actually a quest, by the way, I agree.
Well,
From the guy at the, what is this? Little? What are you?
it's a Gen 9 Pokemon. It evolves into a ostrich-looking thing.
It's just a flying bunny?
No, it's a bird. It's a teeny little floating bird thing.
It
From
looks
hell.
like a bunny.
What's your favorite Pokemon? You got one?
Hmm?
Do you have a favorite Pokemon?
Hmm. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, but it's too cliche. But I did like Pikachu. But I did, yeah, that is very cliche. And
I bet
then,
you
yeah,
can't guess
no,
what
the
mine is.
starters that I've picked. I don't know. There's so many Pokemon now, and I don't know like a lot of the newer ones, so it is hard to say.
Mine's from Gen 5, so I guess you won't even know what it was.
Which one is it?
My
A
fa-
nice Pokemon?
My favorite Pokemon is Venipede.
Yeah.
It's that little like it's like the little like red and green Gen 5 bug type that evolves into the centipede horse.
Smoke screen. Nick. Oh, right. I am so weak.
Yeah, that's how it be sometimes. Start.
Yeah. And I want more Pokeballs because I want to get all the Pokos. Looks like it. Wait. I have one of the new emulators. Red, Sliver, blue, yellow, a few others are on it. I dig it. My first was yellow, my sister had red, and my brother had blue. But yeah, I had red, and then later got yellow. No. My sister had red, and then I got yellow, I think, and then we swapped around. It looks like a Game Boy Switch joysticks. Is it 41K games? Holy shit. Gyarados is still mine. That's a good choice. Can I just run because everyone is just gonna die? I'm just gonna, yeah. Where
I think I booked the bot.
This looks like it might be a temple. I want to find another Poke Center or something. Because my Pokés are small baby beans. Like I got a 6, and a 7, and everyone around here is like already like level 9, and then I die. And I want a house with
Yeah.
chests so I can put my stuff in there.
You can find bags and stuff that you can store things in.
Yeah?
You know, like Pokebags, and you can store like Pokemon related items in there.
Okay.
And also
Are the
if you're
green
in a
markers
fight,
other trainers? I think so.
and
Yeah.
also it works that when you're in a fight, you can use the items that are stored in your bag, like Pokeballs and healing and stuff. You can all use it from the bag.
Okay.
It's pretty useful.
Healer activates.
Ooh.
Why is he Dr. John and not Nurse Jenny? I miss Nurse Jenny.
No, copyright.
So he's just Dr. John. Yeah. That one was long, just 10 seconds.
What's in 10 seconds? What?
Like the song, I think. Oh, the ads. Okay, this
What
is
about ads?
training. A brewing stand?
Brewing stand, you say?
There's a brewing stand here.
I fell in a hole and I can't get out.
I got music discs as well.
Oh.
There's a
I'll trade
shopkeeper.
you.
But there is a
Trade you some music.
shopkeeper here, but they only sell food.
Go upstairs if you want. Well, one sells food and one sells items. But
I
if you
can
go
sell
up,
my
if you go,
stuff.
if you go upstairs, you can find stuff in some more loot chests with better drops.
Where's where?
What about?
Is this a gym?
No, that's a training area. The gyms are nearly impossible. It's something. It's a challenge, a real challenge.
But okay, so Ripshot has played features and they got a stat upgrades. Yeah, but how do I do that?
Hmm.
So I I have like X defense, fire hit, X special attack. Those are all the stat upgrades, no?
Yeah, those are. I think they're temporary buffs.
Temporary? No, they're normally. Wait, sneak for more info.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, they're temporarily. Yeah.
I'm bad at Pokemon.
During battle. Okay, dire hit is the other ones are just temporary, but dire hit should be something that stays. Or just consumables, just sell them. Those are temporary. Dire hit is not temporary, no? Oh yeah, during battle. Can only be used once and water yourself once withdrawn. Yeah, okay. But that's the thing, like I can just sell them maybe at the beginning because then if I will use them at some point then I figured it out, but I don't know what to do with it right now.
You just junk it.
Yeah, like I found out that I can sell a shit ton here. I'm gonna have some inventory space. Why is Santa Claus here?
I have no idea why they have a Santa Claus one, but they do.
Okay then. What is this Bramblin? Oh, I need to find an easier Pokemon. I wanna train. Where do we go? Are you? Are you Stone Golem?
An
Iron
Golem?
Golem. Hello, Iron Golem. Hey, there's another quest guy.
You want something funny?
Don't run away from me. What quest do you have? Hey, catch a shiny. Sure. Sure.
I mean, if you find one, that'd be pretty cool.
At some point, I want to catch a shiny.
It's only a 1 in 4,096 chance.
Your damn fingers
It
can
used to be
spell.
worse.
Wait. Oh. You're thinking of EV. Those are vitamins and feathers. You can also defeat wild Pokemon to raise EVs as well. Yeah, that's the thing. So I do want to train my Pokemon, but I have like a level 6, and a level 7. And everything around here is at least level like 10, 11. So then I gotta fight them like a little bit more, so then I get more stuff.
Hey, Muffin, you want to know what I just walked into?
What?
I just walked into a level 46 Diglett.
Holy shit.
Anyway, do you want to know else what I walked into?
What is this? Why is there a really weird black monster there?
What?
There's a tower with a red beam on top of it?
That's a Gen 8 thing. They're called raid dens. But like you can like team up with other people to fight stronger Pokemon and then catch them at the end.
Like a sort of like a poker raid thingy. Okay.
Anyway, as you can see in the chat, I just did a no life thing, and I am now farming I am now mining diamonds.
That's the thing. You still need to like make your own tools and stuff. Like it's also just normal Minecraft, or like did you just make a set of tools?
What?
Did you make a set of tools? Like it's also still like normal Minecraft, no?
Yeah, I just made a wood pickaxe, then I got a stone one, then I got some iron from the desert temple.
But why is there no floor here? There's a tower with just no floor underneath it. It's okay. That's a death trap. Woo! What were you doing, by the way, Justin? Yep, it's still mining. Minecraft, you'll want to go mining. Probably. Probably. But I'm just running around. Oh, running around the world for a little bit, just trying to explore.
Moving.
Yeah, maybe it be.
Me
It's
over
the
here.
same. Am I back at where I was? Where am I?
I
No,
don't know. No, that's a different
I
place.
found a new Poke Center. Santa's here again. My God. Yes, Jenny. Jenny. Okay, it's all good.
Muffin is a Jenny Simp confirmed.
Yes. I'm not even gonna deny it. Just yes.
I'm more of a Jesse guy myself. Although the hair is a bit much.
But I wanna remember I work from 6 p.m. to 4 a.m. This is my normal time, Goober. I'm off this weekend. Nice. But what time is it again? A raid then? Ah, okay. I do want to wait. Okay. Minecraft, Java skin. Let's see. Oh, rocket. Mm-hmm. Need to pick a good one.
Yeah.
Is that also a way too high crop top? Okay, I have like a slight distraction thing because yes, I'm looking to match my skin so I can be also team rocket with you.
You don't have to.
Hmm?
You don't have to be a Team Rocket.
No, but I want to. I want to go. I want to make my own one at some point. Oh my god. Can be a slowpoke.
I love
Slowpoke Team
Slowpoke.
Rocket.
Slowpoke's my guy.
It could
used
just
to
be a
my
slowpoke. It's 1 a.m. Okay. Oh yeah, you work from 6 p.m. to 4 a.m. That's true. And let's go, Mr. Set. But slowpoke.
Don't Slowpoke. You got a problem with Slowpoke? You want to go, bro?
Well, no, I can be an actual slowpoke. This is a vibe. I think for now I'm gonna try this. Hey, wait, how do I change my skin again?
Problem.
Minecraft.
Oh, holy
Where do I do
crap.
that again?
Destroyed my neck.
You popped your neck?
What about?
You pop your neck?
Yeah.
In file.
Freckle pop. Like a rice crispy.
Open.
I'm also lost. I don't like it.
Okay, does it work right away in the game?
What?
Wait, then I have to disconnect.
Oh,
Okay. Maybe you have
there
to
goes.
restart. I don't know. No.
What happened? Oh Lord.
Gorgeous. It scared me because I was loading in with it just looking right at me. Okay.
Yeah.
Worth it. This
Like,
was his name is Jeff.
my name's Dave.
Look, I even got a little tail. It's so cute.
Yeah. It's cute. As she says, freaking out, looking at it.
Okay. Why do I like this so much? Okay, I got an egg incubator, by the way. How do I put my egg in there?
You place it on the ground, yeah, slap an egg in there, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, but I don't want to place it. But then we have, okay, we need to make a house
Yeah,
then.
those are for like AFKing. Whereas you could just walk with it to move better.
Yes, I can. Okay. I have all these quests and all this stuff. But I found it.
Yeah.
Mainly settings and yeah. No. Get him. Okay, we're gonna get stronger now. Oh no, maybe not. Why is a Ratata just beating my Cyndaquil to death? Like,
It's not very nice of it, is it?
like he did one quick attack and it cost more than half my health already. Like, excuse me. That's not
Excuse
nice.
me.
Gotta bite his butt. That worked.
Sure.
He flinched. He flinched me. I wanted to bite. He bite me. Okay. Bite back.
No.
Bite back. You got it. Kyoto. Look how tiny he is. Kyoto is literally just like a little water drop and that's it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's a thing about Pixelmon is Pokemon have different sizes.
He's so
from minuscule to ginormous.
Yeah. I got a
And
tiny
ginormous-
bean, but my tiny bean defeated
ginormous-
someone.
Like ginormous is like 3 times bigger than normal, and minuscule is like 1/3 normal size.
Wait, are the cranberries? No, the cranberries. The berries are here. What berries did you need for Pokemon again? Or apricots? There's a stone golem as well. But this is a city. There is a Pokemon center. There's a market. There's a shop. Oh no, that's a Poke card. Or they have? Do they have Poke cards?
Mm-hmm.
Look, it's TCG. What the hell?
What? Oh yeah, there are Pokemon cards, but I haven't figured out how to use them. Cause I'm dumb.
Poke cards.
I know, right?
I'm accepting like all these quests without winning, but yeah, then I have all these quests.
You'll find out. You'll find out later. You'll find out at some point.
Yeah. Apricons. Apricons. No.
Whatever.
Apricos.
Whatever
With
you
a
want to call
D. It's not with an N.
There's an N.
Justin is confusing me.
Oh look, there's a Milcery. That's a Gen 8 Pokemon made out of cream.
Oh.
And then evolves into another one, and then if you get a special form of it, it's a wedding cake.
Bam. Or my stupid phone's mistyping. Yeah, no worries. That's a thing tonight.
Moss typing.
Moss typing. I'm not doing a lot of damage. But
I know,
also,
so
maybe I'm
annoying.
gonna do more damage with you. Maybe. I have a Cyndaquil on my head. It's so funny. Thank you for that. That's amazing. Now I do need to have like a Slowpoke or a Slowbro. That
I
is
call dibs on the
essential.
I call dibs on the Gen 8 Slowbro. Cause that's set up for my team for later.
That's dead flies. Oh
What?
no, he's licking me. Oh, it doesn't affect. Guys.
Oh.
Where is my Pokemon? Oh, it's just standing between my legs. He's such a badass. He's literally just attacking between. Look at this.
He's just hiding that. He's just hiding back there.
He's like, no, I don't want to die. I'm a small bean. I didn't want. Small bean one. He's level up. Ooh, what is this? I don't need to have this bone. I'm on my way. Yeah, to a Poke Center with Jenny. Feel good. Oh, there is a special Pokemon in chat again.
Oh? What was it?
Bird Mike? Looks like a little sort of walking ice cream.
Oh, that's a Gen 6 Pokemon. I thought you were talking about in game. I thought you were talking about like a legendary showing up, and I was like, whoa.
Oh, sorry. In the stream chat. But it's from the Poke raid, like from the event. It is cool. It's cool. It's a sheep. Okay, I want to see. I can keep walking to this Poke. It's a Meowth. Okay, but that's the thing. Now I want to catch everyone, and I don't have balls.
Casual woman problem.
Yes. Wish I had some balls. There's a lot of sheep here. Why are they okay?
Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't turn regular mobs off.
Wait, what did you need again? Can I check? What do I need for just a normal Pokeball? What do I need for the lid? Red apricots? I can get the red apricots here. Yeah. Yeah, okay, okay. We found a part for making Pokeballs.
You know how to make
Whee!
Pokeballs now? It's pretty cool. That's pretty cool right there, man.
Yeah, I found red apricots.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, okay. And then what else do we need again?
Who knows? There's so much stuff in this. You need iron or aluminum or some sort of metal.
Iron ingots. Failing at normal Minecraft.
Hmm?
And like, how do I make shit again? Any wood? I destroyed. Time to go mining. Yes, it is. But I still want to catch more Pokemon as well. But that's the thing that I need to. Okay, the fact that Santa is here is just
So trippy.
yeah. Workbench. Okay, okay. What are we listening to?
What is it?
Is this George Michael? Who asked for George Michael?
No idea who that is.
Careless Whisper. Song?
Let's cough up a lung.
But wait. Huh? Did they slip
What?
in or do I miss it? I don't see anyone requesting. Wait. Shh, accepted. Okay, okay. I've never seen the video. Well, now you have. Okay, I kind of want to make like a little temporary base somewhere. I just steal this house. Is someone living here? Can I just steal his house?
Yeah, pretty much. You just gotta shank the person in the face and take their house from them.
There's no entrance. The house is blocked by trees.
Yeah, do you see that pillar? You see that pillar in the center?
Yeah.
You can right click on them.
Oh.
And that's basically waypoints.
So it's really good if I steal this house. You never watched Deadpool? I did.
What's Deadpool?
What is Deadpool?
I kid. I'm not
Why is this not
uncultured.
destroyed? This house blocked. So confused, and I'm attacking everything with my book.
Book punching.
Yeah, book punching. It works. Where's the entrance? Is this the entrance? Yes. There's someone living here? Yes. The doctor? Okay. But I also want to live here. Okay. I freed him from his prison. But okay, maybe I should make a house next to their houses. What? Cyndaquil? Oh my god. Just walking off thin air and then just dropping down.
Quill dude.
Wait. Okay, we're just gonna live in a cave for now. I need to make something. I forget everything, so I'm just gonna eat the pickaxe. Pick. How do I make stick?
Yes.
Stick. What? Why am I saying so hard?
What happened? What?
I'm failing at basic Minecraft, just Minecraft 101. I'm like, great, I need a pickaxe. And then, okay, I got wood. Okay, I got work table. Okay. And I'm like, how do I make how do I? Oh, thank you. I'm like, why am I failing at making a stick? But we're good now. And then stick. Wait. No. Pickaxe. Oh my god, I did it. Be proud.
What'd you do?
I made a pickaxe.
You made a pickaxe all by yourself?
Yeah. Grimmy! Thank you for the alert, Grimmy. Goober, yes, 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 yes. Thank you. I do appreciate the help. I'm failing, but it's fine. It's fine. How are you doing, Remy? Feeling? Where have you gone off to, Gray?
I'm just wandering the world.
I found a diamond.
What? That's not a diamond.
There's no diamond?
Yeah, diamond only spawns at 12 and below.
Yeah,
As
that's
a
why I'm
crystal.
confused, but it's blue! I have
And
no
also,
influence.
it's not going to drop your thing when you break it because the pickaxe isn't strong enough.
Okay. You might make just... Yes. Okay. Oh! Jesus, it's a mess here. Choop. Oh my god, I have so much random stuff. No. Okay, Jesus. My inventory is a mess, Gray. It's a mess.
That's a vibe.
Boop. Wait, I can't give the feather to someone. Okay. Boop.
Boom.
I don't want this. I don't want it. Okay, I'm good. Keep getting a run of flesh. Yay! Cynical's friendships and HP have increased. You're drunk, high, and tired. That's a mood. That's a mood for sure. The combining is dangerous, but I know you can take it. But take care of yourself. Also, drink some water, yeah? Yay. Wait,
The
can I now
Stone
make a
Age.
stone pickaxe? No. Maybe? Can I make a marble pickaxe? Yes.
Marble?
I don't want this.
What'd you do?
No, I keep getting like a rotten flesh in my inventory, and I don't want it. Is the stairs? I'm gonna make a cave house.
Cave house.
A cave house. It's a vibe, okay.
That's what they all say.
It's just a first starter thingy, and then I can mine from here and put my stuff somewhere. Can I mark stuff on the map, or do I just have to remember where my house is?
You can mark it. You can press, I believe it's either M or J. It's M. And then you can just right click and make waypoints.
I'm just gonna start a cave. There you go. Shuffle for dirt? Oh yeah. That's very true. I was doing everything with either my book or now the pickaxe, but yeah. Those are good points. Are you back from ads already, Justin? I have an idea. Wait. This is loud. I am gonna skip this song and I want another song. Forgot what his name. Oh yo, oh yo, oh yo. Okay, I want this song. Just as a refresher. Welcome back. And I'm gonna do one thing. It's very important. Boop, boop.
It's time for me to hunt some Pokemon.
Guys, it's Minecraft. It is, Reef. It is. Okay, there you go. It's like Justin was getting annoyed because he was getting ads all the whole time. So I just gifted him sub.
Wow.
Wow.
Spoiled much, huh?
You're welcome. And hi, Reese. How are you doing? We're playing. Well, it is Minecraft, but as you can see, it's not normal Minecraft. Look. Somebody from Shrek. Oh, yeah. Okay. There's here. Wait, I need to make a shuffle.
All Star by Smash Mouth. That's a great song.
How do I make a shuffle?
Let me make a what?
Get a shuffle.
You put one cobblestone at the top.
Oh,
or
yeah.
Whatever. I picked a terrible spot for a temporary base.
What?
I built a temporary base to get resources and stuff, but there's not a single good Pokemon around here.
Oh no.
I might move.
I'm making a base like in a village. I hope it's gonna be good. By the way, how's your mini AC doing? It's doing good. It's doing good. I still need to figure out what we're gonna do with it. It is doing good. Yep, yep, yep. I have it on just the fan mode right now. There's no water in that, so it's not cooling, but it is just blowing wind, and that's nice already. Like the weather has been really weird lately. Like 2 days ago, it was super hot, and now since yesterday or the day before, maybe it got really fucking cold again. And at night, you have to wear like a jacket and everything, otherwise you're just freezing. So the weather is all over the place. Oop.
Bloop.
Like, yeah. Hill's coming in with the classics. And now, forehead. Basically, then under basically every day. Hello. Really? Yeah, it is. As I said, like the one day it's really warm, the other day it's yeah. But this is not a diamond. But if it's not a diamond, what is this?
It's a crystal. And also your pickaxe isn't high enough for that. But the ultimate question is What's Muffin doing over there? Digging a hole in the ground.
Hmm?
Why you digging a hole in the ground?
I made a hole.
Are
I'm
you gonna
creative.
live in the side of a cliff or something? Is that the plan?
Yeah.
Hmm.
So it's just gonna be a little starter base. But can I make bricks? I want a cobblestone. Cobblestone
Oh.
bricks.
Well, I just tried to catch a cool Pokemon, but I killed it.
Polished
Whoops.
marble.
Whoopsie daisy.
I make stairs. Okay. Gonna
A
cut
Texan.
this.
A Texan? No, I got nothing against
Texas,
Texans.
yeah. In Texas. You have against Texas.
Nothing. That was a joke.
I have a fishing for this. You don't see it yet, but I have a fishing.
Do you now?
Yeah.
Chad, I think she has no idea what she's doing. She's lying to us.
I do have a fishing, but God damn it. Europe? No, don't just agree with him. God damn it.
No, they said Europe before you even said anything about that.
Oh, about Texas. Okay.
Uh,
Eh. I don't have enough.
You do not have enough mana right now. World of Warcraft moment. Well,
Well, I don't have enough for the plan that I have. Then I have to mine this.
yeah.
I want everything with marble on the edges. Fill it up with.
Oh, I found a Slowpoke.
Really?
Hey, it's on my beach. I'm gonna blow it up.
What?
With C4.
Why? Cucumber is a safe word.
Scroll up a little bit and you'll see what the heck they're talking about.
That's definitely the foundation for a sex dungeon. No, this is just my little cave. Okay, that's not making it sound better. Okay. God damn it. I have a plan.
It's not a dungeon, it's just my little cave.
Need marble. Oh, now the pickaxe. Boop, boop. Boop. Go. Okay. Shoop. Wait, how many blocks? One. Okay. Two. Okay. 1, 2, 4.
That's an odd thing to say there, my guy.
What?
The guy
Not
in
that I've
chat.
ever been in one or nothing. Well, Reese, now you made yourself sus, so yeah.
I think he
Yeah.
might have. Just a hunch.
Oh, yep. Ooh, okay. Ah,
Mhm. Hmm?
yo, eh, yo, no,
Yeah.
get there. Yeah, yo, 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 it's coming together. Yep, yep, yep. Okay, okay. All right. So literally just a frame of a house, but yep, yep, yep. I have a vision. Bitty boop, bitty boop, bitty boop, bitty boop. Whoop, whoop. Eesh. Whoop, 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 what? Now it's quiet without music.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So into building this. No, I'm a good little boy. I didn't do nothing wrong. Well, we weren't judging, and it's not saying it's wrong. Like just yeah. You're kinda outing yourself here, but it's a judgment free space. Yep, 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 yep. Oh, now I want the song from Halsey. What's it called? Safe word? Yes. Yup, 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 yup. Ah, more marble. Okay, shuffle is a shit ton faster. Oh no, that is the
What do
sky. Or not. Is it the sky? No, it's not. Wait. Well, it sort of is, but not really. Ah,
what about?
I'll just keep placing blocks where I don't want them and I'm getting scared. But okay, okay, okay. It's coming together. Um, Oh, my shuffle is going again.
Sweet.
It's bright. Oh.
I'm gonna head towards the Muffin. Ooh, that's a cool Pokemon to have. I'm gonna catch you.
Give me that. Oh, bendo treat. Noise.
Get in the Pokeball. Get in the ball. Get in the ball. Ah. Uh-oh.
I make this my.
Okay, I'm gonna do something and it might kill it, and I'm hoping it doesn't. Okay. Okay, now we're in good range. Okay, one more. Okay. Come on, get in the Pokeball. Yeah, I caught it.
Hey, got it. Nice achievement.
Yee. Although I can't see it, it's pitch black. You got a bed near you?
Hmm?
Do you have a bed near you? Because I'm in the dark.
There's my bed.
Yeah, can you get in the bed? Because I can't see nothing. I like being able
Yeah.
to see things.
Okay.
I like to see my death.
Why can't I place my bed?
You gotta place it in a space where it can fit in a 2x1. You're trying to place it into the wall, but yeah.
Nice.
Thank you, Muffin.
Oh, welcome. We're kind of dark. Oh, can't find that song on YouTube. Oh, might have to change the title a little bit. I don't know.
What's the song called?
Something a candy from Marcy Playground. Yeah, that's
Oh.
how I'm gonna repeat it here.
Yeah, that's smart. Hey, Muffin, guess what I just found?
Whoa.
I just found the only Pokemon that can escape a Master Ball.
Oh.
Yeah, Whiscash. Do you remember Whiscash?
Oh yes, I know him.
Yeah, that Pokemon can escape a Master Ball. Isn't that nuts?
Damn.
Yeah, the 100% catch rate only doesn't work on him because of an episode in the anime where it escaped one.
What am I doing? Ah. Okay. Ah.
Kind of a pain in the butt that we ran in opposite directions of each other.
Make it a tiny house.
What?
Make it a tiny house. Oh
Tiny
no,
tiny house.
Marvel. I know.
I think I'll get more. I just found a treasure map. I'm gonna go find a buried treasure. Oh, a boss. Spooky.
To make an X.
Are you asking how to make one, or are you saying you did make one?
No, I need to make one.
Do you know how?
Maybe.
Okay. Well, if you
What
can't
am I
figure it
still
out,
doing? Wait, what?
I'm waiting. Oh, I found a Pukumuku.
What's next? What?
What?
Okay.
What'd
Got
you do?
it. I got next.
Ooh.
So proud of myself. Like I'm doing like the very basics. I'm like, yeah, did it.
Yeah. You gotta start somewhere.
Yeah, that's true. But I need more chests.
Like me being an absolute idiot trying to find this treasure chest that I can't seem to see. There it is. Mm.
I know. I was like, why can't I open this? But I was just failing.
Mm.
Yup, 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 yup. Yup, 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 yup. Yup. What can I do? Invaders here. Hi, that's like welcome back. How you doing? Mama. Mm. Should finish my walls, maybe. Maybe.
Maybe.
A maybe. I want Much. Yeah. How you doing? Amazing choice. Thank you.
That's a good
What do you
choice.
mean? The Minecraft, the house, the game choice? What do you mean? I'm just like, yes, thank you.
The horns. I don't know. Maybe the song.
Songs also nice. Ah, feeling here. You don't have enough. Oh, cobblestone. With two. Cannot make anything with two, can I?
Oh, there's a Pikachu here
Where?
by my spot.
I also just close it. But I don't know. Just a little song choice. Nice, nice. Yes.
I just picked a decent song.
Okay, good. If you want to skip, you can do exclamation mark skip. Let me
Nah, I'll
check
let
what the
them play their
key is.
music first. I'm not a jerk.
Oh, this is a flying spaghetti monster song. Spaghetti monster. Or should I'll make a door again.
Sticks, planks, or iron ingots.
I forgot everything. Okay, okay, need to go chopping. Chop, chop, chop. Spaghetti monster. Yup, 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 yup. I'm almost forgetting that I'm playing Pixelmon. I'm now just getting really into building the house.
All of a sudden, you just see a Charizard outside your door, like, ooh.
No, sort of. I was like, wait, what? Oh, sorry, I was not sleeping, but good morning.
That's okay. An advertisement.
You see Lucia come out of nowhere, exactly. You're like, wait, what's happening? Wait, is it not ironical? What?
What?
I made an achievement. I don't know what.
I have no idea.
It's ironical. Ironic?
Ironical.
In my house. Where am I? Oh my god, great.
What?
I'm like 5 meters from my house. I'm like, where am I? What am I doing? I've been in my cave
Well,
for so long. Oh my god, there's a Pokemon. I'm just gonna attack it.
I have just run out of Pokeballs. I have 4 Pokemon now.
Nice. It's my Pokemon. Doodle, it's your turn. I want you to
Choodle.
stay alive. Choodle! Choodle! And we're doing a little attacking in the meantime to remind myself that I'm actually playing Pixelmon.
Muffin likes her choodles, guys.
Choodle is so fucking tiny. Wait, is he between my legs again? Yes.
Hey.
Yeah, every time, look, they spawn right where I'm standing. So there's just a little Choodle in my foot. Yeah. Feet. I'm so gorgeous. Like, this is peak Pokemon. I'm happy that I updated the skin in between. Yep. Oh, Choodle is biting him. Yeah, Choodle, let's go. Oh, Choodle might die now, though. So wait, we're gonna end it with Smoliv. Who's even smaller. And also my feet. Mm. Ooh. Okay, die. Whoa, why is there a cow?
What?
Jesus, I defeated the
Oh,
Sandrat
Meltdown.
and then a cow just spawned right in. Like, the damn Slowpoke skin is a trip. I know, it's great. But it's a cow. It's a milk tank.
Miltank
I don't
mode.
see the level. Is it what?
No.
Oh, it's just level 5.
Oh,
But I want to catch it, but I don't have Pokeball.
Ripperoni.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna run so I can't escape. Are you gonna kill my Cyndaquil? What a bitch! He killed the Cyndaquil. Oh, mean cow. You know what the best thing is with my cave? It's like literally right across Jenny. I just built the cave right there. Ah, it is blending in with the environment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes, Justin. Wow. Mm, after.
So how many Pokemon do you have on your team?
I just have 3 so far.
Mm,
There's not a
I'm
lot
on my
yet.
4th, but they're not that good. They're diverse, but
Doors.
why?
Make door. And now I have Smoliv, Johto, and my Cyndaquil, and that's it.
Yeah. I got Poplio, Timpole, Litwick, and Sawaddle.
I'll make a check.
3 of which are Gen 5 Pokemon because I love Gen 5 Pokemon more than anything.
Oh, there's a different color chest.
Here, I'll skip this. Do you guys want me to skip the song?
Hmm?
Somebody try to skip the song.
Oh, yeah, only mods can skip the songs. What is playing now? Nutshell?
Nutshell.
I forgot how
Yeah,
slow
they
this
want.
version is. Okay. Hey, Takasper. Hi there. Welcome. We're playing some Pixelmon. Welcome in. Oh. Pew, pew, pew. Pew, pew. I got
Oh boy, oh
melons.
boy. My song's gonna play next.
Okay, that's what she said me myself, like in my head. I was like, okay, stupid, such a joke. Okay, moving on. Nothing
Bad, nothing
happened.
bad. You want me to skip that one too? I guess I'm skipping this
That's
one
not the
too.
song I wanted. Yeah, sure, skip.
Alright, my song next, I think. Nope, that's not it. Oh, yeah, it is. Great song. Yes, it is. Great movie.
Okay, nice, nice. I have a nice little entrance here. My cave house. Now to make door. Do I need again? Wait, do I spend? No, no, no. I was like, did I spend all my planks? No, I didn't. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. Under here. Oh, oh, why can't I place a door here? Didn't you not place a door on stairs?
In a weird way.
Huh? Oh, then you first gotta place the doors and then maybe? That is also fun. Want entrance? Well, look, I had a vision. It sort of works. Blends in with the environment. That's why I wanted to make like a little cave house. Hey, that song's from the 80s Transformer movie. Yeah, that's what you meant. Yeah, good old Stan Bush. Is that Casper? You're just tired about to go to bed? What time is it for you now, Casper? Or add an extra door.
Hey, Muffin, you got a favorite color?
Hmm?
You got a favorite color?
What?
What's your favorite color?
Favorite color?
Mhm. Mhm.
Turquoise?
What?
Like blue greenish. The iron. Furnace pet? What? Okay. Normal furnace thing.
I have made a thing, Muffin.
What? Where?
I now have a healer to heal my Pokemon. I'm fancy pants.
Ooh, a thing?
Yeah, I did a thing.
Hey, Pokemon. Wait, I need to heal. Oh, wait, they're healed. Oh, Pokemon. Tackle them. Bye. There's just
Huh?
level 2 Rattata spawning outside my house. This is good.
Mhm.
Good training. But what is the thing you made a healing? What?
I made a healer like in the Poke Center.
You made your own. Oh!
Yeah.
Oh, good morning, Miss Relaxing. I'm doing good. Doing
It's
good.
relaxing.
It's Miss Relaxing.
I know that person.
Yeah.
They are a person.
They're a person. Wait, does anyone want to give her like a shout out clippy thingy? Do I have windows so I can. If I destroy this one, and then one,
Oh
yeah.
shit.
Don't need sticks. I need a fence. Fence. But I forget everything. Okay, stick with wood. Wait, wait. Stick.
Wood, stick, stick.
Wood, stick, stick.
Stick wood.
Making
We're
sure
gonna
the
make a whole-
window. Oh, the cow is here again. Oh my god, he scared me. Okay. Scare me, okay.
compilation video of Muffin being scared by Miltank.
They're just right outside my house. They were walking outside the window.
Waving through a
It's so
window.
big. Like you're just playing Minecraft and there's a giant cow outside your window. I mean,
Moo. Moo. Moo, 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 moo,
okay. I will add this to
moo.
the Pixelmon compilation. I'm gonna make at some point. Yep. Okay, but nice little starter cape. I'm happy with this.
Yeah.
I forgot what I was doing. Like, I wanted to dump my inventory mostly, so I have completed that. But other than that, kind of forgot. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, I'm gonna storage stuff.
I think I'm gonna head towards you now.
I got an iron golem pet.
Yeah, that's another mod called inventory pets, or like they give you little passives while they're in your hotbar.
Oh,
That one just has its own active effect, so it doesn't really do anything. But
it's cute. Okay.
click on it. Yeah. There's one that makes you go flying.
Nope. Nope. Okay. We'll put this stuff in here. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop. Oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I'm trying to dump my stuff in a way that kinda makes sense. Sorta. I need to make Pokeball, so I need to get iron. Yeah.
Or aluminum. Or a lot of things. I want to try to get my hands on a fossil Pokemon. Like Cranidos.
Yoop, yoop. Yoop. Okay. Oh, my lenses are getting dry again, but I'm not gonna spray salt in my face again. Jesus. Things are organizing. Oh, they have the revive of the fossils too? Wait, do they? Wait, is that the stone that I got?
There are fossils you can find.
My last day here, I'm going home so freaking excited. I'm happy for you, Miss Relaxing. Wait, how do I make a torch again? Torch.
What's the matter?
A torch. Charcoal? Coal? Do I have coal?
A coal on a stick.
I don't have
4
coal.
torches.
I'm
do.
just gonna steal torches.
He's a thief. Nothing. I
Oh,
thought
I
better.
make them where you can steal them. No, but okay, how do I get coal?
You mine it?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's pretty basic. Nothing fancy about it.
Also, just a heads up, I don't think you won't be here, but just so you know, tonight is movie night again. That's true, it's Sunday. Maybe, it depends. Like, I don't have plans with mom or something because I spent Friday night with her already. So last time I was eating
I'm gonna
dinner.
be out cold in 10 seconds from now. So
Hmm?
I'm gonna be out cold in 10 seconds, give or take. It's 3:10 here, and I'm a little tired.
It is, yeah, it is late. But we have successfully started Pixelmon.
The server won't close until it's empty for 5 minutes. So as long as you don't leave it, it'll stay open.
Really?
Yeah, it literally will stay open until you leave for 5 minutes.
Okay, okay, okay. Even if you're not there, or are you gonna stay there?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave. But Muffin, I'm gonna share my screen real quick.
Okay, okay.
Look what I just walked into in the desert.
Wait, wait, wait. Watch. Oh fuck! Okay,
It's an
what the fuck?
it's an ultimate primal Groudon boss. It's like the rare things.
That's what I mean. You're playing Minecraft casually, and then just what the hell?
I
A
just found this in the
Groudon?
desert. I don't even think it's possible to beat this thing in a fight if I tried.
Groudon is said to be the personification of land itself. Yes, holy shit. He's like a god.
It's only level 20. Do I risk it, chat?
Yeah, attack it. Then you have it in your Pokedex, no? Oh
No, never
my
mind. It's level
gosh,
60.
he's so big you
Never
can't
mind.
even see him in the screen.
Never mind.
He's
It's level
shiny.
65. I have level 13 against level 65.
But it's a
All right.
shiny Groudon?
Yep, it's a shiny ultimate boss. So it's a shiny Mega Groudon.
Ooh. Yeah.
And also my moves don't work on it because it makes the air so dry that the water doesn't work on it. Oh, I did damage, guys.
Oh my god, you did 0.8% damage. Oh no.
Oh, that time for my grass bug type to fight one of the ultimate fire.
Just bug bite Groudon. Oh no. Oh no. Well, you tried.
Yeah, there's a Pokemon I'm gonna try to get.
It's a legendary Pokemon, yeah.
Yeah, but there's a Pokemon I'm gonna try to get with a move that basically allows it to like deal damage to the same percent as you. It's like there's a Pokemon that can use that move, but also knows sturdy, which basically means it'll survive on 1 health without dying, right? So basically, all I have to do is let it get hit, which will bring it down to 1 health, use the move to bring the enemy down to 1 health, and then kill it.
Okay, but
Huh?
but
What?
like still like that. Okay, okay. But the whole Groudon that.
It's a bit cheap. It's a bit of a cheap trick. I know. But it works.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, that's not even the biggest Pokemon you can find around here. If that tells you anything.
The shiny Groudon just casually outside in the desert, like. Yeah.
Yeah, I just left this underground little tunnel I found.
No, I tried.
Go
Yes,
outside
you did
I just see one of the
try.
rare things. Yeah, I did try.
Yeah, you can be proud of that.
Yeah, until I get my cheese Pokemon, I'm gonna keep trying. Or if I get a math, although it's a boss, so I can't really. You can't catch a boss.
No.
So yeah, but like a Mega Shiny Groudon is like an ultimate boss, which is like the highest rank, and the drops are probably insane. Bongo Cat. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna run to your base and then I'm gonna log out for the night there.
You do have to see my nice little.
Elle, do you want to be
Oh yay! Thank you, Kiel. Yeah, you do have to see the nice little cave house. Turned out okay. What did I find? What is this?
What did you find?
But do you want to be
Silicone.
because you're so helpful?
Can I have?
I just want iron or something. I need to make Pokeballs.
So he,
Well, if you say that silicone from me, I'd be pretty appreciative.
What can you do with it?
Computer stuff, computer components.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's a thing I forgot to mention.
What?
Did you watch the original series as a kid or whatever?
Which one?
The original series of Pokemon.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with Pink Island, where like all the Pokemon were pink?
I have to search for it, but
There's like an episode where like they went to an island and all the Pokemon there were pink because the only food was like a pink berry.
wait, let me Google it. Pink Island. Oh, yes.
Yeah, there's pink Poke. You can find pink Pokemon in this game.
Really?
Yeah, there's like pink variants.
Oh my gosh. Okay, that's cute. Okay, then I want to collect every pink one. What, the pink Pika just has a pink tail?
Yeah, the whole thing's pink.
Oh my god, look at it.
Well, that pink tail there is, I don't know.
It's cute. I remember it, yeah.
Hey, hey Muffin.
Are you gonna go to sleep, Gray?
No, I want you to turn to the right in your game.
What?
I want you to go back into the game real quick.
What?
Like, I broke into your house a while ago. I just been standing here waiting.
Look, I'm this is my little cave house.
Yeah. I've just been standing here watching.
You
Oh,
like
yeah,
it?
since I'm Team Rocket, I'm also gonna steal all your Pokemon now.
No. There's none
Wanna
left.
have a little battle before I go? Nah.
Well, you're gonna win probably.
Maybe. My Pokemon aren't that strong.
How do we battle?
You throw Pokemon at each other.
Yes. You have one more Pokemon as well, so. Oh my god, it's so
well,
cute.
that's a water type advantage. That's a water type advantage right there. Oh. Uh-oh. Smoliv. Oh god, no, grass type.
Where is it? Oh, again between my legs, always. God damn it.
Tiny.
Always hiding. Oh god, don't do that. That's not nice. Give me health back.
Ow.
Oh, but I'm not gonna make it.
Wow.
I'm not gonna make it.
Go. Pound.
Yeah, I'm still gonna try. Don't die, little Smoliv, don't die. Aww. He's so tiny. What?
Choodle.
Oh, okay. Don't look at chat.
I already did. I'm gonna beat him up later, don't worry.
Yes, I wanted to test it. Okay, if I do it now, say this plays a sound effect.
Right. I'm gonna show off my new Pokemon,
Sound
Sawaddle.
effect. Oh my god, it's so good. Sawaddle.
It's a bug grass type. Mwahaha. Go bug bite. I'm gonna give you an itchy bug bite. Oh. Uh-oh. Ooh, uh-oh. Ooh. Oh boy. Oh man. Nope.
No, the bug bite is not gonna work on me. But I wish I had fire attacks already. I don't have any fire attacks.
You should by level 7.
Yeah, no. Smoke screen, but that doesn't really do much. Ooh. Ooh.
Oh, I died. Go,
yeah,
Litwick.
you died.
Oh, it's tiny. I can't even
My
see it.
Johto has grown a level. Oh, my Cyndaquil is level 9. Here, what does Smoke Screen do?
think it like lowers my chance of hitting you.
So tiny.
Although I'm just gonna hit you with some smog. Oh, not my Litwick. You've been poisoned.
No. Okay, Cyndaquil, you're gonna go out with a bang. No! No! Double no! You're gonna not go out with a bang, goddammit. Lines is accurate. Yeah, that's true. Okay, can we destroy you? You are weak because water, right?
I'm a fire ghost type.
No! Tootle, you can do it!
Yeah, I basically slapped your guy in the face so hard he didn't know what to do. Oh, you dodged because of the smoke screen. Oh.
Super effective. Get him again.
That's some mean water right there. Ooh.
Get him, get him. Ooh. No, leave my John. No. No. Get him.
Go smog.
No. Don't be
Dang,
poisoned. Don't be
you're gonna
juice.
outspeed here.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Good job,
Go
Judo, with 2
Simple.
HP. Oh my god, I'm so proud. Now we're gonna die. But it was
Echo
good.
voice. Oh. Gulp.
I'm gonna stall it.
Yeah, just an FYI, Protect doesn't work twice in a row.
Oh no. Okay, but I yep. Good job,
You
good
took out
battle.
half my team.
That's yeah, still it was good. Yep.
Hmm.
But yeah, I have Poco Center. Oh, whoa. There's a sublight right here. Okay, sublight. Ooh, Shuppet. I like Shuppet.
Oh.
Yeah, I have Jenny right in front of my house.
Hey, Muffin, do you have any of those green eggs on you?
What?
Do you have any green eggs?
I put them in the thing here.
Okay. Well, just be careful before you open them because they could blow up your base.
Well, that's
Like,
not.
just go
I
out
don't
very,
want that.
just go very far away.
I have a tiny sub.
Well,
What can I
I'm
do
gonna
with
hit
it?
down now.
Okay, have a good sleepies.
Boy.
I got a tiny sublight picture. What are you? Oh, I like those. Tiny mouse. Okay, I'm just gonna take pictures of everything. Oh! Night Gray. Yeah, Gray is already off. He's always turbo. You wanna take a picture? Yep. Picture of no. What? Do you want to add another song? I'm Milo. What is it? I'm looking for a Pokemon to photograph. A Geodude. Nope. Oh, why did that not? Am I out of film? Maybe. Wait. What? Right at that. Loop. Loop. Oh, nice. That's a good one. Okay, we're gonna fight this one. Wait. Oh, wait. I did heal. I was like, I didn't heal, but I did heal. Okay, we're just gonna level them up. How are you doing, Milo? Have you woken up a little bit more? Wanna do a typing test? Sure. Okay, I'm a little sleepy, so I might be slower. Monkey type? Okay. Is it just... Yeah, it's just normal typing test. Okay, sure. Okay. Let me know. Ooh. My lens is dry as fuck. Okay, I got 96% on my first try. Okay, fuck it. I'm gonna do typing test refresh. Wow. I have a hair in my eye that also didn't work. Okay. Yeah, I might have to take my lens out and put it in again, but we're gonna try and then okay. Do it. Okay. I. Okay. Okay. All right, I'm gonna bounce. Hi, Reef. Okay. Wait, let me do this before you go. Oop. Sprinkle some lava and Reef. Okay. Click. Ah, ah. Ah. Hey. Okay. Well, first try 95. 1% lower, but okay. I was doing good and then I started messing up. Sign in to save? Wait, I kind of want to. Whoop. Yeah, I can't type that fast. Oh, wait, I don't have a username. Ah, no. Ah. Okay. Oh, I can't do that? Can I do this? Okay. That's my other. Okay, I want to save this. Okay, I want to try one more time. Build to save? What? Why? What? What? Did it not already save? It should have saved. Okay, we're gonna try one more time. I do like this. Okay, one more. Index finger. Oh, okay. I do. But okay, we're gonna focus. But that's also the thing. It's not my first language, so sometimes when I mess up one time, then my brain just switches off. But okay. Oh no, I cannot see the rest now. Oh no. Oh shit. Okay, wait. This one doesn't count. Because the tangents in the way. Let me make this smaller. Oh, there you go. I don't have piano fingers. Okay, that is funny that you call it like that because I literally used to play piano. So that's why I do have piano fingers like that. Okay. And whoa! Tyler. Okay, this was try hard mode. 99. Okay. Good job. Thank you. Okay, this was fun. Wait, I'm just gonna put the link in here so if anyone wants to try it. Thank you for this random interruption. I will probably get 10 words if I'm lucky. Yeah, but Gil, you mean on your phone now as well, no? That is different typing. I can also still blind type on my phone though, so yeah. It was fun. Why do I have a random Ormberry? Oh, or various Pokemon stuff. Trying to organize. Why did I skip here? Should have gone down more. I fixed it. Tip, 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 tip. Triple job. I still love that one so much. Justin, do you ever want to play a Repo? I have been playing Repo again a little bit with Akbar. It was so much fun. She scared me so much. Like she was jump scaring me, and like there chaos in the shop every time. Oh, I did miss Repo. Like, I need to find coal. What is this? What is that? What is that? Soapstone? The hell? The hell is a soapstone? What is this? What is that? Iron! Oh, Cyndaquil, go back. Key to type is 4 fingers left and 4. Yeah, that does work. Okay, wait. The hell is soapstone? Is it soapy? I need more torches. But I don't know where to get coal yet. Having fun? Yes. Oh. Oh. What? Okay, I need to make more pickaxe. But the thing is, great, I'm struggling with the basics because I'm super noob. But it's fine. It's all fine. I need more pickaxe. Oop. I did find my first iron, but I cannot find coal right now, and that's annoying me because I want more torches because now I'm just basically mining in the dark. I don't like mining in the dark. It's no fun without you, my king. Gaslighting at its peak. Oh no, but it is true. Like I am just like, yeah, starting it back up with the basics, but it is more fun. Like I do want to go like adventuring together and stuff. I'm just gonna steal more torches, maybe. Look, they have so many. They can miss a few. They don't need like 4 on every turn. Do work as well. And visit the Pokestop. I go get a haircut and grab my beard trim. Need to look fresh. Nice. Nice. Ooh. What do I got? A cooked white. Oh. Oh. Ah! Goodness. Oh my Jesus. Yeah, no, that's scary. There's some scary shit right there. Yeah, no, we don't go there. It's Wee. Ah. Oh yeah, I should be in my own place in 2 weeks. Nice. I got a haircut the other day. Oh, I'll be back in 8 to 9 hours. Okay, great. Yeah, I gotta get some sleep as well at some point, and then I'll probably be back because this is fun. Yes, I'm happy at work. Oh shit, I might have to. I'm gonna switch my poke. Yep, 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 yep. Finally. I know I used to have longer hair when I was younger. Not that I've done quarter century. I don't like long hair even a bit. I do like long hair, but it depends per person. It can look very good, but it can also look like little. How do you say that? Like shaggy or something. Like it depends on how, yeah, the type. Yeah, I was too tall for the hairdresser, so I had to bend down so she could reach. Really? But you sit down, no? What do you mean, Gray? You sit down in a chair, no? You just stand. I did? And you were still too tall? Couldn't you like lower the chair? That's funny though. Is this red? No. Push stop. I do. Woohee! There's a lot of berries here. That's good. Okay. I do like that I'm right across the Pokestop. It's awesome that Gray, you have like your own heel thing. I was taller than her sitting and it was at its lowest. What? How? Boop. Why are you just all chilling in my house? Like, I don't mind. I'm just gonna bring my Pokemon. This is a tiny sheep. So yeah, I leaned over and she reached up. Okay, but how tiny was she? That tiny, or are you that big? Are you just a giant? Probably. Good job. Okay. Now, where did the other one go? They escaped. Yeah. They get away for now. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Yup, yup. Wait, actually, if I can have all the cobblestone, and then I do cobblestone, plop, 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 plop. Yes, what I needed. Where do we put this? Right there. I am nice and toasty next to the bed. But now we still need. Okay, wait. Wait, what? Can I put bricks in there? Yes. Yeah. Nice. We're making progress. Wait, she's for 7 foot or 4 foot? I'm above average and she was below. I'm about 6 foot. She's tall, she's short. Yeah, but then she must have been like tiny. But you can put up like, okay, so the thing is like this chair that I got here, right? Like this one. This chair. This one. Yeah. That damn. Ah. Okay. This chair. This is like also like a sort of hairdresser's chair with the open thingy. But you can put it up like all the way there. You can like really high. So and the other chairs, like, I don't know. Then she must have been tiny. You're 5'11". Wait, how tall am I again? I keep forgetting how much that is. I am 5'8". Everyone is still taller than me, so that's all good. Oh god, that's bright. Oh my gosh. Oh, better. To be fair, my friends call me skyscraper. Oh, that's not that nice. Why did I put it outside? Gotcha. Gotta get my torch back. My torch. There you go. House is lit up. So go. But I kind of like little mood lighting. It's a little too dark though. Better. Oi. Wait, why do I have fun? Oh, that's from the window. My God. Oh, wait, then I can put them down there. Actually, can I? Yup. Yup. Front entrance complete. Dip, 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 dip. My body just boiled for farm work. But you live in the city, don't you? Louis, damn German Euro descendant. You're like Greek gods? Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, like, to be fair, I am from, like, the country where we have the tallest people in the world. But I am the smallest of my family still. Suburbs rural? Oh, okay. Why did I have on my mind that you were living in the city? I don't know. But yeah, no, from the, yeah, as I said, like, tallest in the world. Yep, yep, yep. But my niece is, I gotta translate, not translate, but like, yeah, we use hex. Oh God, right. Okay, wait. How tall is my cousin again? My cousin is, what is he, 6'8"? And I think the tallest in my family is 6'10". It killed to be that tall. Really? That's the thing. So yeah, I am the smallest being in the family. I just didn't grow. That's also probably because of the curriculums and stuff. But yeah, my sister for is 5 feet 11 inches, and like I think my niece is even taller. Like my niece is 4 years younger than me, and she's 6'1". As a girl. Oh, blind. Yeah. So that's the thing. So I am, what is it? About the size of an average US man. As a woman. But then the girls over there are tiny. Average woman's 5'4". Really? Yeah, that's tiny. But yeah, we're built like Vikings. Nope. Am I gonna find anything like this? I'm just gonna go down forever. Like this is very basic. What's it called? Sort of strip mining, no? Is strip mining? No, strip mining is going straight in one line, right? It's because my Irish heritage. Probably. Is this cool? Think so. Think we finally found cool. Yeah, we did. Oh, yeah, we did. Anyway, off to bed. Okay. Have a good EP, Grace. I finally found cool. Look, to be proud. Night night. Wait, we have an idea. There you go. Boopity boop, boopity boop, boopity boop, boopity boop. I can finally make at least torches. I am melting a little iron. I can make. I do want to find more iron. But then I can craft Pokeballs and then we can finally continue Pokeball adventures. Because now I'm just mining. But yeah, it is still called Minecraft. But I am having fun. I haven't played Minecraft in a while. Talking about the iron. Where's iron? Boop, 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 boop. And I maybe need to make this into actual stairs or get like the ladders. And go straight down. Because this is gonna take forever. We got a little iron.
Good girl.
Thank you. Okay, we got this now. We needed to make stone button. Wait. Button? Button. It's just one stone. Can I do marble? What? What? I have one normal stone. A button. But then I just have one button. Okay, wait. No, Pokeball. Poke. This one, iron base is 3 in a row. Nope. Okay, we can literally make one Pokeball. No, that would be sad. Yeah, I know we need more, but Pokeball. Okay. Oh, I need to cook these. Do I cook this with this? Do I cook it in the furnace? Yes, I do. Okay. Was Muffin expected that? No. I finished walling in my village. I used dirt because I didn't have stone yet to make walls, and then I came here. Well, that's the thing. So yeah, no. Yeah, I made like this is kind of nice, right? Kind of nice. Oh, look like a little Pokemon baby. Oh yeah, boy, yeah, boo. I'm gonna kill Smoliv with Smoliv. This is Smoliv cannibalism. Literally using the same attack as well. Smoliv versus Smoliv, but no kill. I wasn't expecting that. That was a good surprise. Both and growth. This is gonna take forever. Tackle the beach. Whoa, the tackle was effective. Did you see him? Look, they're gonna do it again. Oh, where did it go? Oh, it died already. And they just poof. Nice. Okay, got some seeds. Authorized personnel only. Oh, I cannot go in there. But look, still for a first little base, I built it like to match in the environment. I have windows. It is one with the mountain, and on top of the mountain, everyone else lives. So here's all the villagers and like kind of small shops and stuff. I can steal more bread whenever I want to. I can eat this pie. What is in here? Pineapple juice? There's so much food here. And I want Pokeballs. You have Pokeballs for me? No. It's just food. Yeah, here the rest of everyone lives. You say hello. How do you look like a zombie? Oh, that's just your back. Wow. We have a Pokemon trainer area. We have another chest. Oh, some armor. What is this? This is water. Okay, we don't have a bucket, but then we can still use water. We have to. Mwah! They want to. Mwah! Okay, we're gonna attack his butt. Small you're gonna die. But he's just a tiny. Oh, he died. That was mean. That was mean. He used pursuit, so then even if you try to flee, you just die. Look at them. I'm just standing in between, like, you got this, you got this. Go little turtle, they're so tiny. A critical hit. Yay! Okay. But yeah, no. What is that? Like whole village on top? And then ooh, ow. I got the Poke Center right next to us. You can say hi to Jenny every day. I was walking around every time, but you can just reach it from here. I feel silly now. Look, and it matches in the village. I like it. It's a good first start. Okay, so we made a bait, we cooked all these, we can make the choop choop choop. Nope. Mm. Why didn't I just... Okay, we got like a shit ton of bases. Now we got a Pokeball. Literally one Pokeball. Okay, we need to mine a little more. We need to find more iron. We got literally all the work for one Pokemon. God damn it. God damn it. Okay, we can put on this. No, but that's ugly. Just, nah. Thank you. No, this is not good. Me. Plop, plop, plop. Plop, plop. Plop, 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 plop. Literally the one. Okay, I'm gonna store it because otherwise I'm just gonna accidentally throw it again, and we don't want that. I also need to go chop more wood. Because we do not have another pickaxe. Hier gaat het. Boop, boop, boop. What are your plans for the day, Justin? Or, well, night? Or weekend? Is that yet a free weekend? Weekend. Yeah. Ooh, critical hit. Okay, okay, I can get him into mix. I think. Yes, I can get him into specs though. Able to. Smaller versus smaller. Yes. Just gonna relax. Nice. Don't mind if I take these. Chop, chop, chop. Chop, 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 chop. Chop, 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 chop. This is a pretty tree. Now it's gone. I'm sorry, pretty tree. Oop. I will replant some trees later. I promise. Friend of the fountain? What's that? No! Oh, that's my Pokemon. See, that's why I was scared. I'm like, no, I'm gonna throw it out again. Okay, wait, I can plant this. We're gonna plant some more trees. It's all good. And we're gonna kill this Rattata. Yup. Look at them. He's doing so good. Work next weekend and then after next one after. Nice. Is it every other weekend? Smoliv gonna make it. I'm not sure. Yes, Smoliv is getting stronger. Okay, I don't want that. I'm still getting it. Can I just... Oh, can I drop this? Yes. Oh, that's level 15. Do I want to fight this? No. Are we still gonna do it? Yes, because now I started to fight it. Remember? Finally got my fire attack. That's good. But this one is level 15, so... I'm not sure we're gonna make it. Yeah, 60-hour week. Still, we get another guy hired on and trained. Ooh. Ooh. That's a lot of hours. Okay. It keeps just... Why are you looking? Don't pressure me. I know I'm losing from this one. But they're level 15, okay? I'm trying. I might get disconnected at some point. There's a pretty crazy storm out right now. You just got a blackout warning. But stay safe. That's important, yeah? And then before you go, then let me do this because I know it makes you happy. So yep. Okay, can I avoid it? They avoid it. Everyone is just avoiding. I have 1 HP. I'm trying to let it do any damage still. Yes. We might still make it with the 1 HP. If we hit one more. Let's do it. Yes, we did it! Okay, go to the Poke Center. We won. We won from a level 15. Fuck yeah, that was the first one. Chikorita. Those are so cute. I want more Pokeballs. Mm-hmm. Okay, we'll fight you. I'll get back here. Wait. Ah, there you go. Okay, we're just gonna train everyone. Yay, Pokemon! Pokey. With the fire attack, now we can actually do damage against all the grass Pokies. This is fun. Oh, okay, I should go make a snack real quick because otherwise I am gonna get like a little sleepy, empty-headed. I don't know. I've got to be in my bed because then I don't go offline. I'm still here. Oh yeah. That I'm in my house. I'm safe. I'm gonna do the BRB. 1 second. Grab yourself as well. Drink, hydrate, snackies. Take care of yourself, and I'll see you in 2-3 minutes, maybe 5. Depends if I will cut a karma somewhere. Oop. Did you use the upgrades?
I used one of them.
Ah, my god. Why? Why? Money here already. I think we're just getting all the stuff and then we're getting out of here. Are we still searching for more stuff? Fucking no! That made me worse a lot!
Why does your mic scream at me?
I don't know. Wait. Let me clean this with my ear. I love that this triggers like literal kitties. Thank you for the follow, Falcon. Oh my no fucking Jesus! Why give me cute kitties first and then scare the fuck out of me then? God damn it.
Muffin is the rare breed of bird who are so beautiful when flashing them feathers.
It works!
What happened?
Oh my god, okay. So Conundrum was saying that he was doing more improvements, right? And I know he was working on transcribing. So the bot is actually listening to what the streamer says so it can understand like the context for the stream and everything. And it can help with commands. So you don't even have to type anything or say anything or do any commands. You can just do what you do. And it will do. Oh my god, yes, he said like I'm all good just watching you try to take down that boss. I was a bit busy with my own game, but I'm not doing any improvement. What? Hey, he's talking back! The bot is talking back! It's gaining its own intelligence!
Oh my god. I'm getting worried now.
Okay, the thing is, I said it would be cool to clip that later, and I added a stream marker, and then I switched back. And he said, I created a clip from your voice call, and I thought you went out, so I went out again, and you went in.
Oh,
So that was
that's fine. That's fine.
It to be updated. Yeah, but I think all the mods were. Ah,
Did
no!
I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did.
happened?
She may or may not have got jump scares.
I'm trying to find everyone and the card without continuously running into the clown. Hello?
Hey, I'm back. I switched chairs
Anyone
again.
here?
What? What?
Hello?
Hello.
I made this little bowl that looks disgusting on camera. Never mind. It's like Choco Puffs, kinda. Oh. Yeah, okay, we needed to find more iron. Wait, did I skip one here? Wait. Is it a little close? Is there just a Geodude chilling now? You're literally under the ground. That's kind of cool. Just gonna fight this Geodude in my house. Because why the hell not? I'll switch. Oh! Can I switch? Yes. Nom, 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 nom. Yeah. I need a little snacky. Mm-hmm. Okay, we can do this. We can do this. Just water gun the fuck out of this Geodude. And we got this. Yay! Yeah, I knew it. What? Justin is calling me. You wanna chat? Yum 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 yum. Yum 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 yum. Is this iron? Is it iron? What is this? Meter? I don't need that, but okay. I will probably need it at some point, maybe. What is this? Looks like sort of like copper or something. What is it? Is it? This. Ah! Okay, sorry, I'm getting distracted by everything. Sheep. I can attack things with my sheep now. It's sheep abuse. We don't abuse your sheep. I don't really understand the pets yet, to be honest. That is from another mod, I think. That's not from the Pokemon stuff, but does anyone know how that works still? Like Gray explained it to me. Like if you keep it in your hotbar or something, that it will do stuff, but that one was basically useless, but yeah, I still don't really get it. I know myself, but I'm gonna get lost. So, nope.
You have been a good boy. Have a lollipop.
Have a lollipop. That's a nice one. Thank you, Keel. And we have a good boy there as well. I love it. Good boy and good girls have been in
We
high
interrupt our
demand
program
lately.
to bring you
That's
this
scary.
important message. I love you. Now back to our show.
Love you, Justin. Thank you. Mwah! A jump scare we love. Okay, this is cool again. I always thought that when there was coal, there was diamonds. But that is not true. But I did think it was true, but it was not true. I still get up if I do that, yeah. I need iron. What is that? Oh, iron. Riches. Ugh. Oh, I needed a good stretch, thank you. I've been gaming for longer than I thought. Thank you, that's it. What did I get now? What is the red stuff? Did I pick it up? What? Was not Nether or Flint, was it? Ender nuggets? Obsidian nuggets. That's just way better, no, than iron. Can I make Pokeballs of that too? No, I don't think so. I need more balls. That's the struggle we're having right now. Going down further and further, but I think this is not the right way. I should mine. I'm going to go horizontal. But still, wait. Is that iron? Is that iron? I think this is iron. Found a little more. Again, trying around. Maybe there's something. It's also very fucking dark here. Nope. Right. Okay. It's never good. Okay, what is that? That's yellow. I want this first. Pickaxe is gonna break. Yep, pickaxe broke. Go uppies. Oh my god, this takes forever. Okay, but while we go uppies, I can numb. Hey, it's a Whismer. Attack. Oh my god, I'm so low health. Okay, only if I'm gonna attack first, I'm having a challenge. Yes. I forgot to heal it. Iron? Top chest? This is again a different chest. Or is it the same chest? Oh, the egg is breaking and I do get it in my house and it could explode my house. Run. What is happening? Okay. What do I have? A level 10. I was stressed the fuck out. Okay. I hatched my first egg. Okay, wait, I gotta show a Gray later, so we're gonna test it again. Twitch, clip that. Thank you. Does it work? Does it work? Does it work? Does it work? Does Twitch want to clip that? Not sure. I don't think so. Does someone maybe want to clip it so I can show Greg? Did I just break my egg? No, right? Oh, wait, it was a one time only, I think. I think so. I hope so. I think so. Can I auto sort stuff? Did you throw it? No, no, no. I did use it, so I think it was like a one time thingy. Maybe. How do I? Can I read this? Oh, this is nothing. Why this looks like Stardew Valley? So it's a Zigzagoon. Never mind. I will add it in my inventory. I don't know what the pets do still, but it's do I put ore in here? I guess so. I want the auto sort button. Like, but that's not possible. If I have iron nuggets, can I make iron nuggets into iron ingots? That work? Oh. How do you make? Can you wait? Looking off sentences, I know. Can I make this into ingots or something? Wait. Ingot? No. How do you make the the nuggets into ore? Do we have Minecraft experts in chat? I forgot everything. Oh no, I'm too late. Oh, congratulations, Kill, you got it. Yeah, okay. I swear there's a crafting recipe. Need 9 nuggets. Oh, so I just don't have enough? Okay, gotcha, gotcha. I got 5. I can make literally just 1 base again, or do I have more? I'm gonna put these in the other one. I'm gonna take the nuggets. Put all the nuggets in here. Chop, 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 chop. Cool. Ish. And put all the coal in. What? I'm melting coal to get more coal. What? How can you? Why would? Very good, but okay. I got literally 2. Wait, I need more stone buttons. Do I just have normal stone? Can I make it with rocky stone? Oh. Why? Can I make it with cobblestone? Or how do I get normal stone? Am I stupid? I had literally 1. Yeah, but what the hell? This is cobblestone bricks, but this will not make a button. I need a button. See, I should be able to make like a cobblestone button as well, but it needs to be a stone button. How do I get just stone? Put it in the furnace? Oh. Oh, thank you. See, this is what I mean. It's been so long ago that I kind of forgot the normal, just the basic Minecraft logic. And I feel silly for it, but it is what it is. We're learning as we go. Choop, choop. I need to make new pickaxe. Should I make it better? No, but I need iron. Oop. Can we use this? No, we cannot. We need the other. This. It happens. Thank you. Thank you for making me feel less bad about it. Choop. Choop. So slow, but I don't want. Okay, I can make just 3. That's it. That's fine. We got normal stone. And we can make a button. And then we can make a Pokeball. Look, you got the button, the below. What do you call that? Below. Base. And the ball lid. And then we have 2 Pokeballs. We need so much more iron. God damn. The anticlimax is like, we need so much more. Where can I find a shit ton of iron? What do I do with this sheep? Muffin missed my joke, sorry. Did you know that if you put salt in water and then dehydrate it, you get salt? Yes. Then it's just salty water, no? But the salt in my eyes did help, okay? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Just 5 more event Pokemon to get a Mewtwo? Oh, I want a Mewtwo. Okay, in caves, yeah, okay, but look. Is this like a good tactic? Oh shit, why am I attacking with this one again? I should have healed while I was upstairs. Shit. Nom 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 nom. But yeah, then you do have salt. What is worry seed? What does that do? Insomnia? What the hell? Wow. Don't smack down my Badu. It's a little baby. Absorb. Gonna stun his butt. Oh, you freed me. I should have just absorbed. Mm-mm. I have a little karma beam behind me. He's trying to avoid the vacuum cleaner. Okay. Let me switch to put you. What is this? There's no iron, but what is it? I don't know. Did I break it because my pickaxe is too shitty? Is that a thing? No, because then you shouldn't be able to break it at all. Are you? Are you able to break it now? Questioning everything in Minecraft right now. I don't know anything anymore, Justin. Help. We're just gonna continue mining for a very long time. We should find bigger nodes instead of just mining like this. This is not productive, but I was hoping to find a cave. But we're just going down and down and down without finding anything really. Why are we hitting dirt? What? Make your own cave. Yeah, what do you think I'm doing? I'm trying. Look, we're hitting dirt now. What the hell? That's not a good sign, because then either we are like sort of at a cave or just outside again. But I thought it was very low now. Can I see like my coordinates or no? Yes, wait. Okay, what is my... Oh, we're still like basically 33 above the floor, above the ground, because we were sort of on top of a mountain, I think. So it does make sense that we haven't, yeah, 11 minus. Okay, so we're at level 33. So the fact that we found any iron at all so far has been basically a miracle then. So we have to go way deeper, no? I should just make ladders. So I can just down. This is taking forever like this. This is like the old school way, but I do like, I don't know. I can just make a shit ton of stairs. And then make it in stairs. That is already better. And I can walk faster. Definitely to be around 11 or lower, yeah. Like the thing is, I was thinking like, oh, I'm going so fast, why can I? But the thing is, look, I'm sort of on top of a mountain, because this farm down there is already like way down. So the fact that I was now hitting dirt, I was like, fuck. And yeah, I was correct. There was a fuck moment. Yeah. Yum, 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 yum. Okay. What do we need for ladders again? For the ladder. Ladder. Stick wood. Stick wood. Take wood. Need more wood. Oop, 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 oop. Stick. Wood. Okay. What? Look in the villager's chest, maybe the smithing shack. Lol, if there's one in his mud. Smithing shack? What do you mean? You know, but I was going down like this. Okay, if I make normal stairs up until that point, because I do have like the cobblestone, I need to do something with it anyway. So let me just get the cobblestone and yup. I hope you guys like my sound effects. Okay, so if we make stairs up until the point that we build now, and then we go just straight down to get like real far. Normal villagers chests. I have found like some chests, but not really in any houses or anything. So I'm not sure. Did I eat something? I wasn't sure if my guy actually got hungry. But I do have food here. Nope. Yum 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 yum. And oh, I have enough. Okay. Wait. Do I still have a steak? Literally once. George. Wait, I spent everything, didn't I? No, I didn't. Wait. Nope. 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 Oh, we got a shit ton. Music stopped. Oh my god, wait. Minecraft, Lo-Fi. There you go. Okay, are we prepped? Let me take that other. No. Wait, why do I? Repo. We need more. Oop. At least we can walk just. Oh! At least I'm walking down there. E, 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 e. Taking forever everywhere. Went down pretty far. But not really. To be fair, yeah, no, I started above 60 probably. So yeah. This is boring Pixelmon gameplay, but it's good. Oh, thank you for the song request. I completely forgot like the SR. I was just like Minecraft Lo-Fi, please, thank you. But thank you, Justin. What? I didn't see that one. What? Okay, we are at 31. We go down one more. We're at 30. I think that's good enough for now. And then we can just. See, that's better. This. What's this? What's this? What is that? This is not diamond? Looks so pretty. Thank you, Awesome Wolfie. Look. Okay, so you know. Okay, wait. I gotta show this to Awesome Wolfie. Look. Okay, so I got this one. Like the Pikachu ears, right? That you can attach to your headphones. They're like 3D printed and stuff. I got them at TwitchCon from a really cute stand. And I also got these. But I didn't have the other headphones to put them on and I didn't want to like switch them around. But then I just bought a hairband. And I put them on the hairband. So now I have a little demon hairband. Like the, how do you call that? Holographic devil ears. Yeah. Thank you. Gil, do you want to play like a clippy from holy fucking Jesus? Is that Willy? No, that's Keeny. Good morning, Keeny. God damn it, Keeny. Okay, let me play clippy from Awesome Wolfie and then after a clippy from Keeny. Does it work if I queue it up? It should work. Should work. Where am I here? We're playing Minecraft. But not just Minecraft, but I will leave it up for a twist for anyone that's coming in now new. Then they can also have like the cow scare. I won't spoil it, okay? No. Probably already seen it, but yeah. Welcome, Keeny. Thank you for the biddies. You make it look so good. Thank you. Like that's the thing. They're just put on there. And I was really happy because now I have like the little devil ears that match my logo without me having to do like the filter thingy. So that actually saves as well, like some piece of stuff. And I just wanted to have like actual little devil ears because they are super cute. Now I can do the Pika, but I can also do the devils. But thank you so much. And Justin, just don't spoil it. Hi, thank you for the biddies again, Keeney. How is your Sunday morning? And also for you, Wolfie, how's your Sunday morning? Because, yeah, we have people living in the future here. Even further, no, not even further in the future. I live further in the future than Wolfie, I think. Keeney, same? I think. I cannot really think anymore that well, so correct me if I'm wrong. Did you do something with your camera? Looks good. No, that's the thing. So this is just like the camera without any filter. So it's a little less blurry, a little less dark. It's a lot brighter. Because now I have actual devil here, so I don't have like any filter or stuff on top of it. That helps a lot. And it is also like already sort of, yeah, it is daytime, so it is brighter. I like it better now. Thank you, Keeney. I like that. I appreciate you. As I didn't change, like I still need to buy a new camera at some point because this camera has already died sort of 2 times and gave me like a big ass scare. And then just started working again. I feel like it might be like a cable breakage thingy. But then, like as I said, like then it just started working again, so I don't know. I think that was it for here. Nope. Always closing it up because otherwise I'm gonna get lost. Then we can put one torch here. Plop. Ah, where am I? Okay, well then I can recommend enough the one that I bought. It's amazing. It does look amazing. Which one do you have? I was looking at the what is it called? Like the OBS. Is it called OBS bot tiny cam? Something like that. That looked interesting. Like it had potential. A robot vacuum is coming here as well, but Karma's sleeping. She's looking at me like, Mom, save me. Okay, go uppies. Okay, are you ready for the plot twist? Yes. Okay, so you got the OBS bot. So I was looking at the OBS bot, the tiny thing, but then the tiny 2 because it was cheaper still. But I did wanna, yeah, I did want to check that because it has like tracking. It has a lot of good software and everything. So, oh, I'm glad to hear that's good. Okay, are you guys ready for the plot twist? Keeney, awesome, Wolfie. Your Sunday morning is still painful. Why? What happened, Keeney? You probably already see the plot twist. No, because I'm hiding it mostly. So you don't really see the plot twist. Okay, are you ready? Gotta do it. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Oof. Oh. Oof. Oh my god, I'm so gorgeous. Okay. So that's plot twist 1. And this is plot twist 2. Go, Cyndaquil! You got it! Attack Rattata! Look, it's Pokemon! It's a Pokemon! You have a herniated disc, haven't streamed since Monday? Okay, so yeah, I have been away for like 2-3 days this week. I did notice that you were not playing like Battlefield with Mills and Keeney. But I didn't know that. I'm so sorry to hear. Do you have like some physical therapy or do you just need to get some mostly like rest now? I am Keeney. No, Mills was playing Battlefield with Willy. I said Keeney. But I noticed you were not playing with them. That's what I meant. Did I switch names? I am Keeney. I know you're Keeney. Okay, I meant Mills was playing with Willy and also with Viking, but not with you. Okay, I probably switched names. What is that? Sangoose? One second. What the hell? Awesome Wolfie, thank you for checking in. Wait, my robot vacuum like ate a cable, so I'm sorry. 1 second. My gosh, it was making such a fucking loud noise. Hello. Even kijken door filter. Okay. But we're back. But yeah, no, the thing was eating a cable, and then I was like, it's so loud. Nothing doctors can do except prescribe 2 really strong painkillers. Plus paracetamol. And yes, okay, I'm sorry for switching the names. I meant not play. Yes, okay, I over-explained this already so much. So yeah. I'm sorry. But I know here, like for a hernia, it depends how bad. Like you do have surgeries and stuff, but yeah, that is even worse. If it's just a disc, then maybe that's too much. And yeah, first you need a shit ton of rest. But then you do have to build it up because otherwise you'll get like too stiff as well. It's so bad I can't sit unless you take meds. Yeah. Like I used to skateboard as a little muffin, and I fell once like flat on my back, and I actually like dislocated a disc, or no, like a disc in my spine. It was just chook. Yeah, I couldn't sit, I couldn't walk, I couldn't lay down. So I kind of know, like I don't know the pain that you're going through at the moment, but I kind of know back pain in that sense, and it can be horrible. But yeah, they could, yeah, maybe they could give an injection. That's what I mean. Sometimes they are better, or like other stuff that they can do. There's like pain meds that they can directly inject for like in the hospital. Where am I? What am I doing? That's the question every time. We're attacking. Oh my god, I just burned him to crisp. Yay. Boop. I'm trying to find iron so we can make our own Pokeballs, but it is hard. But we figured out, oh my gosh. Oh, you're cute. I kind of want to catch that one. Okay, fuck it. We're gonna catch it. No, not the Ekans. Okay, yes. But I don't want to kill it now. Uh-oh. Wait. Switch. Okay. Be right back. Okay, Kini. Go take care of yourself. And I'm sorry to hear that. Let me give some extra huggies to Kini. If you don't know Kini yet, give him some extra love. He is an awesome streamer. He's very fun to scare. Has an amazing Pikachu hat. Plays games like Dead by Daylight, Battlefield. We played like Mega Chameleon a shit ton of times. Okay, if I can water gun him in a little bit, should be fine. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh my god, I just choked myself by inhaling too hard. Pokeball power. Get in, sheep. You're cute. You're a Woolulu. Remind me of Age of Empires. I'm gonna call you Woolulu. Did I rename them? Should be able to, no? Wait. Marie? Can I name you? I don't know. I don't know where or how. Would be nice. Look, he's just a little ball. Wait, let me summon you. Look, this is my new little ball. It's a ball of youth. Is so cute. Yeah. How are you doing this morning, awesome Wolfie? Okay, we're going to kill this Ekans because it's in my house. Boy. I wish I could catch it, but yeah, I do have literally just 2 Pokeballs, so. I will catch you eventually. Hammer's not that effective. Oh, kinda. Still kinda. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Not dead yet. Mm-mm. I'm doing okay, not looking for tomorrow dentist. Aw. Do you have like a fear for the dentist or just don't like it? What is that? Raw rabbit. Cyndaquil is evolving! Look at the people! Cyndaquil is evolving! Whoa! 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 It's a Quilava! Oh my gosh, look at this awesome fire butt. Okay, I also wanna be right back. Okay. You need to catch a Pokemon here, clip it for greater show later. You don't like it? Yeah. That's the thing. Oh my god, I can ride Quilava. How do I get off? How do I get off? Oh, there you go. Oh. Oh. Okay. We're gonna make like as much Pokeballs as we can make. Want to make. And then we're gonna ride Quilava on adventure. Catch a shit done and then we're gonna sleep. That does seem like a plan. But oh my gosh. Fuck yeah. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Okay. Look at him. He's an awesome fire bunny. Yeah. And I hope everything goes well in the dentist for you, first. Normal gym? I put like special stuff in there. Put this in there. Still don't really know what the pets do, but I got a full turbo. Okay. Okay, we're down to level 30 with the stairs. I thought then we could. Oh, Jesus, scared me. What is this? Oh, this is another mouse. But I do like them as well, but then we do know that they spawn in my house. Okay. Destroy them. Boop. My god, first evolution. Um. Okay. Yum. Finished. It's like 5 times. Okay. This should be that now, no? I'm sorry, you're a very cute mouse, but yeah. If I then take open area here, and we're gonna make like just in the middle where we go down all the way. Because yes, we're still at level 30 and we need to be at least below 11, you said, right? Yeah. I start. We can always do the other one. Boopity boop. You have to place that. Bitty boop. This is a lot faster. Bitty boop. No yawning. Okay. But I'm starting to. It's like almost 11 in the morning. I should sleep before it's like 12. then I will mix up my schedule, but in a way so I can reset it again. Lol, same. Oh gosh, yeah. That's true. 3:40 a.m. Do you need to stay awake or are you gonna go to sleep at some point? I'm still on the schedule though. 2:40 a.m. for you? Oh, that's sick. Are you not sleepy, BP? What is this? Oh, you're doing the songs again. Fuck yes, thank you, Leon.
Cheer
Good
100
morning. I
girl,
cannot
you
hit
know
this.
it's
Is this
true.
bedrock? That is not
I love
possible.
you and this is true. Yes,
I'm
you
just
know it's
at level
true.
3 now. I cannot now destroy this. Why? Thank you, Leah. Thank you for the biddies. Girl, you know it's true. Oh, I love you. This is true. Yes. Wait, which song is that?
Do you know?
Wait. That's
Muffin
my.
Man?
That's
The
what I
Muffin
need.
Man?
This.
The Muffin Man.
Uh-oh.
Yes, I know the Muffin Man.
Do you know
Who
the
lives on Drury
Muffin
Lane?
Man?
Well,
The Muffin Man was
she's
murdering my
married
butt
to
in League
the
today.
Muffin Man. The Muffin
But why
Man?
can I not get past this? Do I need a better pickaxe? What's the issue here? What is the issue? I am at level 3 now. So this is something, but why can I not go further down? Millie Vanilli girl, you know it's true, yeah. You've had a real hard time sleeping lately since I've been off of work? Aw. Are you off of work like as in do you have a breaky or are you switching jobs, so to say? I think you need iron. Okay. I started this whole quest to get iron though. That's mean. To progress we need iron, but we need iron already. I'm just gonna go to the side and try to see if we can get iron here. Little dark here. What is that? I don't know. I don't know. Your work was with an injury? Oh. Is it something that will heal up? What is this? What is that? What is that? I feel like I'm just breaking it by getting it with the wrong pickaxe. Do I have some iron? I want to break this block, but I keep almost falling down, so I don't make it. Do this? No, probably not. Oh, because every time I move, okay. Then there's no torch. No torch there. It's bedrock, you can break it. So there's bedrock at level 3? Okay, maybe then we still have 5 ladders. Okay, let me check then. But wait. But it's a type of hernia I worked with for 7 months before I had to go on injury leave, and I've been off for about 3 months, and it won't heal. Yeah, so that's what I mentioned before, like when Kini was in, like he has a hernia disc now. I was like, normally, like here, you have to get surgery for that. So I hope it's gonna be okay. It can sometimes, if it's not too bad, it can heal up with like a lot of rust and painkillers. But yeah, it is really shitty. Are you having any surgery planned already, that sec? Okay, so level 3 is like the lowest we can go here? Is that normal? Should I have gone another way? Questioning my life decision. Like, I cannot get here. But it's bedrock on weird level, weird places. No? Or is that just me? Like, I can mine here. But then I cannot mine there. So it feels, I need to find iron. Also for my pickaxe, because this is taking forever. And this is slow. But is this really bedrock? Really? Or maybe... What? Ah. Okay. You've been on the surgery waiting list on the surgical urologist that needs to be involved in Alberta. There's only 3 of them. So it could be waiting anywhere between the next 4 months. 5 years? You don't know. Oh, that is brutal. Because you have no idea how long it's gonna take. So like until that time you're kind of waiting, like living in waiting mode, if that makes sense. That's shitty. I'm sorry to hear that. Like I am also stuck in waiting mode, like being sick at home, particularly for now 2 years already. But there's not a real, like, I'm not necessarily gonna get better. Like symptoms are getting better in that sense, so it can be that I get stable. Okay, my back is killing me all day long, and then yes, you need, as I said, like take care of yourself first. Yeah. Thank you for checking in. Thank you for being here. But yeah, you're all good. Take care. Take rest. Go sleeps if you need to. Get painkillers. Do everything. Yep. There's only one Kini. Mm-hmm. You're just trained. Forgot I can mount him now. Oh, we're gonna ride everywhere. But no, I still need to mine. Okay. What is the ideal place? Wait, does Bot Conundrum know this? Bot Conundrum, where can I find iron in Minecraft? Playing the Pixelmon mod. I don't know if that matters. Yeah, on EY, which I hate. What is EY? And now it stopped me from getting an apprenticeship. I'm also on the cancellation list. And it's still up to 5 years wait time. Oh, that's what you meant. Yeah, smithing shacks for nearby caves. I was usually tucked away. Yeah, but I'm making my own cave. Maybe I should just have gone to a cave. There is a sort of cave like right there. Maybe I should check there. Maybe. There's a lot of maybes. But I was happy to have my own cave. But okay, the cave is like not necessarily the cave, but is it the where's the poker shop? Pokestop. I'm blind. Where is it? Where is it? What are you? You're a third. You're already a fourth. No? You're cute. So there is like a cave thingy here, but now I've used up all the ladders I had. So did I bring my Did I bring my pickaxe? I don't want this. Ah. Mm, you're just gonna make more letters. Employment insurance. If you're injured or sick leave, the government. Is that something that you will get like right away? Because that's the thing that people have been asking me about. Like, thing is, like, I'm still technically employed, but I've been sick already, like on sick leave, sort of, for more than 2 years now because I got needed to go in sick because I had a shit ton of hospital appointments in November 2023. But the thing is, they only pay you for the first 1.5/2 years, and after that, you just have to get like an sort of unemployment benefits or like disability payout from the government as well. But then they denied it for me because they said like I can still work, but I have a lot of chronic illnesses. So one day I will be doing okay, and the other day I will be just not able to do anything. And it's like a really big challenge to even walk a dog. So I cannot guarantee any how do you say that? Like certainty for an employer, which does not make me fit for basically any job at the moment. And I still have hospital appointments and stuff coming up again. But yeah, I did discover Twitch, and that helps me like to do at least something and not go crazy and discover as well what I can do instead of just what I cannot. But sometimes stuff is temporary and it is shit, but life will always has a way as well of turning around. I don't know. It is shit though. That yeah, as you said, like you don't know how long, but the thing is like that you don't like being on the employment insurance thing. It is not due to like your own choices or something that you. I don't know how do you say that. Like you're like, yay, I'm just gonna sit at home and get some money from the government. No, it is because you are injured because you do have something, and that it that and you live in a good country. That does help you. You're still employed, but you get a signal from doctor. Go work and apply. It takes a few days. It takes a few days. Okay, hun. I needed to apply in August last year. And then it took until November, December. So that was already basically 4 months until they saw me for a doctor's assignment. Then they have to check you. Then they have to call you if the thing is correct. Then you have to check with their worker, with your employer, if you were actually sick, if you're not just acting, or if you actually did the stuff that you needed to do, like to get back to work and try. Then they're going to evaluate the decision. That took another 2 to 3 months. Eventually, I got like a notice of it in March. That was the already like almost 7 months later. And then they decided it was denied and I should just be able to work full time. If I had a full bathroom next to me, I could rest at any time, had basically like a full bedroom next to me, but then I would still be able to work full time somewhere at a location if I just had a full hotel room next to me, basically, and could just chill at any moment. Like, that's not possible in practice. Like, it's, So that it takes a few days, that sounds like heaven to me. And the thing is, they can fix a lot with a surgery. I've had like a family friend who has had hernia issues a lot, but he got surgery, and it was clear, like not forever, but for a good few years, was basically out of any back pain issues, which was really nice. Oh, I got redstone. I like redstone. Don't really know the sheep. I got more because I wanted to make more letters. How do I make it more letters again? Plop, plop, plop. Plop, 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 plop. Plop, plop. Plop, plop. And this in the middle. No. Oh shit. It's in the middle. Is there another way to just split this? Instead of doing this very manually like this. There should be a better way for this, but I feel like I'm doing Minecraft very basic. Holy crap, that sounds like a way crazier process on Canada. Yeah. Yeah, so the thing is, the government was very delayed as well, and they're basically just very shit. Not gonna lie, they're just very shit here. But yeah, the thing is, it takes forever, and then they did deny it. So now I'm suing the government to still get it. And that process that we're suing the government is taking basically another year. So it's been great. And now I've been out of any income since March. While they are trying to fix the mistakes that they made. And I'm just trying to stay calm, distract myself, hope for a better future. And hope that they all get sorted out at some point, because yeah, the mean thing is as well, like a lot of my symptoms get triggered by stress. And then yeah, the fact that you don't have like any income is kind of stressful. There is a baby here as well, but I don't have any Pokeballs with me. Okay, the thing is, like, here is basically a big cave thing, you see? So if I just go in here. What is this? What is this? A brewing stand. Okay. But yeah, we are gonna die if we mine straight down there. Are we not? Hello. We're good? Everything is good? Jesus. Jesus. That was scary. That was yeah. Why can I go there? Why did I place this in the sky? Panic took over. Yeah, I wanna go on the ladder. No! Okay, do I die from fall damage or not? Very confused. What's happening? I did find iron here. But see, that's the thing. So I think they're making their own rules. Because this is iron at like 50. During my surgery to prevent it from happening again, they can put some kind of mesh sheet. So there's even another muscle tear down there if everything will stay in place. That's really good. So if you do get the surgery, it will be fixed for forever / a very, very long time at least. I'm happy to hear that. And yeah, it is a shitty situation, but like I'm weirdly calm about it nowadays. I don't know. Maybe I'm just desensitized at this point. I'm like, it is what it is. There's little that I can do, but stay calm basically and hope for the best. And I'm happy that I got like a legal guy from work that is fighting the whole shit for me. That does help. But yeah, it is far from ideal. That is yeah. Yeah. Bloop, 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 bloop. I go wait. Bloop. Okay. Ah. Okay. Okay. Why did I go here through this hole? Let me just fix this up. Do I bring Angwood with me? No. We're just gonna smack the glass. What's this? What's this? What's this? Ruby. Oh. Okay, okay. Hi, pretty lady. Hi, Milo. How you doing? But it says Urban Story, and it says like that could be the case, and I'm hoping it is. That's awesome, and you have some help. Yeah. Yeah. So that's what I said. Like I'm still technically employed, and I was a really good employee. So my work was actually like really sad that I was not able to work anymore. They still wanted me to come back, but yeah, that is Where does this go? There's an upstairs here. It's a cute little tower. I could have just made my house here. Did I make an extra house here? But this house is invaded by mud grays. I forgot. I should make a door or something at some point, but yeah. I can at least make. Wait, but I don't have. No, we're just gonna mine for now here to check. Ah, Jesus! I don't believe I have fall damage, but it is not good for my heart to do this. I'm good. I feel fresh and lightweight. That sounds nice. That sounds like a good vibe. See, this is what I mean. It doesn't make sense. Normally, yeah, the iron is like way lower, but so the bedrock is already at level 3 there. And we are here like in a random escape, but this is level 49. There is iron here. Oh! Almost died. You didn't see that, okay? What is this stuff? What? There's Muffin Adventures. It's all good. Just got buried by gravel almost. Almost got buried alive. It's fine. Look, there's. What I mean, a sort of cave. Sort of cave.
Who's a good boy?
Who is a good boy?
Is it you?
That's like he's a good
Is it
boy. He is
you?
indeed. Okay, some torches here. I ran in weird places here. This is working better than my homemade cave, so as long as I get a little more iron, I'm not complaining. No. Yeah, but this is also the issue with Minecraft. It is so addicting. It is so chill. Excuse me. Excuse me, Geodude. I'm mining here. Sometimes I forget again. That's it. It's a Pokemon game. Like, wait, what you doing here? Wait, let me give you another. Wait, you already get the pets, but wait, we have this one as well now, do we not?
You have been a good boy. Have a lollipop.
Have a lollipop. Have a lollipop, good boy, deck check. Yep. You didn't hear that one yet? No, Kill added it today. Like just earlier. Have a lollipop. It's funny. I don't know what that is. I don't need that. I will take this with me. Thank you very much. That with me. Thank you very much. But yeah, with the whole financial situation, it does help. Like my mom is very sweet, and she does groceries with me or slash for me, like once a week. That helps a lot with costs and stuff because yeah, I live on my own. I have to feed the karma bean and myself, and stuff is expensive here. But I'm hoping that if everything gets sorted out, yeah, they will fix that I get income again. And then I do get it with like a reverse thing, but I still get like also just, I think maybe 60% or something. So it is not everything, but it's still better than nothing. But yeah, sometimes life throws curveballs, and like on the other end, like I would have never had the guts to actually start streaming. I've always been wondering about streaming. Because I did support like a friend. I checked it the other day. Like this is super fun. Here, account age. My account is actually older than Twitch itself because I was already supporting like a friend who was streaming before I basically knew what Twitch was. But yeah, He made me discover it a little more. And I was always wondering, like, it would be fun. Like, I studied game development. It would be cool to just do something with that. Talk about it or play games or chatting with people because I can yap endlessly. But I was always too busy. I was always like busy with other stuff in life. Uh and I don't know, like my ex-boyfriend used to say, like, okay, but if you are gonna stream, you're right away becoming like a booby streamer. People won't even care about you or like the stuff you play. He was very negative about it, and that threw me off as well. I don't know. I didn't like that. Can I go up there? Did I fuck up my way back or no? Maybe. Oh, maybe a little. But that's the thing that now I was at a point in life where I basically had nothing left to lose, so I was like, fuck it. Just gonna try. Why not? I got so lucky. I was like weeks away from moving out with my parents' house. And it happened just before I could because otherwise I would have been so screwed, yeah. But that's the thing, like I worked my fucking ass off. I used to work as a university professor. I got a university professor. Like I started working as a university professor at a very young age. Like I was 23, 22, 23. And at the beginning, I was still living at home, and I basically just saved up every dime that I got from that job. And then at 26, I already bought my first own apartment, and it was awesome. And life, I think it's kind of a silver lining. It got you into streaming and doing something you enjoy. Yeah, that is true, and that is now like it would be the dream if I could do this as a living because this is possible with like me being chronically ill because I can make my own hours. I can cancel stream if I'm too sick. People are understanding. Like the community that I've built is nice. that is important. Like if you're not nice, then I boot you out of here. We've had to do some cleanups before, but no, that is very true. Like it did get me into streaming, which I really enjoy. And before, as I said, like I always had something that was holding me back, or like I don't know something. Yeah, no, just I don't know, like someone criticizing or someone saying you can't do it, or there was other important stuff to do. But I did always wonder about it, and as I said, like I basically didn't have anything to do except wait and go to the hospital and be sick at home and bored and unhappy and lonely. So yeah, you were born at a very young age. Well, that's also an achievement kill. And it's so amazing you were able to start at 23. Yeah, I got asked right out of my own college. So I started teaching at my study that I was actually also studying. So I graduated and I got asked to be a teacher right away. Which is still, like, if I think about it now, it's insane. It's also just due to the very big teacher shortage that we have slash had around here. Because I got no degree in teaching whatsoever. Like I got asked, and I was supposed to get like a degree in teaching, but then I just still didn't do it. Like I was supposed to do it after 5 years, and I started it, but then like other stuff came up, and I had to take on other responsibilities. I gotta go back. So I was a university professor without a degree for teaching, basically. But yeah. I did have the degree in the studies that I did, and I was studying for my master. And then, if you have a master, then it's still counted as being good enough, basically, to teach. So, I mean, I was not complaining. I made a bridge. I never wasted all my pickaxes. I spent all my pickaxes, but I did get now 38 iron ore. This is the most iron we got so far. Ooh, let me whoop destroy this geodude. It's so insane. Thank you, thank you. That's the thing. Like I have some fun backstories from when I was not just mostly at home. I also had like more over 20 side jobs before I was 20, just because ADHD brain and yeah. Oh no, put them in the chest. I didn't want to do that. And then every time I got bored, I just tried out new stuff. There we put the incubators. We can melt this. I make a fruit. What is this? Team Rocket Booster Pack? What does that do? Are you sure you want to open this? Yes. Ooh, these are the Poke cards? Look. What? What? This is like how do you say that? Unsleeving, unguarding. Mm-hmm. We got the Goop has attack, a Dark War Turtle, a Challenge attack. Sleep, sleep. We got Eevee. Here comes Team Rocket. Lightning energy. I do have like a Poke card here somewhere. Here. Like my mom found a Poke card the other day. Look. We got a classic energy. This is just energy. And I got a Dutch one and an English one, and I gave the Dutch one to my nephew. We should have more Poke cards, but she is cleaning up the attic, so I hope she's gonna find them. Because I was collecting Poke cards as a kid, but I don't know where they went. That's the thing, as a kid. Oh, but we have Poke cards. This is so funny. Grace said there was such a thing here, but I didn't see it before. Okay, can we make another furnace? Because I want more. Maybe I even want 3. Why not? We can always move them. Yup, and then we put all the... We put like 50. That's 50. 25 here. All the iron ore in there. Put tin ore in there. And we put copper ore in there. Hey, this was our best mining so far. Now we need more pickaxes. Still gonna go for stone until we got more. Oh, and this one. Wait, another one. Boop. And then like 3. Oh no! What did I do? I fucked up. That's what you get if you're checking before you make stuff. Why did I make a hammer? What can I do with a hammer? I can just attack with a hammer? I don't think there are creepers or zombies there. I think there are only Pokemon, no? Oh gosh. Okay, wait. Choop, 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 choop. No. Pickaxe. Is without those. Jesus. I'm not sleepy, you're sleepy. 1, 2, 3. Would be good. I think it my 3 by 3. Wait, really? So it's good to have hammer? It's a good to have hammer? Let me test it. Oh, Clefairy. I do want a Clefairy. I have 2 Pokeballs. Okay, let me catch this Clefairy. And go. Go, Chucho. Go, water gun. Water gun the Clefairy. They break really fast. Okay. But then I can use them. But it does no damage at all. Bite? Bite should do damage. Oh no, not really. Tackle? Also, not really. I just water gun it again. Look at it. Look how small little Chewtle is. He's so tiny. So tiny. I think he's smaller than their tail.
Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Is it you? Is it you?
You are a very good boy, that's it. Yeah, I appreciate you. If you do need to get some sleep at some point, make sure to take care of yourself. Important business. Why does after you keep fading? Because it's first, yeah. I do love how I'm just standing there like a Team Rocket slowpoke in the back, like, like I look ridiculous. I'm slowpoke Team Rocket with Queen Lava on my head. What else do you want? Okay, should this be already enough damage, or should we do a little more? A little more. A critical hit! Oh, don't die. My heart. Okay, throw the ball now. Throw the ball now. Get in. You got it. You got it. Stay. No! You have 15. Okay, are we gonna attack one time then? Please don't die.
Muffin button?
A muffin button? Well, I might doze off here in a little bit. I'm just, okay. Okay, now we try again. It should work because we only have one ball. Come on, you have 8 HP. No! What a bitch. We wasted both our Pokeballs now. Now you gotta die. Oh. A meanie. I wasted 2 of the balls. It took so long to make those. God damn it. Okay. Huh? Mark. Okay. Yep. No. Placing random stairs. But I don't even know where the stairs are coming. What the hell? I have the stairs in my other hand. How do I get them out of there? There we go. Oh my god, I feel sick. There we go, this is better. Oh my god, I was like, where did these stairs come from the whole time? Jesus. Okay, I should call it a night at some point as well. The redeem mug doesn't work yet, Kale. I don't know what it is.
I'm a Mog, half man, half dog. I'm my own best friend.
What? Wait. Let me turn the music down. Do what one more time. What is that?
I'm a Mog, half man, half dog. I'm my own best friend.
Half man, half dog. Okay, now I heard it. It did. It was a little slow. But it was working. It was working. Oh my god, that made me laugh too much. I'm a Mog, half man, half dog. You didn't ever heard of a Mog before? Hey, it's a Viper. It's Viper. But we are gonna water gun it. We need to train up our Pokemon. I don't have Pokeballs. This goes against my gut. Like, I'm just killing all these Pokemon that I haven't caught yet. Ah, it is mean. Oh, I don't know if this is a good combo. The water against electricity. Does that work or does that not? I forgot. No, that does not work. We're just gonna switch olive. It's so tiny. They're not damaged yet, but mm. Wow. Mm-mm. Okay, I do want to make more Pokeballs. Sent my mom a video yesterday of me trying to train Karma to do like the slaloms, what I was saying in the Discord, like 6 second around poles and stuff.
I don't like spam!
Spin, 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 spin. But I was wearing like a giant shirt and I was wearing shorts under them, but like the way I filmed it, it looked like I was only wearing a shirt. And I commented to her, like, I am wearing shorts under, I promise. And like the thing is, she was like, "Oh, Carmen's so smart. You're way too sexy to be outside." I'm like, God damn it. God damn it. That's why I said I was wearing shorts. Don't judge. No judges. Let me put these back because there were lights here. I stole all their lights, so yeah. Being nice again. And I forgot where I wanted to go. And the mine in my house was not working that great, so we were gonna go check that mine one more time. While just destroying everything in our path. That's what we're doing. Mm-mm. Yum yum yum. Oh my god, I'm okay. Feeling my drink. Good. Yeah, won the battle. No, I don't want this. Oh, I want to shop it. I cannot get a shop yet. I keep hoping I get Pokeballs here. But you. Wee! Ow. Okay, okay. I Diglett. Let us find more iron. We can find more. I know we can. Oop. See, there's one more already. Did the music stop? I think that was it. Do we have some other music? Your Poke loyalty? Ooh. Let me check my Poke loyalty. Mine is 708. It is nice. Then you have like a bonus, right? Like increased chance for shinies? Yes. That is good combination. So yeah, you can Poke catch on any channel if you start your Poke journey. Right? Heal. Holy shit, wait, the fish is all the way down there. Again, and giant because I changed the resolution. But look! You got a jackpot. Damn. Wait, I could just put it over this map perfectly, like this. That's nice. Slimy fish too? I didn't even notice the fishing was gone. Is this lapis loosely? Yes, loosely. Oh no, it's apacha. Apacha. Oh. Pew. What is this? Is the silicone again? What is this? There's nether quartz. That's what I mean. That's just chilling here. Nether quartz should only be in the nether, no? Normally. So I think quartz just work differently. Odd. I thought nether quartz was in the nether. Mm-mm-mm. Do you have a song you want to request? It can be like an entire album or something. I think the mod has everything all over the place. I think so too, yeah. Because that's the thing, nether quartz is only in a nether? Or am I crazy? Starting to doubt everything about Minecraft. Since I set up the SE fish timer, I can technically say yes, I did. I catch. Yes, that's true. You did. Oh, okay. But now, still, then yeah, you still kind of got it. Still counts. Yeah, see, it is normally only the nether. Okay, thank you. I was starting to doubt everything I knew about Minecraft at this point. But so the whole normal sort of dirt mining doesn't work like that. Because then yeah, the levels where our stuff is. Or the places where you can find stuff don't really make sense in comparison to what we're used to, no? Oh, yep. I'm you. There's also like copper and iron and everything scattered around here. Oh, I broke my neck. Oh, and I'm getting so weak. Okay, that is good though. It takes a long ass time for me to get AP. Thank you, thank you. Needed that. I at least want to make like a sort of like a shit out of Pokeballs. So we can go on Pokeball catching adventures next time because I can literally ride my Twilada. Go on adventures everywhere. Yep. Wait, is that not working, Kill? Bots are a little slow right now. Yeah, it's not replying that it's not the correct song, so. You need iron to break. Wait. Hollow moon, but will this work? Taking you longer. Yeah. Okay, the bots are very slow. Have I been streaming too long? The bots have gone to sleep already. Maybe. The thing is, like, I am melting a shit ton of iron back at home, so I can actually upgrade everything. But yeah, you need so much iron if you want to make just normal Pokeballs. It shouldn't be a real issue, but I kind of feel like it is. Boop, boop, boop. Because yes, this is breaking faster as well, yeah, at some point, and so fucking slow. So fucking slow. Fucking slow. And now, yes, no, I do get it. I get poison jab. Where? Look at my little tutor. So cute. Wait, let me get out my Quilla. Oop! Look at him. He's awesome. Getting out. This is okay. You know what? We are just gonna switch to Spotify because I don't think. I think the bot is asleep, and I don't know why. Okay, which one was it? Let me listen to something. Oh, I searched for the one. What's that one? Is that one on Spotify? Wow. Wait, which one was it again? Hollow Moon. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Mm. The pleasure. They're getting higher levels here. Also cries, yeah, but we're level 19. Can I get crystal ore? That's the thing, so then I'm just breaking it. I should, that's what you meant, like I should just leave the ones that I cannot get yet. Boop. But this is also pickaxe level diamond, but on top of it, it's iron. So I don't even know if I'm getting it. Probably not. Okay, wait, let me go this way. Pew, pew, pew. There you go. Then I can just get the iron. Because yes, I do need like level diamond pickaxe for that kind of stuff. Bam. And there's some more coal up there. Random birds flying here. Feel like we got a lot, but at the same time we could get so much more. Boop 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 boop. Boop 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 boop. And more. It's taking you longer. Yes. Bots are asleep. Yes. Insane. When are we playing Dead by Daylight? Well, oh, thank you for the stretching. Oh. Fuck. Getting sleepy. Not today, but we are playing. Hi, Pumpkin. Pumpkilla, welcome. How are you doing, lovely? Gil, do you want to play Clippy from Pumpkilla? The bot, and do you want to do like a shout with the exclamation mark shout? Because it seems like we might have overused the bot with song request again, or bots in general are kind of slow at the moment. Okay, there is fall damage, but it's very low. Normally, oh, Neon, you're calling me. Hi. Oh no, I don't want it there. No, but we can. I do want to play more Dead by Daylight. Maybe in the upcoming week. Maybe we can also play with Keeney. He plays more often. He hasn't played since Monday because he's not feeling that good at the moment. Is that one a shiny or is it always black and white? Zigzagoon is normally. Is it always black and white? It's like an emo Zigzagoon. But I don't have Pokeballs. Yeah, so the shout does work. The SL clips should work as well. But I think Bot Conundrum might have been a little overloaded. I'm not sure. We won the battle. If you're like, what the fuck is she fighting a Pokemon in Minecraft? Yes, yes, I am. Was there someone going down my ladder? Or did it just look like that? No. Look like that.
Jesus Lord. Jesus Lord. Long ass ads, it's only 30 seconds. Maybe if you signed up for Turbo or subscribed. Okay, we're listen. We're not about to come up in my stream and the first thing we're gonna complain about is ads. We're gonna say, yo, what's good, Pumpkin? Okay, we're not gonna complain about the ads. The ads are 30 seconds. Please, alright? Say hello. 55 seconds? Are you mad about
Okay,
55
you do have a
seconds,
point. You do have a
Venom?
point.
What ads? Thank you. You want to know why? Hello, Blossom. How are you, Bloss? You want to know why? Blossom saying what ads? Because she subscribed. Because she subscribed. Mine's 30. Maybe it's just choosing. Okay? Shoot.
Yeah, the
Don't
thing
come
is,
over
like,
here
yeah, if you do
and the
really
first thing you
hate
gonna
ads,
talk
you can
about
always,
is
like,
some
get Twitch Turbo so you never
ads.
have
You
ads on
very mad?
anyone's.
You
It is
mad?
always, like, someone's own choice if you want to subscribe to stuff. Like, you have to check, like, if you like the channel, you want to support and everything. But yeah, if you come in with a first-time chatter saying, like, ads, like, yeah, that is sadly kind of how Twitch works. Like, once you've hit affiliate, you just have ads. That's not, yeah, you can make them less, you can make them more, but they will occur anyway. It's not like you can stop ads. Yay, you're catching Pokemon too! Okay, look, I do have some iron. I will at least, like, yeah, use the iron to make more or better tools. Like, at least, like, 2 pickaxes or something. And then check how much Pokeballs we can make. Isn't it iron big? Yes. Okay. Then we get the buttons. We had more stone. So make more buttons. And then you put other Pokeball. You put this, you put the button. And then we need more buttons. We had more buttons. No. Give me more buttons, please. Thank you. Yup. Yeah, that's what I mean. It is taking 3 for everything. So like 10 Pokeballs cost me 30 iron. No? Yes. Yes. So I just need to farm a shit ton of iron. Do I want to have like a lot of the Pokeballs? I haven't seen it is locked in League. That's the thing. Like I get locked in sometimes at yeah. You're right. I cannot deny it. Like yes. Like a League, I have played League for what was it? 16 hours straight or something last week. And that so I was locked in like crazy. Like you've never seen it. Like, it was yeah. It was magic. But it took a lot. And I do like League, but I do want to train a little bit to get better, so I do want to play a little bit off stream again. I think this is still sad because I made like a whole mind because I thought that was where they would be at, but no, they're not. They're just not. Let me go sleep. What does the rock mean next to my name? The rock? You got a hammer. Do you mean the hammer? Do you play anything else? Other co-op games? You go, girl. Thank you. You're a brick, maybe. I don't know. Sorry. No, maybe do you need a hammer? Like, do you mean the green thingy, or you have a bing bong next to you as well? The other thing is that you're a main mod. Okay. Look, I can do this now. And then I can do this. No. This. And then we can ride my Pokemon to victory. We go so far. Oh. We go so fast. I'm fast as fuck, boy. What is this? This is another TCG stuff. Fast as fuck, boy. Damn, you're fast. Oh, there's the cow. Fuck you, cow. Boy. Oh. Oop. Focus stop. Got another egg. Okay, are we gonna do one last iron run? And then maybe make Smoke to go sleep? Not the mod icon when I cut the Pokemon? Wait. He always looks like an emo one. Okay, I just now saw, but okay. Oh, what is that? I have no idea. What is that? What is this? What is that? Give us a fuckboy wrist? What? What? Milo, what? You mean a song? Is that a song? Like, I'm gonna now search for it and read everything. You said that when you were on the Pokemon? If it's a fuckboy wrist? No, you heard that wrong. Like, this is fucking awesome. I don't think I said that, but okay, sorry. Oh well. I was like, wait, what? What? No worries, no worries. Oh, it's intimidating my butt. No. We're gonna burn your butt to crisp. I hope. Because I don't want my Kulava to die. Big attack. Ah, no. Which? Wait. HP restores? I did not bring anything. The rest is really weak, but we're going for it. Because I want my Kulava to live because it's my mount. Payback, I just got here. Just me. I don't think I'm gonna make it, no. Sorry, Chuto. Okay, is this okay with Darwas? I don't know, I don't think so. No, not really. Oh, made a mistake. Go, Bululu. Go, little sheep. Kick him again. Oh, you only got 4. Okay, you can make it. Do it again. You can make it. You can make it, Bululu. Bululu sheep. No! I think I know what it means now. What is it? What is it, Kill? Is it a special Pokemon? Okay, I got it. Oh, you won the battle. Thank God. Okay, I was just trying to mine here. What is it, Kill? The little rock icon. I've never seen it before, I think. But I still wanted to try this out. Okay, you can hammer stuff, but it's... Oh, it does mine several. Oh, but this does need a pickaxe. Stone quartz ore? So many random ores are just next to each other spawn. I don't know. It's confusing. In good and bad ways. Chip. I know I have iron pickaxes now, but I don't want to waste them. Stone drop? You mean like a moonstone or waterstone, like so that kind of drop? That's awesome. Okay, so if I just do one block, then yeah, it does mine a shit ton. Okay. This breaks fast, but I can mine in chunks, which can be nice. And I accidentally made a shit ton of hammer, so let's use them, right? What kind of stone did you get? An evolution stone drop? Yeah, that's what I meant, like with a moonstone or water thing. Like you can use for Eevee or certain Pokemons, like to level up, right? Which one did you get? I feel like we should just explore and get the stuff that we can find here, but it goes against my Minecraft principles. But nothing makes sense with where the ores are. I want more iron, please. Give me more iron. Thank you. Oof. Yeah, what kind of evolution stone did you get? Electric or flying? Because those are Pokemon types. That does make sense then. I don't know if they're like random or if they're based on the Pokemon that you catch. I actually don't know for sure. What is this? Oh, scared me. But it's just more ores. Wait, can I get this? Yes. And now I can get the nickel with the other pickaxe. See, that's why I was trying to save that one. Whoopity whoopity whoop. Like, yes, I'm getting a shit ton of coal now. I was wondering at the beginning where to find coal, and I'm finally getting a shit ton of coal, but... And I did find diamond there. Hmm. Oh, I can get it. I found... Oh no, this is still crystal. Why does it look so much like diamond? Every time I think it's diamond. Every time. So now, okay, yeah, we're getting a lot of XP, we're getting a lot of coal, but I'm not getting a lot of iron. I feel like we need like a shit ton of iron. We can also make it from other ores, I think, but I thought it was only like from aluminium and stuff. Wow. It's going a lot faster. Oh, my tummy hurt. Okay, tummy hurt break. Be right back. No, I know. I'm like, wait, what? Hey, no, I'm not here. I'm not here. Why are you staring at me? Go away. What are you doing? Okay, bye. I want to go. No. Go away. But we're still fighting. Fuck yeah. ways to die. Ways to die. So many dumb ways. Like move around a little bit, like doing jungle or dragons or stuff like that. And you can move around if you want to. Oh no. Don't come here, don't come here. Anyway, sorry, I should have done this later because that was give you a little thing. Meow, 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 Let me check. Did we make? Yes.
Can we make more coffee?
Okay, we're gonna live off banana muffins now, okay?
Okay. You make some.
I make 20.
Ooh, okay, I take. Oh, precision. Hold on a minute. Okay.
He solo run was fun while it lasted. I know I was doing.
Really solo round was fun while it lasted. I hopped a little. But now we can play together, yeah?
How's the games? It's been good, dude. I played a little bit of Tarkov with Chathaven at the start, and then went and played Fortnite with Chathaven, and then I played Marbles, and now I'm playing Repo with Muffin. And then I'm going to bed soon because I have work in the morning.
And you were waiting forever because I reached level 117 words, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, 117 on words.
I was just having a quick word break, okay? Just a tiny quick word break.
Quick word break? You invited me to collab 48 minutes ago whenever we actually decided to do this shit.
We reached level 117, okay? It's not my fault.
And my body feels 117 waiting that long.
Okay.
There.
Cannon. What the?
You wanna fight? You wanna fight? Water kill? You wanna fight? Tentakill!
Nice. Holy shit.
That was crazy.
Fuck. Okay, you're strong now.
Yeah, I did a clip of that.
Holy.
Help! Brain not braining, eyes not eyeing, words not wording.
You quit.
The scary doll?
Yeah, left it up.
I don't want to pick it up.
Why? It's worth a couple of coins.
Fucking no! I thought it was only gonna make noise. God damn it! It just murdered me. Yeah. Oh, now you gotta do it. Look, God damn it! Since when is that in there? Did you use the upgrades? 1 second. Oh.
I used one of them.
Ah, my God. Why? Why? I Yes. Okay, someone clip that. Can someone do the exclamation mark clip? I'm so proud. Morga! Hi! Oh my god, I'm extremely proud of myself. I know. I love that this triggers like
Good
little
boy.
babies.
Left.
Thank you for the
Oi,
follow,
oi,
Falcon.
oi, oi.
Okay, I did went into chill mode now because I do have to go walkie, so I put a big shirt on. Because yeah, that top is fun. And if I pair it correctly, wait, it's not comfy. This is big, but okay. But yeah, the thing is, like, if I pair it correctly, then it is okay for outside. But yeah, like, it is a little much to go walking in. I think. Oh, I only brought one hammer. Okay, I was trying out the hammer. I didn't plan for this. I was still looking for iron, but I forgot where I am. What am I doing? Where am I? Okay, I think we just have to find out of this cave again. I bored like a hole in it with the hammers. But I thought I brought more hammers. Fish, 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 kill, fish, fish. There's so much gold here, though. I was thinking still, if there's gold, there can be diamond, but nah. But where did I come from? Where did I go? Where did I come from? God, not do. There? That way? No? A little bit? No? Turbo shuffle. Mm-mm. Yeah. And then Pokemon. And then Ride. And then Turbo.
Who's a good boy?
Damn.
Who's a good boy? Is it you?
Ooh, is it you? Who is the good boy? That's like he's a good boy. You're still not asleep. You doing good? What a spin seeker. What do I got? I got another egg. Nope. This egg is not good then. I still don't know what my sheep pet does as well. It is cute, that is for sure. It says me. But other than that, what is this? Golden plush box may contain plushies. Oh, plushie? It's a plushie. Okay, are we gonna open this? Are we gonna open the golden plushie box? Yes. What is it? I'm severely disappointed now. Oh, is it a plushie? I do want to see if there's a way to sort the chests. It is messy. It is messy. Like, these look like plushies, but they're photos. They're pictures. Made by smelting crystal ore. I didn't smelt any crystal ore. I can smell nickel ore. I can smell or cobblestone. Good going. Beep 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 beep. That's what I mean. Like I wish it would just auto sort through this stuff. Where are all the hammers that I made? Did I use all the hammers? Maybe I did use all the hammers? Maybe? Maybe? We got another egg. Okay. Mm-mm-mm. I don't know what to do with the crystals yet. This is meal. This is meal. These are more gems. These are to make the Pokeballs. These are more gems. I don't know what that is. Blue shirt. More pictures. What is this? Wormberry. Oh, we need to put it there, put it there. And we do have 40 iron. Oh. 42? How many Pokeballs is that? It's 14 more Pokeballs. We are making progress. Okay, that is a good last Pokeball run, I think, for now. Then I'm gonna make a Smoky and go walkies, I think. But look, now we can put this, then we put the button. Then we put the butt. We need more lids. I've never seen that. Wait, do we have berries? Just 2. Whoa. Oh my god, I need more berries. I had so much berries, I never had to worry about berries anymore. Okay, do a quick berry run. Berry. Are you red berry? No. Are you red berry? No. I'm so fast. I'm fast as fuck, boy. Okay, stop. Can I get my head in here? No. Now I can. Okay, well, and berry. Berry. What are you? Wait, why did he look like a Pokemon when he no Pokemon? There's Santa Claus again. You keep freaking me out, man. Sure. Okay. 5 different Pokemon. What's this? Is it a Pokeball? You found one dire hit. I'll take that, thank you. I need more berries. You have an issue. Where are the berries? Oh gosh. Did I just destroy the one berry plant that we had in the neighborhood? No, don't sink. Okay, now if I get back here. Berry. Berry. Uh-oh. We may have made mistake. I do not have a flying Pokemon. Mistakes might have been made. But I have stair. I have a ladder. It's all good. I have a ladder. Oops. Whee. You know what? I'm just gonna. What? Got a shit ton of letters anyway. Now I can dig myself out real easy. But god damn it, did I just take the only berries around? Because then I will have fucked myself over quite a bit. I don't know how to plan yet. I'm not stuff. Pokemon. Pilaf is unable to battle. Can I write someone else? I don't think so, no. I think we ran in a cactus, probably. And now I'm kind of fucked, but it's okay. It's all good. It's all good. Everything's okay. What about Barry? No. Oh, we do have a special Pokemon. Okay. But I fucked up now because what the hell? I got all them berries, but I don't have a way. I don't have a way to plant them. Sugarcane. You're going to want and G. I check out there's fish inside the water. That makes sense. Is the Pokemon gonna heal at some point or just no? I think that is back, maybe. It looks like it could be a way back, but no. What is this? What is this? Do I go in here? Can I take this lamp with me? I don't want to jump. Maybe. Maybe we will if we get a bird Pokemon or something so we can also fly out. That sounds like an idea, no? How many Pokemon we need still for the Mewtwo kill? God damn it, I was just running with my Kilava like there was no tomorrow. But then it fainted, I guess. I might have run into cacti. But I can't find any more red berries, and that is problematic. Because how do we make them then? How do I plant them? How do I grow more? Because I do have no, I also cooked that one. I was like, I do have one at home, but no, I don't have one at home anymore. There are some berries there, but they're like orange and other colors. That's a lot of peaches. There's a Pokeball here. My Pokeball? It is. Oop. Another egg. Okay, first heal the Pokemon. Check on iron stuff. 2 more event Pokemon. Oh, that is so close. We found 4 Pokeballs? Did I drop those Pokeballs or did I just find those? What? What? And a broken Pokeball? Then we can make at least 1 more. Wait, I kind of want to catch that mouse because look how cute it is. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do arr. We have okay, no, you're gonna murder it. I want to catch it. So send out the Woolululu. The Woolululu. Ah. Look, the mouse is cute. I don't know why, but they're always coming too, and I like it. Oh my God, he's wrecking me. Excuse me, you kicked the butt of my Woolululu. I don't agree from that. I don't agree with that. Water gun, yeah. Tackle. Baby doll life. That's a puppy attack. I hear a puppy. Come a puppy. Okay, I could voice. Okay. Can I... Did I test it? Should I try to lower it a little more? Maybe one tackle? Don't die? No, he died. It was okay. That doesn't make sense. Like, no, he died, but like I wanted to get the mouse because he can't keep. But okay, there will be more mice. There will be more mice. Oh wait, what does that mean? I got a gift. Wait, is that another shiny or wait? Okay, Dex. How did I do that again? Okay. What are the commands again? Okay, help. How do I see the shinies again? Like there's a command to check. Ooh, that's bright. Okay, pass. 6 shinies. Okay, gift. Oh, we need more players to spend my poke gift. Oh, I'm healing again. Muffin looks EP. Yes, I am. Yes. Now I'm just like, yeah, I should stop. But that's why I said like Minecraft is getting addicted. Like my gosh, yeah. I was searching desperately for berries, but I never found any more berries. It was struggles. It is struggles. But I think we're just gonna find more berries tomorrow. That seems like a good chance, but we have made finally a total of 20 Pokeballs. And now I'm fully awake. Well, good morning. I made 20 Pokeballs. I am very proud. I'm gonna screenshot this to Gray. Edit here, edit there. Where's the Minecraft? Okay. And with those 20 Pokeballs and the fact that look, I can now I don't know if you saw this, but look, I can ride Quilava everywhere. So we're fast as fuck, boy. We have completed our little starter house. It is something. But look, yeah, and we have like 2 egg incubators. We have third and a fourth egg in our inventory. I would say we're not doing too shabby. We got cheese. What is this? Moo cheese. Moo cheese. Boop. Oh, we got 3 eggs. Damn, we got a lot of eggs. This is where we put this. Do we put the ore here? I guess we do. I still want to just find a way to just auto sort everything, but yeah. And I did make some iron pickaxes as well. So that is also nice. We're melting down some stone. Maybe I can do more because why not? Then I'm just gonna chill our AFK mode. There other stuff we can melt? I don't think so. We can cook stuff. What about this? If we cook those? Because we got a lot of those. That's the thing. I wanna auto sort. Maybe we can add an auto sort mod. Because that yep. Yum 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 yum. But yeah, this is as I said, this is the basic house. With a little bed and like some fire, like some crafting stuff. Don't gosh, I have never. Have you never played Minecraft? Oh, so you have no idea like what I'm showing you or why or how, but Yeah, so this is like a Minecraft thing that is normally that works, that you go down like to certain levels and stuff. Like you can also go straight down, but I was just saving resources and then I was going straight down after like this. But this is what got me super confused because this is my mind thing, and then I'm just hitting bedrock and there's just nothing there. So yeah, no, I do know what's going on, but not too much. Yeah. But the thing is, I have played Minecraft, but on and off and over like the past years, I don't know. So as I said, like I forgot how to make a stick. I forgot how to make a pickaxe. I forgot how to make my crafting table. I forgot how to do anything. So yeah, and we did start. I tried, but I got not get good, as the kids these days say. Yeah, but that's the thing. It is like a little grindy as well. Like I am getting a good start now, but I am very EP indeed. I can take these out. I'm now just putting stuff in there to cook everything. Because then I can chill here. Well, just can I make a chair or something? Chair? I want a froggy chair. Oh, gosh. Oh. How do we make just a chair? How do I make a chair? Do I have wool? Got a chair. Oh, I do. Okay, wait. Wool? And then just 2 planks under them. Which one do I like? This looks comfy. Wait, where was the wool with the planks under it? Wait. This one? Okay. It does look comfy. So choop, and then plank. Choop, plank. Nope. Very good. Okay. Choop. Plank. Okay. We want one more? Why not? And then if we have, do we have dye? I thought I saw something. It looked like dye. Do you have it in here? Thought I had dye, but I guess not. Wormberry, no. Juice. How do I make dye? With flower petals and stuff. Yeah, no. Okay, you know what? That is something for next time because this way I'm just gonna keep going forever. I made 2 chairs. I'm proud of that. You put the chairs down right here. Look, this is nice. And we can just sit here. I enjoy our fairy white. Oh, wifey, I lovely. I hope you're having a good weekend. Unfortunately, got some life things to do, so I'll be lurking. Thank you, wifey. I appreciate you. I will be ending soon. So you're all good. And good luck with your life things. Yeah. And Boop, yeah, good name. Welcome in. I did switch to comfy mode just now. And I have been streaming for a long ass time already. Wait, 15,000. There are special eggs, yeah. They're gonna take a long time. I got a lot of eggs. We got so many eggs. How are you doing today, Boop? Did I just call you Boop? That is kind of funky. I don't know how else to say it. Funky is not the right word, but yeah. Okay, can I cook this? Yes, we can. Okay, this is done. We're now just postponing going to bed, okay? Don't judge. Let's put this in. Oop. We all love Boob here. You're very welcome. So, do you like Lizzo? Oh my god, I just saw how long you've been streaming. You must be shattered. Standing energy hugs, thank you. And yeah, that's the thing. So I am doing okay, but I am getting sleepy now. I started with League, and then I wanted to test out Minecraft with Gray, but that's the thing why it's risky to play Minecraft. It's addicting as fuck. It's so good. So good. I haven't played in forever and I missed it. I didn't realize until now. Which is why it is dangerous. But I just put the nuggets in there, maybe. We do not need to eat. No. We do put the boats there, yeah. Can you play Lizzo Juice? You know what? Sure. Like the song. Normally we have song requests. It is explicit. How explicit? Ah, it's okay. I think it's okay. It, Yay! Boo was happy. There's a fungus among us. Oh yes, get him. He is literally just called like an Among Us Pokemon. It is so weird. Okay, this is a good song. Yes, yes, yes. I know the song, but I didn't know the title with the song, if that makes sense. I actually have this song in my like one of my playlists, so good choice, good choice. Good entrance, Boop. Do people just call you Boop still? Like, if you have any other name you prefer, or if that is like totally fine by you and you're enjoying yourself a lot, just let me know. Like, I'm also used now to the fact that I have someone coming in calling me, who is that? And then every time I call him by his name, it's like, hi, dad. And that took a lot of time to get used to, not gonna lie. But it is fun. And now it's just in my system. No Boop? Oh, no Boop is good. Okay. I think that's what you just no Boop. But people call me Bob. Bob? Ah. Because then I don't want to say Boop, or are you actually called Bob and I'm just making it weird now? That's also possible. Thank you for petting Pando. Okay, I cooked all this stuff. You know, I'm not sure. What is the meme? Nah. If you do want to share memes, we do have like a Discord channel as well for memes. If you feel free to join if you want to. I don't know. I will Google later after stream. Okay, so I made some nice little. Again, it is ugly, but it is like a very first starter. And we got a little Pokemon here. We're good. We're good. Hey, it's a full turret. Is he also just gonna attack people on its own or not? I'm curious. We're just gonna observe him in the wild. Bam! Okay, I'm gonna take my devil ears off for now. My ears are hurting a little bit. We are in chill mode. Like, I switched my lace up to just giant shirt because, yeah, I gotta go out, walk the doggo, and if I go out in like a little lace top, the neighbors will judge me. Okay, just the neighbors will judge me. Yep, yep, yep. Yum 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 yum. Yum 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 yum. How long up are we going? Like I kind of let go of timing again lately. Oh, but this is kind of nice. It's not 12 hours yet. We're gonna make it to 11. So we have like judge and back. Yeah, that is true. But Milo, that is what I do. Like in winter times when I stream in the onesies, like in the unicorn onesie and stuff, I just go out like that. I give zero fucks. Like But yeah, sometimes we also have like some creeps in neighborhood and his shirt goes up and then yeah. To be fair, I just walked around in my bikini when it was very fucking hot, so damn, there's a bright again. Let me check who is live. I fuck with that. Good morning, looking more comfy. Yes, I just took off the horns and I put on my giant shirt because we are, working on ending, sort of working towards ending. I'm gonna check who we want to raid out, and I wasn't just going forever. Wait, I do want to check this. Okay, raid browser. Whoa, so that works. So you can check if you want to rate smaller or similar sizes. If you want to rate people who in the same category that rated you before, probably fans or that you follow. Wait, who rated me before? You can check who's online and rated you before, and then you can pay back the favor. Or you can check just who is following it online. Oh, but this is so nice. This is okay. So for anyone who is streaming, like, why is this summer so boring? Yeah, I know. Streamers, you can use Raid Browser. That's actually a tip I got from Gray the other day. I can send you guys over to, what is this? What is he doing? Hatcheton. Painted Lady Butterfly Habitat webcam? What? What is that? What is that? Painted Lady web. The hell are you doing, Chan the Magic Man? Chan the Magic Man, what is he up to? Animals, aquarium, zoos? He's watching butterflies hatch while doing card tricks? You know, that's scary. Like, it's not scary, but it's not the vibes. We can check. What is that? That's Bistro. Sounds fun. We can say hello to Bloodfarts. Why is she playing Diablo? I'm trying to see, like, what are the kind of same vibes? Like, wait, same category. What kind of Minecraft people are on? Are we gonna rate a new person? Are there people that are playing Minecraft that we follow now? What should we do? What should we do? I don't know if I want to raid into a new person with a lot of sleepy weepies. I don't know. But you can raid a friend though. Ooh, do you want to send it to me in Discord? What do you mean boring? You can watch muffins there. Budbird, you flatter me. I can read a friend of yours. Wait, Danny, I know her. I know her. Good morning. Good morning, bird. Did you get some sleep or did you just stay up all night? Look, I was playing Pixelmon. But it is time to raid out because otherwise I'm just gonna go forever. But look. I do want to show you. Look, it's a Quillapa. This is my starter Pokemon. Where is he? Come back. Yeah, there you are. And we can ride him and I'm gonna super fast. Super fast, boy. And we go to my little starter. Oh my god, it goes so fast. What are you doing in my house? Okay, we start a bed with you. Okay, we're gonna show Bird how it's done. Bam. One move. See, we're pro now. Fucking pro. But I need red berries. Ooh, hey, we got another chance to catch the mice. If we do catch the mice, then we're at a full team. Then we don't have 20 balls, but it's fine. I want to catch the mice. It's a level 18 mouse. Okay, we're gonna try it, and we have one strong Pokemon. Oh. Oh, he does a lot of damage. We're going all in. We're gonna try to get him very low. And then catch his last Pokemon for our team. He is kind of kicking my butt. But look, we have him in the yellow. Did I do quick attack? But that was not quick. Okay, we're good. Almost happened the same as the last time I killed him accidentally. Okay, Pokeball. We're at 8%. Come on. Why? Where is my Pokeball going all the way there? That's interesting. Get him. Get him. Don't come out. You have 8% health. You need to heal. Yay! We got a mousey. Cute little mousey. Yeah, that is a good one. I do know Danny, but I don't know her that well, and then I can meet her. That's nice. I do like meeting new people. Like, I know her from name more. I think I might have watched once or twice. But this is fun, right? This is Pokemon. You had a Pixelmon or Fairy. Yeah, you slept? Oh, okay. Oh, you and Bud slept together? Oh. Oh, he was very comfy. Oh. Wait. You deserve this. Look, Veggie, I added a sound effect. Wait. Okay. You have to hear this. Wait. Pause music for this epic moment. I added the sound effect. Oh, it's so good. It's so bad that it's good. Wait, where's... Oh, there. Wait. You didn't hear it? Again. Wait, do I only hear... You not hear it? Wait. It should play... Is it only playing for me? Wait, look, so okay, then I have to add that. Okay, if I do it this way, you hear it. You're just spanking Eve. You're spanking yourself now. So we can do this now. You could spank every time. Yeah, but that's the thing. So I added it and mix it up. But then I have to add... Okay, I have to add like an audio source. Oh gosh. That's what I meant. I added it. I was so happy. Okay, now audio output and a new audio output. No, not that one. How do I do this again? Then application. Mix it up. Okay. Audio. Rename this to mix it up audio. And mute now there. And then spank again. Yes. Now yes. Okay, this is just like a local sound effect. I'm having a blast. No, Bert, I was, no, you saw the original outfit. I just changed the outfit. But yeah, the combination. Oh god, it's dangerous. Oh, Veggie, why? Oh gosh. That is a dangerous combo. Okay, but yeah, I should really stop with Minecraft, but I still need to get myself to bed, and then I will just close the game, because otherwise I will... What are you doing in my house? Okay, fair. You will stay in my house for now. Good night, Redicate. Bye-bye. Good morning. Okay. Disconnect, because otherwise we're gonna keep playing. Yep. And then I still gotta make my smoke for walkies. We do know who we run away out into. Is she going for a little longer now or no? Let me check. How long has she been going? Oh, she's playing Final Fantasy. Oh, she's only been going for an hour. Okay, we have time. Fuck yeah. Okay, we're good. We're good. Then we're gonna do Post Plus. We do have the permission to add a chatbot now. Wait, add bot to your channel. Authorize. The bot has been authorized. The bot will now join your chat. Is that gonna work? Yes, demon hours. I wouldn't do much about that. Okay, good. She's just been going for an hour, so it should be good. Okay. Push plus bot commands define. Wait, I'm just gonna put it in the thing. I guess you have been replaced. No. No, but I'm really happy because you have to get personally authorized and approved to use this bot. And I asked for permission. And now it is in it. It tracks the sessions. It responds to commands in chat. It's all available. Okay, what bots? What things can he do? Lock. Holy shit! Holy fuck! Holy Jesus! Okay, wait. Now people can do the word mirror link. God, awesome! So the continue and everything is here as well. I did use that already, but now we can use that here. Oh, that big word interval. Oh, there to say. Oh, oh, oh. Okay, sorry. Oh, wait. Do we have a streak? Loud clears in a row. No. Okay. 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 Now if I go words plus, launch the tool. We got it. Is it working right away? No. Start. Wait me 1 second. Like I'm trying stuff. Yeah. This is gonna be like, yeah, this is gonna make the word people so happy. We're gonna test it out bigger in the upcoming week. But we now have an approved word bot. Hi, Carney. Hi, Fetchy. Why, what bot? Why are you? No. Wait, where did I go? Why am I gone here? What? Wait, 1 second. I put myself back in that one. Sorry for just tripping you guys out. 1 second. What? What was that? It has new sound effects? What? Those? The book that the new bot posted? Yes, it is giant. I was like, ooh, what kind of commands can he? Yes. Yeah. But then does he have the command that you can make him say stuff as well? Or not? Words plus but word plus see how copy mirror link. Yeah, no, but chatbot. C commands. I'm not sure. It's track sessions and records and everything and has definitions, and I do like that because I got a issue with getting definitions last time. Oh, they got- But look, this is a nice thing as well. If we have the bot thing open. Okay, okay. Does the word bot do something now or not? I think it is. Like, okay, if I now do streak, then we have one cleared board? No. But now this works double. Because I already added some of the commands I already added in basically, and now they're double in there. Yeah. But okay, okay, okay. Make smoky. Boop. Oh, oh. Yeah, yeah. Wait, donor? Oh, we have donor. Wow. it got filtered. We have corn, yeah. Is doing something? No. Oh, corn. No. It's an offensive word, really? Other words are there. Wait. Ooh? Oh, the rest is 5 Malay word. Gorno? Or cord? Gordo? Gordo? Is Gordo something? No. Corner? No, we don't have it. No. I'm switching the music, sorry. Well, we made it point-wise, but what are we missing? Wow.
Ooh, close one.
Okay, wait, now we can test. So if I do now define codon. I like the M word, that's a derogatory word for the Aboriginals, really? Wait, what? What? Oh shit! Okay, Bloodbirds, I was looking, I was almost rating out already like 10 minutes ago. And I was actually looking to the streams and I was considering to rate out a you, but holy fuck! Thank you so much for rating into me. Thank you everyone. Welcome. I am very sleepy, so I'm sorry if I'm forgetting like half the things that I'm normally supposed to say. We've already been going for 11 hours, but thank you so much for the rate, blood parts. And if you need to rate and run, let me pause the music 1 second.
I'm like your mother.
Yes. If you need to rate and run, make sure to get a drink. Make sure to take care of yourself. Get a snacky, get a drink, get some rest, get some sleep, whatever you need to do. Get some after thingish. You can play Fortnite with me. I can, awesome Wolfie, but the thing is, I have been up for at least 60. I have no idea, but this will wake you up, and you ain't going nowhere. Sorry, Drew. Thank you for the follow as well, Bloodfarts, and thank you for the follow, Kid Icarus. Again, holy shit. Okay, you've been up for long. Yeah, I have been up for long. I took a little nap yesterday, but yeah. I have been playing League for a long time, and I have been playing Minecraft for a long time. And now we're just wording, so I don't know if you guys are into the wording. We are playing some words on stream. I just got approved for like the word bot, so you can play words if you want to play words. I am I'm so sleepy. Again, that words, thank you so fucking much. Wait, let me give you that words, love. Yes. Words. Let me do words. There you go. Holy shit, we got the new. But do you have any words? No, I don't have words for this. This is amazing. You're such a big streamer. I feel so fucking honored that you chose me to raid into today. Thank you so much. Okay, for anyone that doesn't know words on stream, don't get too overwhelmed if the chat just fills up with random words and you're like, what is this? If you do know words in stream, feel free to join in. And yeah, the thing is that there are just like random letters on the top, and you have to guess words. If the look next to your name is in, you have to wait until the next time frame. Evil Muffin is cool. Oh my gosh. Damn, that one is not there. Well, you are fucking cool, and thank you so much. Okay, you made my weekend with this. Oh my gosh. Like I've known you for a while, but just lurking mostly. I thought you were so fucking cool. And then yeah, Numi and Man of Letters got into your raid stream team and everything, and that is even more cool. Congratulations on that, by the way. That's awesome. Lope. We have Paul? Yes, we do. Paul? No. I don't have words anymore. Poop. Poop. So we at least made it to the next level. Now I can think again. I was literally saying, like, I'm just gonna make a smoke. We do some words, but okay. I'm here to blabber on for a little bit longer. I'm all good with that. If I can't stay awake, we can even play more League after as well. Or play Fortnite with Wolfie. That is awesome. Yeah. Yep. For anyone that doesn't know me, I am Evil Muffin. Some people also call me the not so evil Muffin because I am actually kind of nice. I don't do honor to my name. It's a good guess, Ownage, but the words are minimum 4 letters. Like from level, is it level 15 and upwards? It's 5 letters only, and then like after it gets even bigger. You are awesome. No, you are. Like I'm like there's so many people here. I am happy. Thank you, so Alpha. On the top that they made. What? You are what? What do you mean? You already did? What do you mean, girl? No, Veggie. No, new people. Behave yourself, Veggie. No! Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, okay. Holy fuck. Holy shit. No, yes, that's just you, Veggie. Oh, Carney. Okay. Sorry, Carney. No, Carney, you're good, Carney. Thank you so much, Bloodfart. I will. Okay, yeah. Oh, that is awesome. Okay. Settings, like okay, featured. Go below. Oh, thank you.
You're such a good guy.
No, Veggie, stop it. Again, new people in chat. Shush. Behave yourself for the words. Need to make a good impression. Like, you know, I'm just dying here. That is my mod. People love him. But again, like, this is fucking awesome. Holy shit. Welcome. You're going to get everyone excited, especially the boys. Oh, really? And now I changed into my fucking comfy outfit as well. But thank you for the gift sub. Holy shit. Awesome. Thank you, Kid Icarus. Awesome. This is okay. Yep. Guess words. I am little overall. Go guess words. You can do it. This is the nose. Why, mods? Why do you forsake me? My mom mod keeps spanking me, and the other mod is just reminding everyone of the fact that I can't pronounce breathing. That's why my channel, like it says, don't forget your daily breathing exercises, because I couldn't pronounce breathing. I still can't. I practiced, okay? We tried hard, but you know, it did not work. But holy shit, that is awesome. That is big.
26 has redeemed their peach mango muffin. Thanks for
thank you. Yes, you can claim daily muffins. We have so much fun here. We have we have so much like things going on. I mean, like we also have fun here. Yep. I promise it's a good time. Always try hard, breathe. But yeah. Yes. But oh my gosh. Thank you. I am just like that's the thing. I've been up for I'm switching to Dutch. I'm up for 11 hours and I'm now just a giggly mess. What? Okay, thank you, Veggie. Yeah, we died. I know. Yeah. The game is so rude, by the way. The game just yells at you, loser. Still, that is the words on plus bonus thingy. That is it is a rude motherfucker. But oh my gosh. Okay, the blood farts. I don't know if I missed it. No, the game is right. Yeah. Okay, we did. Yeah, but shush. It's good. Don't eat me, giggle. Kill. The game is savage. I love it. That is true. My friend actually helped with the development, and she's the one that suggested the loser. Sorry, I was just not like. Okay, you make my fucking weekend. I will get back to you with the whisper. Like the answer is a definite yes. I just have to check because I am already part of one, but I also want to be part of the so I gotta figure out how that works. Do I have to leave the one? But I will figure that out after stream. I promise, and I'm very fucking honored. This is amazing. Anyone like that doesn't know Bloodfirst, she is a fucking legend. Yes. You can be in as many teams. Yes, okay. Then yes, right away, go. Okay, that's amazing. I was worried that I could only be in one and then I had to like let the other person know that I was just gonna ditch them because I would want to join yours, but you didn't hear that, okay? Thank you. Well, no, I still have to apply now, but holy fucking hell, that's amazing. Oh, okay. Oh, like I'm really happy to be like in a stream team already, like with DK. That's the one that I'm in from now, but we're not really that active. So it's more like it is really chill. It's really nice, but holy fuck, thank you. Oh my god. Okay. I'm like, oh my god, I made it. We're still staring at this game over screen. Like, words hate me always. I put it on autopilot, but it always resets. Okay, again, autopilot. You can do it, game. As I said, there is a lot to do. Like while we yap, while we do words, while we chat. I always have some fishing on nowadays. We have some dungeons. I am working on getting like actual rewards and stuff. Mostly now it's just for honor. Yeah, it is amazing. It is fucking amazing. Okay, sorry, I'm fangirling the fuck out of here. They got offered to be in one once, and then they told me, okay, blood farts, another joke, right? Thank you, Carney. I'm dying in the best ways. Oh my gosh. What I do? Well, no. Veggie was like, I got offered to be in one once, and then they told me it was a joke. I was like, it's not a joke, no, right? It's not a joke. I didn't hide the bodies. Oh, do you need help? I'm having too much. I know. I know. I know. I'm happy. We're dying over here. I'm spilling my drink. I'm not functioning anymore. This is the thing. I should have gone to bed. I'm really happy I didn't. And I'm also way too sleep deprived to be here for all these new people. They're getting a great first impression, but To be fair, it's not that far off from what I normally am, so. Karma helps her dig holes to hide them. Yeah, that's true. So if you need any help, I have a dog that can dig some holes for you. Desecrated Souls, thank you for being here as well. Oh my god, I got so many cool people. And oh my god, and I'm gonna be as one the same stream team. There's like Man of Letters and Doom, I love them. Oh, okay, I'm just like, oh. Yes, you did make, yes, yeah. I'm crashing and you made my day for sure, now my whole weekend. And wearing like a way cuter outfit before. This is like, fuck yeah, we're chilling. Because I gotta walk the dog off. Listen, gotta try Ignis. It's been common usage nowadays. What is Ignis? Ignis? Iron? What is Ignis? Wait. We do have the bot now, so I can ask, like, what is Ignis? No? Oh, and it's already not working. GG's. That was, yeah.
Not too shabby.
We have the newest words plus but. We have to apply for that to get it. And we got approved. Holy shit. Wait, Awesome Wolfie, are you playing Fortnite right now? Because then I will take like a walkies break and then we could. I still never play Fortnite, but I did install it, but I never. I don't know. I've been so against Fortnite for so long. But I do want to play with you. And I always make exceptions to play with people because it's fun. It's just fun. It's good. But holy shit. Okay. I just, yeah. Yes, I am playing it. Okay. Well, if I want to play more, I gotta make a coffee. That's a good idea. I gotta refresh my lenses because they're falling out of my eyes. And I gotta walk a little bean. As for whoever doesn't know, I have a little bean, aka conquer. Is that a word? Well, not like that, but I'm questioning my luck. But you're good at this. Conquer was conquer. Conquer, Kjunga, and a horse chestnut? Used in the game of Conquer. I still have no idea what it is. But okay, sure. You're just sure. But yeah, no, I do have a little bean called Karma. She is a Taiwan dog. I adopted her now 5 years ago, yeah. And she is the cutest little pupper. She is very patient. I mean, I've been streaming for almost 12 hours. And we didn't take an extra break because she got a big walkie before I started streaming. And then some food. And then she did sleep through the night, but I've been streaming through the night. Like, it is now, like, almost 1 p.m. for me. And I've been going for like 11.5 hours, so yeah. We started after 1 a.m. What are we missing? Core? Cone? Once? We can do once. Maybe? What is an ochre? No, it's Nork? What's an ochre, people? But oh my god, again, like, yeah, I want to play one more clippy from Lord Farts, and if you have to just run and take care of yourself, like, I completely understand it after streams. I tend, like, if I read out, I tend to stay for a little bit, but if I need to go walk or just go to bed, I just like, I love you, bye-bye. No hard feelings ever. Take care of yourself first, that's important. Yep. My cursing clips. Always, they always get clipped, right? Those are the moments. Jeez, Bloodfort crashed out in the Jesus, Milo. Yeah, but yeah, better than mine. What are yours then, Carney? What kind of horrible Warframe shenanigans have you done in your clips? And I don't mind cursing. That's all good. And I was literally saying like, oh, if we are gonna like quit, like if I had quit like if I had quit like an hour earlier, I would have rated him to you. That's just me questioning the black pig. Okay. In what game? Where are you talking? What? What? Hints? I'm gonna help with the stream elements a little bit. You're so big at the big words always, Carney. Minecraft. The black pig in Minecraft. Is there a black pig in Minecraft? I do know the black sheep. I actually have, like, look, I have a little pink sheepy here. Look. He's so terrifying, look. And then, yeah, it's a little pink sheep from Minecraft, and you can do blip, 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 like, you can floop him. And then he puts open his mouth like, like, it's hard to see. I will show this on the big screen later. I do want to make like more Minecraft. If we are gonna do more Minecraft streams, because I do have like a Minecraft sword and a pickaxe and stuff as little props that I bought months ago, ages ago. Yeah, holy shit! I still like. It got me so off guard. Ah. Okay, should I just switch to chat for a little bit while we do the words so I can be faster, or should I try to do complicated again and take you for walkies? No, I didn't charge you got a phone. No, I can only take one. So I'm trying to figure out ways to take you along. Well, I take like my walkie breakies. And last time I actually succeeded, so yeah. I took my other, like my work phone that I still had. I put my camera on the phone that my own one. That I put my own stream on the other one. And then I could do like words on that one. Hey, Bot of Letters, good morning. So, Mellow Letter, do you just, how do you say that? That's just your incognito? Like, it is awesome that you can just be your bot as well. Like, I have some bots. And I had my own bot that was also my own Twitch account, but yeah, as I said, like it is banned. I still have to check if I can get it back at some point. Holy shit, why do I say continue 3 times now? Why is it expanding? Thing is, like, I have a WC that says continue. Oh, but now the words on Streambot listens to both the C and the continue as well, and that post continue twice? That's, yeah, there's some overlap now. Ooh, nice one. What is the big word? Cases? Peace. Is there already a fake letter? Yeah. So it's either the extra C or the Z. These. Why is that not? Oh, then we need another E. Yeah, we would need another E. Esca something? Escape, but there's no P. Yes. Ooh, okay, aces. But is it, yes. We're just like, yeah. Is something? No. Because that's with the extra E. No. Oh, no. We need like one. No, we need 2 words more. This combination of letters, though. Okay, so yeah, that is the fake one. That is nice to know, but still. Vex. Tux. Okay, fuck it. We go another level. Yay, we did it. So impressed.
Ooh, close one.
I'm just staring at it like, oh, I gotta be part of the army. Oh, okay, I'm so hyped. Oh, this is so cool. Okay, this is the boost I needed. Like, this is amazing. Yep. Again, thank you so much. Send. But every time you're at the butt of letters, I'm like I'm not worried. I'm wrong word. I'm curious. Like, are you a man of letters? Are you a self-sentient butt of letters? You will never know. You have told. You do so that I'm getting sleepy. Like, maybe I should just switch to my glasses at some point. That will be better as well. But I can look better with that eye. But that eye is just dying. That's just like, yeah, no, my lens is just that. They don't want a lens anymore. Good. And again, good. Okay, I'm helping a little bit, okay? Okay, there we go. Then here. Oh. We figure out something. Pitty poop, pitty poop. Guys, okay. Don't mind me while I'm still fangirling in the back, but like, oh my gosh.
Ooh, close one.
Of your accent, thank you. Like, okay, so if I go like fully like Dinglish mode, don't be afraid to just like let me know, because if I'm tired, I get more Dutch. Does that make sense? Like, if I am in the Netherlands, and then people assume always, like, when I'm just walking around here, that I'm not Dutch. They always keep talking English to me and everything. And I'm born and bred. Oh no, not let no, skip. Jesus, that was a brain fart to the max. I'm born and raised in the Netherlands. Let's just say it like that. Yep. I did work. I did live in another country for a while. Oh my god, I cannot talk anymore. She will start mumbling and then go full Dutch. Sorry, I can't. You're all good. You're all good. Blah 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 blah. That made sense. Yes. No, it's okay. Have I ever gone full Dutch on stream, Veggie? I'm not sure. Luisje? That's such a cute name. I do like that. That is really cute. Luisje is like little fur ball, basically, in Dutch, in English. Yeah. Do we have ploy? We have Poli. I can do ploy. Okay, I go here. I'm trying to. What? Wait.
Not too shabby.
Okay, I'm just doing this live on stream. I'm sorry, but I'm too fucking excited. Okay. I can't. Uh, okay, yes, yes, yeah. Oh, I did Mopey, but it was on CD, fair enough. On a countdown, yeah. Yeah. You're doing good, Carney. Grain? Oh no, we have a fake letter. Oh, the G is fake. A fake G, oh, wait, fake. Fake G, everyone. Wait, we got mail. We got real. We got line. Got Lear. Myler? Oh my god, my lens is just about to fall out of my... Yeah, I will probably switch to my glasses. If I'm gonna stay on a little longer. I'm still just staring at my smoke. I just... Did we have Lime already? Yes. Is Leo something? No, Liar? Yes. Mill, Meyer, Ryle, Mile. Only one and a perfect one. That's awesome. We got this. We got this. I'm still just... What? Emir? What is Emir? Emir? What is that? Oh, a prince, commander, or other leader or ruler in an Islamic nation. An Emir. I do know the word, but I forgot what it meant. I just remember Warframe. That's why I know it probably. I know it from something that has nothing to do with the definition, but I do know it as a word. Yeah. Okay, I already put it. Yeah, okay, it is continuing. Yeah. Yep. Okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom because I'm gonna pee myself. I'll be right back 1 second. And then we gotta word a little more. Because I still gotta finish making the smoke. I'm here. Oh no! Why are we failing? Oh no! Oh shit, we're at the 5 letters. Yeah, then I'm dead. Oh! She did lesson, no? My god, I was rushing. Okay. We're good. Maybe loans? No, that's not a word, apparently. Sunless? Decent? It could be. Oh, no. Okay, so the hidden is an extra S. I cannot type anymore, don't mind me. The hidden is an extra S. And the fake one is the Q, people. Fake one is a Q. Even Muffin is cool. Okay, I'm gonna be a giggly mess for the rest of today. Like until I go to sleep, I will just like and then just see me in bed like Oh my god.
Loser!
Are you sorry? That's what I mean. I'm sorry, but I'm so not able to focus on anything. Like I'm just like fucking stuck in the giggles. It's just a combination of being like way too sleep deprived at this point and just being like overwhelmed with awesomeness. Yeah. I like, yeah. I think I forgot some stretchies and some. No. I did drink. I did drink, Carney. Thank you, thank you. Yum yum yum. Okay. Restart. Wait. What? Neighbors hear moving, doing evil giggles through the wall. Be like, well, if they could understandable giggle away. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I'm like, yay. But, okay, the thing is, normally they wouldn't be able to hear anything through the walls because then I would have a noise issue. Oh God, neighbors are texting.
Button button.
Oh, someone lost their trash can. It's not me. Okay, I was not worried. You made me worried. Oh my God, damn it! They're doing noise complaint. Who keeps giggling like an idiot continuously? But no, someone lost their trash can apparently. Like, yep. No, but okay, normally I do always have like my windows closed because if I'm streaming at night, I'm just way too fucking loud for everyone. So then, yep. We do have bone, but I don't think boner is allowed currently. The game is a little meany sometimes. Boo! I know, right? But holy shit. Like stream has like still like I'm so fucking grateful for everyone showing up. Like as I said, like I actually posted on the Discord earlier tonight that I've been feeling like a little demotivated because of some stuff that's been happening like personally, like in stream as well, that I've losing people like in the community and then meeting new people and then yeah, like I don't know. Sometimes it's a lot in good ways. Is that a word now? But he did make it. Like I lost him off the other day though, because he decided to step down from everything, which is very fair. But then I had to refigure out some other stuff again, and I don't know. We all feel that from time to time. You're not alone, hon. Hey, thank you. I'm well glad we could get you on. Yeah, that's the thing. So I did post to Discord, like, okay, I kind of want to stream, but I wasn't 100% sure. And then I just put like a poll up, like, okay, stream, yes, no. Simple as that. And I was like, okay, what boner is there? That is bullshit. I thought it wasn't allowed. Hey, Willy! Willy! I have amazing news. I got raided by the amazing Blood Torch. Yep. And morning, bitches, morning. And it is bullshit. And I got asked to be in the stream team. I like, like I can't stop smiling. Like I'm like, yeah. I think I'm gonna have cramps in my cheekies tomorrow. Like, this, yep. Thank you. I'm really gonna get, I'm gonna have cheeky crampies. I've been smiling nonstop now for I don't know how long. It's good. Yep. I feel fucking honored. But okay, so that's what I was saying. Like I was kind of demotivated a little bit, and that is very true. And thank you for that, Icarus. Do you prefer to be called Kid, Icarus, or Maru? Or holy fuck, Jesus, Willy! Okay, so now you've all met the mods. Yes. So Kiel, who likes to remind everyone of my quotes, Betty, who likes to spank, and Willy, who likes to jump scare. We gotta love you, mods. God damn it. Why do you have a tickle to pickle? No, Carney. Carney, come back. Thank you, Willy. Whatever you prefer. Or muffin time. It's from Tinman. I know. Tinman was here earlier. Tinman is back from holiday. He went on a holiday. Miss Relax Gaming is like one of Tin Man's biggest fans ever. Koki? No. He's an amazing person. Yes, he is. Echo! That's a normal word. Koki is nothing. Oh, that's both. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in the Mutter Madness. Oh my god, I still can't stop smiling. I did switch to my comfy mode, by the way. Blood calls me kid. My community calls me Icky. Icky is so cute. Icky. I'm away to holiday Tuesday morning. I know you are, sure. When are we gonna game? You have like today left, but I'm about to KO. Yeah. And then we have tomorrow. Otherwise, I'm just gonna spam you tomorrow. But yeah, Icky does sound really cute now. I'm Mr. Sad. Let's go. No, and Willie, I was actually. You got tomorrow? Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Do you got tomorrow? I can make time tomorrow. I got all day tomorrow. Mondays are. Why am I? Okay, yes, I'm poke catching. Why is there? There is a Pokemon. I was like, is there a Pokemon? Jesus, I'm seeing things. Okay, we're good. Thank you, Veggie. Thank you. I did put the timer on, but it is a little slow. And look at Imani that continues. I should check and mix it up. I can turn it off, I think. I have the new mix words on stream bot, but I think I might have to configure it a little more because it should put the big word in the chat as well. And I will disable the continue and restart in my thing because that should then prevent the double ones, I think. Economics. Ooh. Souls. No. Cones. No. Why not? Thumbs. No. Is the S fake? Moles? Yes. The S is most done. Yeah, it is very early morning for this, Willie. Oh, cone. Oh, I just couldn't type. Yeah, okay, so the S is fake. S fake. I am 100% sure now. But that doesn't make it better. There are a lot of words. You can still fish. Yes, yes, yes. Fish. Okay, moon. Oh, we got moon. Mono. Monocular. Nice. Oh, we're getting it. I know we can do this. We got a fake S and everything else is a good guess. Oh, that rhymes in a stupid way. I have a brain fart. Yoko? One more. No. No, yes! Emotional roller coaster here.
Close
You
one.
fucking did it, Wolfie. Okay, and we have a little outbreak. The linguistic drift occurs. Chaos manifested as a parade of cones, moons, and clones. Lol. Evil Muffin navigated a maze of commands and symbols. That's because it was double the whole time, but... Okay, well, Carney and Awesome Wolfies offered fragmented syllables. They were guessing words, but yes. A holiday departure looms for really, yes, just 2 days left. But yeah, if you want to have tomorrow, I can just schedule my day for you tomorrow. Like on Mondays I do muffin maintenance Monday. So I do either like just actual maintenance, like do chores and stuff around the house, or work on stream stuff to just recharge, like to just block a day every week to just recharge. No. Sorry, the music is also all over the place. You gotta go lure Gurney. Oh, good. The thing is, like, I've been just like smiling and blabbering on and not making that much sense, but you guys don't blame me, and I appreciate you guys a lot for that. And what I was saying with the whole like, yeah, literally motivated thing, like I put the poll up, and Veggie, you were like so quick to respond. And that means so that meant so much to me. Like I appreciate it a lot. Like, yay. Oh, hugs is one. Wait, I can do huggies. Huggies. No, it's not. Why not? Wait, we have fish and we have fin. We have fishing. We have hang. We have sing. Finish. Oh, you guys were both at the same time. Oh. Sorry, that's a good one. That's my theme. There it is. But yeah, no, that's the thing. Veggie, you replied so quick, and that, I don't know. I appreciate everyone of you being here. Like everyone that comes in here, like more often. Everyone that just comes whenever they can. Everyone who is always just lurking. Like I don't know. It's yeah. Last couple of months, this community has grown so much, and it's been so fucking good. Like we do have like the good community vibes that I've been aiming for since the start. Like people can just come in here and vent a little if they need to. People can come in here and make like some some dirty jokes as well. Like we just have fun, but also like I don't know how to say that. It is balanced. Like it's not too much, but it's perfect. You
Ooh,
know.
close one.
Like I don't get offended easily. Don't be scared. But everyone is like having fun in a respectful way. Does that make sense? Respectful way. Jesus, I barely can talk anymore. But yeah, you know what I mean. And the fact that you all show up, and the fact that you are like, oh, you can play some more League, and I'm like, now can join them with play with League, and then Ray was just, oh, bet you know the rule. Yes, you always gotta nut 3 times. That is the silky rule, and I'm gonna uphold that until the day I die. Because it's fun. We can fend. Cracks knuckle, cracks neck. Yeah, that's a silk special. Silky Poo is one of my other mods, but she is reading and sleeping right now. Again, if you need to vent, you're welcome to vent. Like I have someone that also just comes in and tells about their day and everything, and that's fine. That is nice. That is good.